Alrighty. Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it once again. The market is holding up after yesterday, and there was a lot of craziness. You had the retail sales this morning, and it came in lower or in line. If anything, there was a lot of revisions lower on the other one. You exclude auto sales, things did drop a decent amount. It brings in some question of the consumer resilience, but for the most part, it is not disrupting anything too much too soon. However, the market concentration. I don't know if you thought I was freaking out about it yesterday. Is going to go over it when we get into the headlines, but sadly, this is one of the widest concentrations since 1990, meaning you are being led by a certain amount of names, and that's why today we'll see what happens if it's only a couple names responding or what the other 7 do to the data. And then on top of that, you are going to be hearing from 7 other Fed speakers. So we have quite the day. Tomorrow is going to be closed, so maybe we get a little bit less volume today. We'll see how that plays out. We don't have any other global politics getting in the way, or as far as the elections in the France. So we'll see how it all plays out. But Chatadonia, I hope you're locked in and ready to go. And good morning. How are ya? What's up, baby? Oh, yes. Tuesday. What up, Caballero? Andrea, Tim, Tony, Answer, Edison, Candy, Alaskan. Good morning, baby. Oh, Devlin, Mr. Market. Oh, good day, Star, Matthew Warman, Most Dope Andy, Me Nacho, Troy Lemon. Oh, my goodness. Jerry, will ya? Oh, my goodness. Good morning, baby. What up, Boney? What up, James? Cash. Open face sandwich. Buffalo, Jerry. Josh Nepal. Gabor. Oh, lucrative, baby. Good morning. What up, Buffalo? How you living, Barb? Good morning, Cody Brown. T Sizzle, baby. Oh, my goodness. Carissa Hines. What's up? What's up, Jay Samuels, Mark J, Brian Fierros, NRJ, Christian, Juice Trades, Skinny FX, Humble Business in the House, Habibi. What's up, baby? Rise, Mancho, Keith, David, Skinny FX, YK, Caesar. Oh, Trapper Wolf in the house, ready to go too. Riley Mac, David, YMG, Project Will, Riley Mac, Silent Ninja, Chewy, you feel me? Good morning. What up, Ken Sam? What up, Adrian? How you living? What up, Wookie? Oh, PNC in the house. Peggy, Ian, Juan, Top Flight. Oh, my goodness. And Gary. What's up, baby? What about the Twitch? What about Lynn Sense, Blizzy B, El Coyote, Blowing Doll, Midwest Finest, Realty, baby, Z Destroyer, Mother Liquor, 333, Blazing Bob, Donnie Barco, Feed Me Seymour again, and Stacy Racy. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, Chatadonia. So I hope you're ready for a glorious Tuesday. We got a decent amount of headlines to start off. And like I said, those Fed speakers and reaction to retail sales. And then again, I don't know, man. It's crazy. I had a lot of emails yesterday, too. Y'all, we got to talk about how to react to all of this, baby. There's a lot going on. So let's get it all there. I hope you guys are having a good morning. Maybe go get a water, wake up, like the video, do what you need to do, but the bell goes ding ding in a little bit. So yalla. And here it is. Treasury yields fall after U.S. retail sales report. Treasury yields fell and stocks fluctuated after U.S. retail sales data, with traders also awaiting remarks from a raft of Federal Reserve speakers for clues on the outlook for interest rates. The yield on 10-year treasuries declined 4 basis points to 4.24%. The dollar wavered. S&P 500 futures were little changed. Around 10 borrowers are considering new bond sales in the high-grade primary market Tuesday, according to an informal survey of debt underwriters. This week's projected $25 billion to $30 billion supply was expected to be front-loaded due to the Juneteenth holiday in the U.S. Wednesday. Global investors are likely to keep pumping money into record-hitting stock markets, according to a survey by Bank of America Corp. Answering a question about the asset class that would benefit most from a reallocation of money market funds, 32% of respondents opted for U.S. stocks. Another 19% said the cash would go into global equities, while a quarter of the respondents indicated they would buy government bonds. And there's not much doubt in the market right now to curb the enthusiasm about the U.S. stock rally driven by a small group of tech stocks, but some investors are increasingly looking for the ways to hedge the concentration risk. The Magnificent Seven megacaps have contributed more than 60% to the S&P 500's return this year. The benchmark has reached an overbought territory, but stock market breadth remains very narrow, with only 46% of stocks trading above their 50-day moving averages. The Relative Strength Index, or RSI, spread between market cap and equal-weighted S&P 500 is at its widest since at least 1990. Corporate highlights: NVIDIA Corp. Insiders have sold shares worth more than $700 million this year as the stock continues to push deeper into record territory amid unrelenting demand for its chips. Fisker Inc. filed for bankruptcy on Monday, months after the electric vehicle startup stopped production of its only model, the oft-malfunctioning Ocean SUV. A Boeing company quality inspector alleged that the plane maker mishandled and lost track of hundreds of faulty parts, some of which he said may have been installed on new 737 MAX planes. The latest revelation by a whistleblower pointing out possible misconduct at the manufacturer. Homebuilder Lennar Corp reported better than expected orders, but its forecast for deals in the current quarter missed analysts' estimates. Philip Morris International Inc. stopped online sales of its popular nicotine pouch brand, Zyn, in the U.S. after receiving a subpoena in the District of Columbia related to flavored products that are banned there. NextEra Energy Inc., one of the world's biggest renewables developers, is planning to sell $2 billion of equity to raise money for new energy projects and to pay down its short-term debt. Best Buy Company is gearing up for one of the biggest product launches of the year, artificial intelligence computers. Stocks rise. European stocks rose and U.S. futures were little changed after a rally in large U.S. tech companies drove Wall Street to another record peak. That follows the pattern for much of this year, when big tech has contributed nearly 3/4 of the S&P 500's rally, with NVIDIA alone driving 34% of the gains. Treasuries were steady after falling Monday amid a flurry of high-grade corporate bond sales that exceeded $21 billion. More gains to come. As U.S. equities make new highs, global investors are likely to keep pumping money into the market, according to a Bank of America survey. The poll, canvassing 206 participants with $640 billion in assets under management, showed investors remained the most bullish since November 2021, while long bets on the so-called Magnificent Seven technology behemoths now stand at 69%. Among the most crowded trades in history, the survey said. Dollar nears high. The dollar, meanwhile, is flirting with a new 2024 high as elevated U.S. Treasury yields and investors seeking shelter from political uncertainty in Europe flock to the world's reserve currency. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is a whisker away from levels last seen in November, while the premium paid to hedge against the U.S. currency gaining has risen to the highest level in over a year. Busy day ahead of Wednesday's holiday in the U.S. Traders geared up for retail sales data and a slew of Federal Reserve speakers. At least 7 officials are due to speak over the course of the day, and the focus will be on whether softer data in the past couple of weeks has changed the overriding outlook of any voters. Yesterday, Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia President Patrick Harker said he views one interest rate cut as appropriate for this year based on his current forecast. Goldman warning. Speaking of softer data, Goldman Sachs economists say the U.S. labor market stands at an inflection point where any further softness in demand for workers will hit jobs, not just job openings. Ultimately, the key driver of labor demand is economic activity, and GDP growth has slowed meaningfully, analysts including Jan Hatzius wrote. So despite the Federal Reserve's surprisingly hawkish projections last week, we feel good about our forecast of 2 cuts in September and December, they said. Top overnight news, Elon Musk plans a Venmo-like payments feature for X across the U.S. Documents show users will be able to store money on their accounts, pay other users or businesses, and even buy goods in physical stores. BBG, Australia's central bank kept interest rates at a 12-year high and highlighted sticky inflation, suggesting it'll be some time before it's ready to signal easing. BOJ Chief Kazuo Ueda kept the door open to a possible rate increase in July. BBG down. Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Ueda said the central bank could raise interest rates next month, depending on economic data available at the time, underscoring its resolve to steadily push up borrowing costs from current near zero levels. RTRS. France's corporate bosses are racing to build contacts with Marine Le Pen after recoiling from the radical tax and spend agenda of the rival left-wing alliance in the country's snap parliamentary elections. FTC. Petrobras agreed to pay 19.8 billion reais, $3.5 billion in back taxes, boosting Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva's efforts to balance the budget. BBG, UK grocery inflation declined for the 16th consecutive month to 2.1% in June, according to data that will come as welcome news to consumers hit by the cost of living crisis. FTA, Biden to announce an initiative, twos, whereby undocumented immigrants married to U.S. citizens will be able to apply for legal residency. WAPO B. Apartment rents are starting to firm in several Northwest and Midwest cities, creating complications for the Fed. This is a situation where elevated rates might be helping to fuel inflation by dampening demand for home purchases. J. Last week's benign U.S. inflation data reinforced our view that the Q1 spike was an aberration. Meanwhile, the labor market stands at a potential inflection point where further softening in labor demand would hit actual jobs, not just open positions, and could therefore push up the unemployment rate more significantly. Goldman. I thought there was going to be more. Goldman. There is more. S&P futures little change pre-market Tuesday comes after a risk-on Monday session that saw the 30th record high of the year, helped by select mega-cap outperformance, though few macro catalysts were at play. Treasuries rallying across the curve again, reversing some of yesterday's weakness. Dollar's up by 0.1, gold is up by 0.1, and WTI is flat. Not much change on the narrative as we continue through what is expected to be a quiet week with a few major catalysts. Sentiment remains positive, and the path of least resistance still seems tilted to the upside, though the macro narrative has been flip-flopping over the past few weeks. Today's retail sales report offering some mixed takeaways as market weighs weakening consumer trends and growth concerns with further support to September rate cut odds, but the bullish narrative remains fixed on coming Fed cuts, ongoing disinflation, solid corporate earnings, a resilient labor market, and the AI secular growth tailwind, outsized buyback, and favorable seasonal dynamics. May retail sales headline softer than expected, though control group in line, but prior month revised lower across the board. Weaker spending trends have put resilient consumer narrative under further scrutiny, with treasuries rallying across the curve as sooner Fed rate cut expectations, though early reads said not as bad in the control group print, could offer some support for soft landing narrative. Industrial production also on the calendar this morning, a big day of Fed speak, including New York Williams, who said 3% inflation is not the new normal, and the Fed will get inflation back to 2. Remarks expected from Barkin, Collins, Musalim, Logan, and Goolsby also on tap. Also an auction of $13 billion in 20-year bonds coming after last week's well-received sales. Elsewhere, Bank of America's latest fund manager survey found sentiment is the most bullish since November of 21. Overseas, RBA left policy on hold as expected. Bank of Japan Ueda reiterated possibility of a July hike. Eurozone final CPI in line with 2.6 year over year. Apple said late yesterday that its US BNPL service will no longer offer new loans, but said yesterday it will be offering other types of installment loans this fall. Reuters reported Berkshire B has further boosted its stake in Oxy. Reports Tesla considering rolling out stock-based compensation for high-performing employees. Lennar earnings beat. But backlog was weak and GM guidance underwhelmed. Lazy Boy beat with revenue and guidance better. Viav and Chegg released restructuring plans, and then Fisker declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy. There's more. Citi joins Goldman in Evercore in upgrading S&P 500 year-end target. Goldman sees inflection point for U.S. labor market, sticks to 2 rate cut calls. Bank of America latest fund survey shows global investors will keep pumping cash into global markets. Chinese stocks can surge without property rebound, says top market strategist. Rent increase across several U.S. Northwest Midwest cities pose inflation threat to Fed. China's latest property support helps bigger cities, not so much for smaller locations. Germany June ZEW current situation survey posts first monthly decline since January. New Zealand economy seen emerging from recession but with modest growth. Apple drops its buy now pay later service. EV startup Fisker files bankruptcy. Boeing CEO search hits turbulence. Current CEO to field Senate questions on plane safety today. Sources say Musk plans stock options and grants for Tesla employees. Buffett Berkshire Hathaway boosts stake in Oxy to nearly 29%. Ueda flags possibility of rate hike in July. RBA on hold. ECB lane says sell-off of France's debt does not meet criteria to invoke emergency powers. Bank of Korea says pace of consumer inflation continues to slow, hints at rate cuts by year-end. Analysts say Bank of England is losing over 3 times more on its QE program than the Fed. Central Bank expects global reserves of gold to increase over the next year as the U.S. dollar popularity wanes. Trump and Biden battle for blue wall votes in swing states of Wisconsin. Biden hawkish China stance threatens his administration's clean energy push. New intelligence raises U.S.-Israel concerns about Iranian nuclear program. China tit-for-tat retaliation and anti-dumping investigation into EU pork. French companies more concerned about far left's taxes and spend policies as they seek to court Le Pen. Le Pen party says it needs absolute majority to govern France. Says will be serious on finances to reassure markets. Wow. Look at that. Oh, press the like button. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, Bonnie and Andrea. Woo! Good morning, you guys. So I'm talking about, yeah, man, the like button is great. Hit that. I think we're almost at 1,000. We got some plays, too, baby. So run it up. We still have a little bit more. I already got one? Nice. I thought I didn't have this up. Qualcomm. They're up 3.7. Follow through on TF International. Ming Chi Kuo comments. Micron up 2.9. Added US one list at Bank of America. Dell is up 2.5. Broadcom up 2.2. SMCI up 2.1. Elf up 2.1. Chipotle 2.1. None of these have headlines. KR up 1.7. HPE 1.6. Celsius up by 1.6. CCL up by 1.3. Merck is up by 1.2. FDA approval of Cap Vaxiv Pneumococcal 21 Valent Conjugate Vaccine. LNG up 1.1, upsize repurchase plans and dividend increase. ITCI is up 12.1. Study 502 of lumateperone, 42 milligrams as adjunctive in MDD meets primary endpoint. Lazy Boy up 9.9 off earnings. RKLB up 6.2. Agreement with Synspective for 10 Electron launches. PDCO 5.5 off earnings. ASTS up 3.0 nothing. Lemonade up 1.9. MLGO up 57. MBio up 41. Silk up 23 to be acquired by Boston Scientific for $27 a share. Mesa up 21.2 earnings. Chegg up 18%. Restructuring plan workforce reduction, reiterates Q2 guidance and maintains full year 25 30% EBITDA margin target. Amix up 17, appoints new CEO, reports top line results from first 5 points in ongoing proof of concept human trial. CLNN up 15.1, presents new data of Healy ALS platform. G-Wave up 11.9, OMGA up 10.8, Raymond James initiates outperform. NRIX up 9.4, Edit up 6.7, LICY up 5.2, XPOF UF52, QNST up 4.9, Craig Halliam upgrade, TSHA up 4.2, additional data from reveal trial in Rett syndrome, CGNT up 3.6 off earnings, ADCT up 3.2 nothing, NEE down 4.7 announces intent to sell $2 billion in equity units, Philip Morris down 2.7 suspends sales on Zyn.com following DC AG subpoena, Lennar down 2.6 off earnings, First Solar down 1.7, Janney downgrade, VST down 1.4, VRE down 3.2 commences and then withdraws 10.5 million share offering to terminate 55 Riverwalk acquisition. Novax down 2.8, GME down 2.7, IonQ down 1.9, STI down 68.9, QMQO down 38.9, ZNTL down 28. FDA places partial hold on Denali Tedin study of Azonazerda. CRMT down 6.6 off earnings, Gilt down 6.5, Agba down 4.6, URGN down 4.5, $100 million offering, LPA down 3.6, CMTL down 1.8, obtains new credit facility, and Bitcoin related stocks trading lower. Wow. Wow, Jadadonia. That is a lot there. Oh, wow, we're early. Man, it's only 6:20, so we've gone through the headlines. We do have a couple of plays here. I might use this to go take a pee. I was stretching during the Josh AI. I didn't go to the bathroom, you know. I had to get ready. I got to do the knee lifts. I hope you're ready, man. Like, I'm low-key, like, kind of sweating already. You know, I said you got to get a little pre-workout in there, Chad. So good morning. I hope you liked the video, baby. I hope you're ready for a glorious Tuesday. And remember, the market is closed tomorrow. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram. Like the video. And I'll see you in a little bit, baby. BRB.
Folks, when the Fed announces the rate cut, hopefully whenever, September, December, when they make that announcement at 2 o'clock, at 2 o'clock in 1 second, the REIT sector immediately responds. At 2 o'clock in 2 seconds, when the advisor calls their client to be like, hey, the Fed cut interest rates, it's time to buy REITs, that ship has already sailed. So it's our job to try to educate investors and advisors why it's important to start increasing or positioning towards REITs today for what's inevitably coming down the road tomorrow.
All right, David, great to get some time with you. Thanks so much for coming into the studio here. David Auerbach there of Hoya Capital. His ETF is REIT. RIET, sorry. RIET, so the opposite of REIT.
Because income comes first.
Income comes first. All right, a great pitch there. Coming up, the morning calls, and then later, Invesco's Ben Guttridge joins us, and we'll discuss why he finds European equities appealing, even post-snap election call. This is Bloomberg.
Always the truck ad in the morning, baby. My goodness. City CFO says services is central to connecting businesses. Manufacturing production, that was like 6 minutes ago. My goodness. So, Chadadonia, you have gotten the news. You have gotten the headlines. We got a couple of minutes remaining, so tell me while you're here. I don't know if you liked the video. We're still a little behind there, but tell me what your plays are. What do you have, baby? Post it in the chat. It's game time. Micron calls, AMD puts, Chipotle, CLF calls, TSM, TLT, Stacking Cash, like the video, SPX, X calls, Stacking Tesla, Core Lawn, BTG, GME, calls on the video, Sitting on Hands, Long-Term Deposit, Meds, ASTS, Law and Silver, Long-Term, Spy Scalp, ES, Google calls, GME, Apple calls, Siri calls, JBL, NVIDIA puts, BMY, S&P 7, NQ Futures, Bullish, Along Russell, Core, Sitting on Hands, AMD, Sitting on Hands, Pfizer puts, GME, Apple calls, NVIDIA, Marvel, SMCI, June 24th, AMD, 167.5, GME, long-term UUU, SMCI dip, Virgin Galactic, calls on the like, Starbucks, short NVIDIA, long SMCI, like the video, puts, WWD long, SPY calls, HIMS puts, HIMS, 5700, T-Mobile, Yum China, GME, L Oxy long, Arena, you are getting banned, I love you, ON sell, UAG, VRT long, asset calls, coin put, SQQQ, GME, MURSI, TQQ all day, NVIDIA all day, calls on the likes, puts on the Russell, long-term, TJX long, calls on cash, meta calls, like the video, and NQ long, CL, and the final plays. SPY put, GME calls, TQQ, UAL, and puts on negativity, baby. Amen. Woo. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. All I'm going to be watching here is probably gold today. Again, we had a couple plays, I think gold and gild. That is something I will be watching. But other than that, again, the data here, I thought we'd get a little bit bigger of a reaction, but what you guys saw yesterday, you might see it happen again. Otherwise, it'll kind of like chill out. Again, if it is calm and then starts to break out, I mean, this is the thing. A lot of people are reacting a certain way, but it's like it only takes a little bit to get things going. So watch out for that, but it's going to be very simple. We got a couple of minutes. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be watching oil, too, and then, yeah, that's it. And then guild. So we got, actually, no, I think it's a good time. I think it's a good time, baby. I think it is a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Brah. Welcome in here at the Cult. Before we do anything, before we get it going, it don't matter if it's S&P 500, nothing, it don't matter. We got to pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service, dedication, sacrifice. You have given up a lot that some of us, we can't even imagine yet. We bask in the freedom. We enjoy the benefits. So I hope all of you show this love day in and day out because it's the least we could do. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Tuesday and tomorrow's closed. And we have 7 Fed speakers today. And the SPY is literally break even after the craziness. Yes, and we have a lot. Again, what do they say? It was like the most names under 50-day moving average in the breadth since 1990. Oh, man. How I have so much energy in the morning. Bro, sleep early. Even then, bro, I went to bed at I even was tired this morning. I woke up, I went to bed at 9:15 yesterday. And usually when I sleep really early, I be waking up crazy. But I woke up a little bit groggy today. That's it. And then get some stretches in, water. And that's it, baby. You gotta love this shit. Let's go, baby. So, yeah, man, get some water. Get some water. You're not tired. You're just thirsty. That's the word on the street. Oh, wow. And we have a minute and 24. So if you have any questions, you let me know. You are about, 150? I think not even 150 likes. I don't know. Maybe 10 people could change the likes right here, right now. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. This is right at the line. This is it. This will be the 3rd strike of the month. I don't know how it's going to play out, bro. You got 1 minute, Chattadonia. So let's have a good time here. Post any plays. You need anything from me, you let me know. And remember, tomorrow is a holiday. So it's one thing that the market is getting let up by 7 names. The breadth is completely awful. And that's why it's going to, it comes off a certain way. But you got to really make up your mind right now on this, but understand how the market is when it is like holidays. It moves very slow. So we'll see if that breaks out because yesterday started off slow and then it got absolutely insane. So we will find out. Wow, you are 9 likes away. No exaggeration. 9 likes. Oh, and 20 seconds. Oh, my goodness. Well, good luck, my friends. 15, 14. And then I already told you my plays. I'm not doing anything too crazy. We'll see how it plays out, though. Gold did get a little active. Russell's looking nice. 5 seconds. And you have the likes, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, the buzzer beat. Oh, my gosh. Round 1. Fight. Bro, the Celtics, too? Don't even get me started. Congrats to all my boomers out there. What? How do you... Hit the like button. We did it, baby. We did it. Go work, everybody. Go work. All right, man. Now we're off. Again, a lot of the chip makers already started off in the green. So Broadcom, TSM, and a couple of the others were already up there. So keep that in mind. You got MO. And then Philip Morris. Again, I feel like MO would benefit. It's not related to the whole cigarette industry. Literally, Philip Morris was just selling Zyn flavors in D.C. Justin Timberlake arrested, accused of driving while intoxicated. This early? That had to be. Like, sir, Amazon flushing. Remember, I would focus on those 7 names, though, if you want a little bit of safety in numbers, more or less. And then SPY hasn't moved. Russell barely down. We're actually kind of pinned on everything. So remember, yesterday you had way bigger gaps. Like Russell was down like 0.5, 0.7. So right now everything's kind of within 0.1%. Oh, Newswire, I got you. I got you. Good looks. Good looks. NVIDIA diving. So again, a lot of the other chip makers are up. And then even Intel, if this goes day number 2, that'll be interesting. TSM is also going up. Remember, they had the news yesterday on the prices. Micron got another price upgrade. So literally, I think even from yesterday, last 2 days, has been very, very good data for Micron. A.k.a. people have been pumping it. So we will see what happens. Abivi, that's going up on the high. Adabe, remember Adabe, they got the little lawsuit thing. That was yesterday. Otherwise, they could carry off from the earnings. Bonds are up, too, from retail sales. So just like yesterday, I mean, bonds are up a little bit more than not. Yeah, Intel's doing good. Market on close imbalance, 115 million of the NASDAQ, plus 15 million of the Dow. Magnificent 7 plus 12 million. XOM vertical. Again, Oxy, your boy Buffett, they increased stake to 29%. Adabe is actually up, but it's not moving as much. So, again, let's get the big dogs. NVIDIA, 0.02. AMD's actually down 1. Who was the other one? There was TSM and then Micron. And then Qualcomm. I forgot that one, too. That was a continuation from yesterday's headline. MLGO shares. How many you got? That one was running. That was up 40% for no reason. Again, that was a micro algo. We saw some runs on that during the GME stuff, too. Micron, 52-week high. WDC is also 52-week high, and O on the high as well. Tesla selling. Yeah, they're down 1.5. Again, yesterday they started off good, and then you're up by 0.7. 5477. So not bad. You're about 10 points away from a new all-time high. If it does get crazy, you might be pumping it up here today. So we'll see how that all plays out. Marvel. Again, Intel's going up there too. Marvel, I haven't seen Marvel in a minute, actually. 73. Is it still kind of pinned? Yeah, geez. So Marvel is literally unchanged on the whole entire year. So it's the same price as it was when we started off the year. That's crazy. 3M on the high. Dell was another one yesterday. Yeah, Dell actually, remember I was telling you yesterday above this level, you get above this 145 and hold, there could be upside. And just lately, Dell has been moving like 6-7%. So be careful, because if anything flips from this morning, remember, first like 30 minutes, you may get some back and forth. But if that continues to ride, I would keep an eye on that. Oxy's still going. Let me check where crude oil is at. And then gold is barely up. And Russell's still kind of down. Again, we got out of that. Oil's killing it. Oil's just right below $80 still. Is TSM making another move? And SPY going up. AUK on the high. Coinbase. A lot of the crypto names were down today. So remember, yesterday Coinbase was down 3% too. and then it absolutely rocketed up. So you got to be mindful of that. This thing is actually insane. Where's Uber? Uber and Dash. They're barely. Dash at 112. VidL on the high. So NVIDIA is starting to move. Let me get an Apple up. Oxy's still going. I don't think there's any headlines on Palantir. I could double check, but yesterday it was holding up pretty good. And then what? I feel like latest headline was that government deal. Palantir. NVIDIA, decent pop. At $1. My goodness. ASML. Oh, where's Broadcom too? So again, Broadcom and the rest. Micron still hitting more 52-week highs. Kathy bought Palantir. Yeah, I don't see anything on Palant. SMC, I forgot about that one too. The data came in slightly weaker. I would want to argue status quo, but there was some downside revisions. If anything, the data did lean more negative, but like we talked about yesterday, I said I think the read was going to be hard regardless. I was leaning towards bad data would have a good reaction, but it was just, I think it was borderline neutral. However, we are still going up. And then again, this morning, you woke up with a lot of more chips going higher. Good morning. How you living, Shy Money? And then, yeah, there's NVIDIA again. TSM, I think Micron's the real leader. That's already up 5%. And then even Dell, you're up almost $2 from that level. So if 145 is the key there. If that holds, that'll be good. Oracle on the high. Daniel Garcia, baby, good morning. Is your Pfizer and Fidelity showing up as a wash sale after they paid the dividend? I don't sell any, but it's labeled as a wash sale. I don't think so. I haven't checked, but I don't think it is. Do you have your trading account and your long-term combined? That could be it. Where is Pfizer? Oracle's still going up. Bro, SPY, it's been 6-7 straight green candles. Remember, there is a lower volume. So, again, there's the holiday. But, dude, it's crazy, man. I think yesterday pissed off a lot of people. I think yesterday was surprising. So I don't know. Where's homie who email? I mean, I had like 3 different emails. One person was like, if you don't talk about the market being manipulated, I'm gonna unsubscribe and you don't care. So I hope you're here right now. I blocked your emails. I don't want to email. I don't ever want to hear from you again, because that's not nice. But it's like you gotta. I've been trying to tell you guys how the market is both in summer and at the same time. It's like, dude, if you think this is manipulated, you should not participate. And sadly, the fact is, like, lower volatility or lower liquidity, it only takes a small portion to move the markets. So if you do not want to participate in that, you need to make your decision. But if you feel that it's manipulating, you need to not trade this shit. I think it's very simple, although it's frustrating and annoying, and I could understand that. But if you have to, like, literally, you should get the long term and don't, like, if you know something, if a bird sees a trap being set for it, it does not fly into it. So unfortunately, some of you guys have to get, if you don't like what you're seeing and it feels a certain way, you need to step back. And again, I'm stepping back because I don't like what low liquidity environments are. I don't like how it is right now, and I'm looking ahead because I do better when there's actually real movement and it's not just a couple of trades moving something. So y'all got to figure that out. But I do realize it. Yesterday you guys saw it, how, people got frustrated even when it was going up. Yesterday was wild, bro. Like, that's it. It was very, very wild. So you got to keep your eyes out for all of that. So I hope you guys get it and just be wise. Keep it easy. Be easy. But it only takes a small portion of the market could get moved by a lot less nowadays, and that may hurt you. And if you don't want to trade in lower volume, there's less transactions, you got to either step back or put your helmet on. And get a long term. That's what you need, baby. That's the only way to benefit off of the manipulation. Apple on the low. Yeah, Apple's starting to sell off. So again, I think Apple and NVIDIA, you'll see more market moves depending on how some of these play out. But NVIDIA is still holding Apple down. I saw Microsoft on the low earlier. Yeah, Palantir's still going up. It's weird. AMD, and somebody was asking about AMD. It started a couple of days ago. AMD got a downgrade. So one of the analysts was pretty much saying that AMD isn't going to capture as much gains as people think from the AI stuff. And that's what kind of got it in this little underperformance. So AMD is kind of in its own little world. Remember, AMD was right next to NVIDIA in the beginning. Yeah, Netflix is going for it. It's actually crazy. Someone said it on the Watchlist yesterday. They're like, I remember when the N in FANG used to stand for Netflix. So it's funny because like this used to be one of those major 7 stocks. Surprisingly, people don't talk about Netflix as much anymore. I think it was because of the drop. But then so did Meta. But this is getting kind of nuts there. But yeah, you are going for all-time high on Netflix. You need like $20 more. Or like $18, $19, pretty much $700. I love that comment, bro. I was like, damn, because like that's facts, bro. It used to be your boy Netflix was in there, man. And then yeah, I don't see that wash sale thing, man, on Pfizer. Equal weight's been straight up too. I think today is a little bit better. Oh, yeah. Equal weight's doing way better. So believe it or not, you're getting the equal weight running up more than the actual SPY. AMD data breach circulating. That's what Troy's saying. Keep lookout for that. But that's nuts right now. Bro, you have the So remember, we were talking all about it yesterday. So right now, your big tech stocks are holding the market back. So yesterday, you were hitting all-time highs, and it was just you didn't have everything participating. Right now, the equal weight is up almost 0.5%. That's actually insane. So we'll see how that and it's very early, though. We'll see how the dynamic ends the day, or even as we get to Euro close. A firm going up on the high. High ticker is very active, and it's not just 7 names this time, at least in the short run. Again, Apple's flushing down 0.5. Abivai is waking up. MO is about to go green. Again, Philip Morris had bad news. And then Pfizer, AMD data breach, Intel broker claims theft of employee and product info. And Intel's still up 1-1. Marvel came down. That does that, I feel like, every time. Baba's on the high. So we'll see how long the China plays. Baidu's still in the red. Pinduoduo, that's down today. But, man, their daily chart's still holding. IWM call. Micron going up 5.4. JP Morgan. Citi, too. Again, we're going to hear from Citi on Thursday. They even had some update this morning as well. Let's go gold. Is it climbing up? I want to see. Yeah, it's chilling. 0.21. Oil just hit above 80. So that one's starting to move. We'll see. Where's the other one? Guild. There's one more biotech, too. Spot on the low ticker. Mara's on the high. Again, crypto names were smashed this morning, but see if they start going up there. Drop on dollar. Bro, it's crazy. The dollar, I mean, we are approaching highs on the dollar a little bit. I think if you check UUP, or not UUP, the actual like DXY, we are at an interesting spot there. So we'll see where that's at by September. Oh, Boeing CEO is getting grilled by Congress. I don't know what time. It may be on now or in a little bit. Exxon on June 17th. The judge dismissed as moot ExxonMobil's action against Arjuna Capital. Oil, Nvidia chilling. Bonds holding up too. Again, that's the gap right now. Russell's actually the leader on the day, and then NASDAQ down. So again, in a weird way, today those 7 stocks are holding you back just to start off. It's only been 15 minutes, so don't take that as set in stone because that could all shift. Gold rips fake. Gold has been chill for now, man. I'm telling you. If you guys have witnessed some of the other gold plays, like I'm actually surprised. It's hugging these levels pretty good, considering that you just had rate cuts and French. Like again, if you're playing on a big contract, I mean, these swings are $1,000 at a time. But if you pull out the chart, man, I mean, this thing since 2 Fridays ago, you've kind of been pinned. So the fact and then I think even before that too, it still was pinned at like another level. Then you had the 2400 push. So you've been getting these moves, but sadly, I mean, the last month and a half, it has been on a downtrend. If you guys see it, it's like go down, bounce back up, then sell off, hit a block, and then chill. Baba, big pop, but keep watching it. We'll see. Again, I'm still in that play. ASX, Oracle, City still going up. It's a decent one. Baba, big pop. So about 10 cents, not bad. But all the actually not all of them, but a couple of China names are green, and then the leader Pinduoduo selling off. You're in the sell. Josh will go. Oh, you shorted it. Either. I mean, honestly, I don't. I think it's just, this is what I've been talking about. It's going to bounce around and move. So, like, I think even then, I'm on the long side. It goes down on me. It comes back. I think you're going to get a little bit of that. But that's why I've been saying, I don't know if you were there on the Thursday watch list. We were talking about just, like, the maneuverability with gold. If you keep the play small, then you're going to be, like, as long as you're not going big on the first one, it's going to be easy to position because if, like, gold sells below the 2,300, I like your idea of the downside because if it does break that 2,300 and really flushes, there's a lot of downside on gold. However, just like the last couple of months, if it kind of is stubborn and then rockets back up, I mean, you're gonna also have $50, $75 swings. So I think position small, and that way you could average in and out of it. That's the best way, in my opinion, to go about it. Otherwise, gold is just going to keep doing the dance. And then SPY right at VWAP. So, again, a lot of names are going up right now, the irony of this. So it doesn't look like the index is doing much, but your equal weight is still outperforming. It has calmed down a little bit after that drop, but we will see. Scared of the tech calls. I mean, again, too, I mean, here's the part of, like, even what we talked about yesterday. Like, those 7 names are doing a lot of damage. That 7 names are pretty much the entire market. I feel like I said it yesterday, safety in numbers, like, that's where the liquidity's at. Even if people aren't even selling, like, you're getting more activity there. If we're talking about there not being a lot of activity around there, you want to focus on those areas, but, like, low-key, do you understand, like, all these people, when you're like, who the F is buying this? It's hedging. You go to the main one, and then you hedge it. That's it. People are going long on NVIDIA, buying their puts, and vice versa, or they're shorting the stock and then buying the calls to hedge it. It's like that is the focus when it's all said and done. So if you want to keep your focus, I would look towards that and see. Otherwise, just don't forget, it doesn't take much to make bigger movements here, and we saw a really big crash course on that one yesterday, because yesterday was wild how it just took off. Oracle 52-week high. Yeah, it chilled out the other day, and now it's getting back to the post-earnings moves. You're playing SPY, but went back to NVIDIA because you saw the watch list. Hey, man, I hope it helps, honestly. I hope it makes it a lot easier because at that point, I mean, you're better off with the pure play than the other, instead of letting the other 400 get to you. I like that. Can't go very far with your foot and gas on the brake. Well, that's why you got to make sure the hedges make sense. Or again, I mean, I can't stress it enough. You don't have to participate. I know, and especially, during a summer session, and I know everybody wants to make a move, but, you got to kind of chill out a little bit too. Like, there's nothing, it's kind of crazy how chilling out is a difficult option. Don't let it get to the point where the only time you want to chill out is if there's no money, versus kind of if it's not the right setup and there's certain things there and you don't like how it's playing out. I mean, a little bit of patience can go a long way. Oracle's still going. Marvel flushed. Baba on the high. Intel's still holding. NetEase on the high too. Adobe's going up. Apple is not doing as well. NVIDIA breaking out now. Hi. So this one's weird for the big names because you have NVIDIA ripping, Apple selling off, and Microsoft. But Microsoft's like break even. And then again, the rest of the market, the other 493 are doing good. I'll get you the checkup here in a little bit. Gold is breaking a little bit, breaking to the upside. And then oil keeps running, man. Long-term summer sounds like a nice sock. I do like long-term summer. That sounds just glorious. I could picture being in a convertible, driving on the beach, and then the long-term summer. I don't know. We might have to make a song. AMAT really high. Switch to the U contract, kind of wild. It's at 555. Damn, U September, huh? Yeah, ZQU and then that's crazy. And that's why somebody was like, did the futures gap up 100 points? They're depending on your broker, it should have shifted to the next month contract. Oil usually does go up in the summer. I mean, it's ironic though because there's a lot of things going on with oil, but even then, the last 48 hours, Biden said he would dump the SPR again, and then this thing went up. Uranium, I don't know how it's doing. I don't know if it goes on today. UUU's up, but there is a energy conference for JP Morgan that's happening, or at least it was yesterday. It might go into day 2 today. Let me see. But that could affect uranium there. Pfizer looks good today. Boeing on the low. Pfizer's just going to look good to dump. It loves doing this. But then again, Intel, I thought Intel was going to do that yesterday, and then Intel took off. I was actually surprised. So it was like Intel, I thought that little green yesterday was going to fade. Yeah, JP Morgan Power and Renewable Conference. No, that was yesterday, though. So I don't know if it goes into day 2. Actually, no, there is one today. Cortera is going to be presenting GEV at 6:10. PSX, Air Products. There's also an international conference for Powdermet. And then HP also has Investor Relations Summit. Interesting. Check HPE. Remember, they just had earning. Yeah, they're already up 3-2. Low key, they may get something here today. I don't know. Let me check if there's any headlines from that event. Retail sales did decent. They came in slightly lower, and then there was a lot of revisions downward. Borderline status quo, but it wasn't anything. It wasn't a hot miss or beat, but I do think the market took it well, and then again, every time they're like, well, the consumer's weak, so that means that we got to watch out for the consumer resilience theme. And then they're like, oh, but some data shows that the soft landing is there. Yeah, HPE, honestly, that one could be decent. So I don't know. I kind of want to play it, but I don't. If you really want a gamble ahead, they have an event today, but they're already up 3. That could be an interesting one. Keep an eye on HPE for the rest of the day. See how that one goes. NVIDIA pop. But you can't stop. Oil's still going too. Bro, the Nasdaq's at 20,180. At least on the futures. That's crazy. Remember yesterday we were like, wow, it hit 20,000 on the NQ. That's at 20,100. Adobe. Let's sell the news. It just depends. Usually it is. If they do, again, HP's just coming off of good earnings and then riding the chip hype. But I definitely kind of agree with you on that. A-Win halt up. The NASDAQ over the last 18 months almost up over 60. Yeah, it's insane. I mean, I don't know if it is, though, what's it called? I think crypto is the number one performer, though. Like, year-to-date from January, it is up. So, I mean, 16, you went up 4,000. It's a decent amount on the NASDAQ or the NQ, but literally, crypto is the winner this year. Believe it or not, every single report. And then banks are ripping. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, Dell Fire, baby. What's going on? What flag is that? Is that Puerto Rico or am I tripping? AMD, NVIDIA pop. Again, banks all moving up there. So literally JP Morgan, Citi, they're all like running. Dominican. Oh man. I was close. I knew it was Dominican. It came out as Puerto Rico. Josh, let's be real. January $50 puts on the NVIDIA. I mean, here's the deal. One day, NVIDIA is going to get its knees taken out. Okay? I just don't know when. That's the problem. Unfortunately, that it's not a matter of some people brought this up on the watch list yesterday. Reversion to the mean. It's gonna happen eventually. It's like, and I'm not saying it'll get its knees taken out and stay there, but when it's all said and done, it is gonna have like a Bitcoin moment. Even Bitcoin fucking did it. So it's equal and opposite reactions. But at the same time, I don't know when. So although it's like $50 put for January, it's like we don't know the time. That's why I'm trying to tell you guys, like, until we break out of this golden path trend, nothing is happening. That is the sad part. So it's like the market has unless you run into an external shock, unless there's something that disrupts the pattern for now, or not even the pattern, the golden path. This idea and this status quo of following the narrative and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody is just really looking for inflation to come down and Powell to cut rates. That's it. And as long as the economy is not going down, that's why I'm saying I personally, I don't do good in this environment. Why? Because it's not really reacting to what it usually reacts to. And because it's a broader view. So even NVIDIA, until that earnings changes, until the market changes and people don't have automatic money to buy the dip and do all of that, it's just like, it's very hard to say. But one day it will. When the trend and real volatility emerges, I think the downside on NVIDIA will be very juicy. But at the same time, you could lose a lot of money chasing it. Y'all don't remember how many conversations we had in January of 23, and then NVIDIA went up to like 275 pre-split, and again, people were like, "Oh, I'm shorting it." Bro, it was crazy if you really think about it, and it's just like, and it's the same idea. NVIDIA was already up hundreds of %, and they're like, "It's coming down, and it's like, yeah, it will eventually, but if you try to put a date on it, until like the broader stuff changes, you could lose a lot of money leading in. It doesn't have to come down until things actually change, whether it's individually with the company and the earnings, or the actual just market and volatility does really return versus the other stuff. So get ready after OPEX and holiday. People looking for a boring summer. They haven't done the regime work. Probability is we keep having good movement like the last 6 months. Lower probability we consolidate until October. I highly doubt that. So you think it's going to be crazy for the summer? I think it could go either way. I think it's going to be still lower volume and liquidity. So like I've been saying, I don't think the low liquidity means that we don't do anything. I think it could go shoot up, shoot down, but I still think it's going to be heavy concentration, and I don't think we're going to really it's not going to be a broadening out of anything. Barking and getting ready to bark. Yeah, July too. I don't know if you guys remember, July was insane last year, and it was already into the run-up. And then July is hot, man. July's usually a good month. So we've seen some very big rallies in July as well. And everything, I mean, it's lining up with it. But unfortunately, like I'm saying, I don't think the concentration is going to change. And then bonds took a little flush there. God bless either way. Oh, but I was saying clarify a little bit, though. What are you, like, saying specifically, though? That's it. Not, she's like, God bless. I thought we were talking. Tesla, I think it's a cool company. I just wouldn't buy it for the long term, and it's part of the Mag 7, ironically. You know, this one kind of is one of those names, but it hasn't really moved. It kind of looked like Marvel has not gone anywhere. Fitch assigns residential mortgage securities. I forgot about that. I think it is. It's one of the worst performers on the S&P. So it's a big decline on this year for Meta. It's kind of sad. And then gold is holding up. Oil's running, man. 80.39. Tesla and Nvidia are my biggest positions in my long term. That's what's up, man. Hopefully you got a good buy on them. And then just, that's it. If growth is leading, balance it out with the divvies. Tiger. What's that? T-I-G-R. If oil's running for no reason. No, I mean, oil is just, it's a mix of everything going on. Summer, the OPEC stuff wasn't that bad after people sold it off 6%. And then literally, ever since I told you, there was that, I can't believe I waited that long and I didn't grab it, and we already had it earlier, but that risk premium stuff we were talking about, that hit. That really, really hit. But I do think if the higher gold goes, the cheaper oil gets, if that makes any sense. So and then like even the bond yields, if we start getting all those other things moving and they start moving way more than oil is going to be still attractive. Yeah, you have 7 Fed speakers today. Fed Barkin might be on right now. I'm not too sure. Yes, going for highs. It's crazy. NASDAQ barely red. Russell came down. Russell was the leader. Dell popping again. That's still going. But now Dow Jones is the leader of the day, ironically enough. Equal weight has chilled out. So now equal weight and SPY are almost matched up. So that little morning effect may not have legs. And then SPY just, dude, you're 6 points off of the high. So you're just chilling here, though. And then again, some names, it's crazy because you got a couple of chip names up like 4 or 5%, TSM, 52-week high, Dell, all that. Excuse me. 10 Eastern for Barkin. Melly on the high. Snapchat going up. ARM. Oh, wait, I think Barkin's on CNBC. That's where it says he's going to be.
And slower at this point?
Yeah, I think on a real basis, we're down about 1 year on year. Core down a few tenths. BMO's out with a note saying, put this together with what we're getting in the labor market last couple of weeks, and September is looking a little more likely.
Oh, wait, no, that's a different one. Let me see. But yeah, we have 7 of these fools today. At the Pedro de Costa virtual discussion with Pedro de Costa. I don't know where that's at. Head of policy for the Americas. It's Forbes reporter. SMCI on the high. That's starting to go. Again, Dell already taking off. And then SPY, Lil Chicle. Bitcoin dropping again. Representative Thomas Keene just disclosed the purchase of BD stock, BDX, medical device company. Company spent $872 on lobbying last quarter, which is the highest quarterly spending you've ever seen from them. Fed barking, we are clearly on the backside of inflation. Or is it? A firm dump. Good morning, Mark. How you living, baby? Happy Tuesday. It's so crazy. I mean, it's going to be weird that we get a day off tomorrow. SPY popping now. Fed barking. Hard to know how much signal to take from inflation last year or this quarter or the last couple of weeks. Adabe going up, as well as Dell, too. That one keeps running. Even TSM, 52-week high. So even from the morning, NASDAQ went green here, too. But literally from the morning, it has been majorly chips minus like AMD. And then I think Marvel flipped red. No, that's still green. Intel's about to go red after that even bounced too. Fire erupts at NVO building in Copenhagen. Oh, no. They already don't have a lot of... You kind of got a little chicle off of that. Keep watch on that. I don't know how that one's going to play out. Not play the mob bills. No, I don't know, man. Wait, where is it? Are they Denmark or Netherlands? Isn't it like safe there? Like, I don't know. Aren't they a little chiller? PayPal under. I like it. I like PayPal. So I'm going to wait a little bit because like PayPal, I mean, I always wait for it. It's not like I want it, but in the sense of like it's not my number one choice, even though we have it. But it's more or less going to be, hey, if everything else kind of gets a certain way and we can't like, again, even if Intel pops and any of the other names I want go up and it's like relatively this is lower, I'm down to grab it. Because we only have one deposit on it. But in the meantime, I mean, I'm not going to, like, it's not my number one pick. And I still need to get dividends. So, but PayPal is good for the growth section. But I do need dividends in the sense we're still like $700 off of our goal, our dividend goal. Autodesk on the high. Were they the ones with news? The activist? That was yesterday, I think. You're thinking selling PayPal to go to Intel? Well, that is a different long-term strategy than I have. Once I put it in, I don't move it. EW said the mole takeover of ATRC. Watch, EW might get clapped because they're already bad if they're going to buy somebody. Oh, this thing's like at the low. That could be decent. ATRC. Let's see. Atracure. That only just looks like one volume push. You're hearing that's fake? I mean, why'd you post it then? Within 10 seconds. Wait, what do you mean? So never mind, I guess. That's not cool. Post that with the headline if that's what you believe or if that's what you heard, man. So I'm saying that one, the volume, it just looks like a pump and dump. But that one has a lot of value if it did go through. But I don't think, again, that's what Troy's saying. So watch out for that. And then NVIDIA is still climbing. Autodesk. And then Snap 2, man. I don't know why this thing. Again, 17, it starts to go nuts. I've had this up here for a little bit too long. Oh, that's Snapchat. I've been getting a lot of Snapchat questions lately. I don't know what it is. I feel like, I don't know. Do you guys like Snapchat again? So I haven't bought it since 2020, but like we talked about yesterday, I think the ad stuff could be good if it changes around. But like, I'm not trying to really buy anything like crazy with it. Like, I'm not trying to add to it. Fed barking. I didn't get confidence in Q1 this year about inflation. We'll see where we go. Fed barking, this month's inflation reading was very encouraging. Fed barking on the good side. I hear pricing power is waning. And then Fed service, I still think firms exploring raising prices as much as possible. Fitch says U.S. banks are increasingly using insurance as key mitigant against growing climate-related issues. Make Snap great again. Snap is the most popular social media right now. Is that true? You want to post fan? No, I feel you. It's okay, but try. I mean, that one usually, that was just quick, man. So like both of them, like it went hand in hand. No worries. Arm starting to break out. And NVIDIA, if that goes round 2, I mean, it's getting weird now. It's hard to tell which ones are lagging and leading here because, like I'm saying, Equal Weight and SPY have matched up now. Actually, Equal Weight's lower. So switch gears. Everything faded now. So all of the other names that opened up green. So now SPY is outpacing, and then you have NVIDIA up almost 2%, and then even ARM's up 2 as well. So that might start moving a little bit. Equal weight, they did flip. Literally, equal weight went down and the Nasdaq went green. So earlier it was reversed. Nasdaq was red, everything else was ripping, and now you're not like moving. You could see how you're pinned, but everything has flipped all around. You think J&J will ever come back? Yeah. Why? I mean, J&J is a good company. They obviously have like liability. Like, here's the deal. If 3M is still alive, I think J&J will find a way to come back. So, again, its value, it's still honestly not that bad of a price. The spinoff thing is a little different, but it's J&J is not. I mean, it's going to be a value play, but I don't think that thing is going to, like, disappear on all the ETFs we've been seeing as of lately. What do you, what do you got for me? Fed barking, need to see sustainment and broadening in disinflation to give me confidence we are heading back to 2%. Apple discontinued the pay later, just like the one they offered specifically through them. So they are giving, what was it? They're trying to, they're incorporating Affirm and, 4 other things. But, yeah, that's why Affirm had that move. And then ARM is still breaking out, bro. NVIDIA, that one's leading a lot. Your confidence in J&J wasn't misplaced. No, I mean, I love the company, man. It's a great company. Again, just like I like that it's lower too, but, welcome to value land, especially when, market breadth is as bad as it is today. It might underperform. And again, if it's out of favor on Wall Street, has liability, there's risk in that. And it's going to be there. But, like, this is the age-old company of J&J. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think your long-term route is good. There's a lot of good things about the company, but I'm not necessarily like, I wouldn't, just don't be overly confident, if that makes sense. But I don't think your confidence is misplaced. What you're saying, why are we seeing more ETFs popping up off of new ones? Any reason why? Is it because of concentration names? Well, I mean, there's also money too. Like people, like right now, like a lot, I think the biggest wave of ETFs lately, it has been those single stock names, like the NVIDIA L, the Amazon L, all of those. It's been attracting a lot of people. And, if you get people who want to trade certain leverage strategies or have the work done for them, it's attracting a lot. But I just think there's a lot of money out there. And that's why all these ETF people are trying to, get that 0.5, 1% off of it. Because people like ETFs. ETFs are easy. Imagine, like, even then, the one we saw yesterday, the diabetes one, just, like, think about it. Why even try to play, if you don't want to pick out the stocks and you don't want to go back and forth with which is which, I mean, you could just go and grab an ETF and call it a day and get your exposure. And as long as it's not a single stock ETF, it should have like diversification and more safety. So that is something that people go to as well. But just like anytime there's a lot of money all around, you're gonna watch new offerings. Again, that's how we got into SPACs and shit like that. I like Lulu, but I like Ulta better. I know they're different, but I think their charts are almost exactly the same. I brought this up like a week or two ago. I like Ulta a lot. I might even want to buy more Ulta, but like their charts are exactly the same. So give or take, I think Ulta did a little bit better at one point, and then they matched up. But I feel like they kind of have the same market. I think Ulta's market is broader. But I like Ulta a lot better. But then again, both of them are like very similar in the sense of like their valuations have skyrocketed recently. They went up a lot. They recently went down like 40, 50% or something. And now you're still above their like highs from their lows of a couple years ago. But it's still off of the highs by a decent amount. I have heard that the indexing is causing to the concentration. Or people are saying that as we get ready for it, but when it's all said and done, it's like I don't even think there's anything crazy. You don't even need like a technical reason. It just everybody is just buying those names. The AI wave has taken over. Barkin says that hiring rate has dropped a lot. Watching closely to see if acceleration in the layoff rate. But it's just like, bro, the NVIDIA stuff drew in a lot of money. Mix that in with the idea of the rate cuts and soft landing and all of that. And like we talked about it yesterday, but it's just like, this is a market where people, they have witnessed over the last couple of years a lot of crazy stuff. And some of these names, they have all like they've withstood. So you got to think about it. High interest, COVID, high interest, and all bank failures, everybody every single time went to these certain tech stocks. And what happened? It protected you. Whether there was volatility, but your money went up, it stayed in there and then did its thing. And that's what's getting a lot of people, even this time around. It's like that's why all the other names are going down too. You're watching $700 billion in value on 493 names, and 7 are gaining $2 trillion. Because 5 of those 7 people have witnessed in the craziest environment, bought them, and it ignored everything that was going on. So that's a good Or that's a really reinforcing idea if you really think about it. I would buy NVIDIA for the long term after waiting. So not now at these prices. You know, we had a great opportunity to grab it, and we grabbed other things instead, which, you know, you might kick yourself for, but eventually I would just wait till it comes down. You think Biden will save Fisker? No, it wasn't. Fisker is just cursed, man. That company has gone BK like 6 times or something. It's ridiculous. So I don't think it really has to do with any of the politics there. FDA issued warning letter to Dollar Tree for its stores continuing to have adulterated apple cinnamon fruit puree pouches. What? Dollar Tree? I'm not going to lie, though. I saw one of those Fiskers, and it looked cool. Like, it actually looked cool. Like, it looked like a baby Range Rover mixed with, like, Megatron or something. Like, I don't know. It was really weird. I don't know what the unadulterated apple slice cinnamon pouches are. I ain't never had those in my life. The Oceana. It's like a little, like, crossover SUV. No, yeah, like, I never liked the pictures, but I saw one in real life, and I was like, yo, that thing's pretty fly. Dell's still going, bro. $6 above that 145. So there you have it. And then NVIDIA's still holding. SPY went a little lower, so did VWAP, but it's doing a little dance. Get a long term. It's 7 stocks. It's 7 stocks. The volume, pretty low. 5 million, and we are an hour in. So we got 8 more minutes, but last time we were at, like, I think yesterday we were at 7 million. And here's the irony. The volume has been so low so consecutively that the 2-week average of volume is dramatically lower. So even yesterday it came in lower than the 2-week average, which was already pretty tiny. So in a weird way, the market's kind of getting, you know, the average, starting to average very low volume. Let's see. Oh, did that fix it? GME Popper. Again, Barkin, consumer spending remains solid. That one's older. Is that a new headline? I thought that was early. Oh, I guess 7:20. No, yeah, it was like 3 minutes ago. I just read that one too. INSM. Oh no. Oh, Mike. I think it's tripping out. ARM still going, 165. And then Dell again. DraftKings on the high. High ticker, I don't know. It's balancing out. HPE, another 52-week high there again. They have that investor conference today too. And then Equal Weight gave it all up. But actually, Equal Weight and SPY are matched up. NASDAQ is back to red. Marvel had the AI hype, and then it faded. But, like, it's like in the weird middle. So, in the beginning, they were, like, right next to NVIDIA. And their earnings did go up, but they just stopped beating expectations. So, they're still growing, and they had, like, a big increase because of AI. But it's not going above and beyond what analysts are expecting. That's why the stock, literally, from January to today, we're just looking at it. It is just chilling. Oh, and then, dude, and Chad, so YouTube, I don't know if you're on Chrome, But if you have third-party cookies disabled, that might be some of your chat issues. Because my thing wasn't working that good, and then I just turned that off, and now it's working very, very smooth. GME. Everybody in the GME. Smooth day. SPY going lower. So 5477. I guess technically that was a little gap right there. We closed at 5472 yesterday. Hot dog. Fed barking. I was very supportive of last week's policy decision. Trifigura proposes share clawback for employee confidentiality breaches. Fed barking choppiness in data since last year means that the path ahead on policy is not clear. Young Barkin again. I forgot who's next. You have Susan Collins at 11:40, so in like an hour. But Barkin's still going. I don't think there's a live feed of Barkin. Chewy. That's up 10%. Yeah, 9.4. AMAT's still going. Abivi on the high again. I mean, Abivi's getting to it. Remember, 170 used to be a huge level for Abivi. That was like the breakout point several times. Let's go. Get back up to the 180s, little bro. SPY right below VWAP. Yeah, ARM's at 165 again. You got Dell going up there on the high ticker. That's it, bro. It's already up 7. Oracle up. That's another 52-week high. Again, a lot of the chips today. That started from the morning, and it's still going. I mean, we have what? We got another hour till Euro close. Yeah, TLT is still in the green. I mean, it was green from the morning, gave up a little bit. At least the bonds are holding. Remember, yesterday was bad on the bonds. That was the crazy part, because yesterday yields shot back up, but then the market really, really wanted to do good. Oh, man, I'm sitting down. I forgot. I stand up. It's been an hour. Don't worry, we're going to do push-ups in another hour, but yeah. Bop, 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 bop. Abivi still. Hims is on the high. And then micro algo resume trading. If you're into the MLGOs. Yeah, Hims is up 5, bro. Again, Hims moves a lot, but that one's actually crazy. Damn, MLGO's down 17. Holy shit. Bro, that thing was up 47% in the AM, and it has only been an hour. Scammers. Coinbase, they're coming back up. Coinbase recovered about 2%. And then Pinduoduo, that was on the low in the morning. See where it's going up. Snapchat owner on Tuesday announced latest iteration of generative AI that will allow users to see more realistic special effects, fill themselves as it seeks to stay ahead of social media rivals. Is that why it was up today? I mean, yesterday it did good too. I have never used the Snapchat AI. I mean, I barely use Snapchat. Maybe that's a first place to start. Fed barking, we will learn a lot more over the next several months. And Oracle alone, NVIDIA is still holding. SPY just hugging VWAP, man. And like I was telling you guys, I mean, it sucks because yesterday we started off very slow and then it turned crazy out of nowhere, but there is a day off tomorrow. So I don't know. It's like I feel like we're kind of moving like a holiday session right now. Dell is insane, but like we've seen it. We were talking about the 145 yesterday and this morning, and it broke, pulled back one time, didn't go any lower, it went right below it, and then just took off. You had one double dip on that if you really wanted it. And then gold trying to climb back up. Oil, man. Oil's at 80.50. Stock market is not open tomorrow. No, it's Juneteenth. Federal holiday. And then bonds, 0.17. ENVX. Oh, I'm on the Chad. That one's on the high. I meant to type that in. Yeah, ENVX popping. 1240, kind of a decent move. Alling. Futures, I think it'll be closed until like nighttime. So like I think the session into maybe at like 3. So it might be closed tomorrow, and then at like 3 they might open up. I got to double check, but the rest of the world is trading. So that's what's going to be weird about it, because anytime we have our own holiday and then everybody else is doing stuff, I mean, it kind of creates a weird effect. So that is something you're going to have to think about, because Europe's going to be, I think even Bank of England is having an action on Wednesday as well. Futures is half day. Nice. Oil's still going up, man. So both oil and gold, but oil's up 1%, man, after last. Dude, that's crazy. 2 weeks ago, remember, oil was not making moves like this unless it was to the downside, but that has strung together a pretty decent one. Oh, is your birthday tomorrow? Wow. Happy birthday, winning. 47. Oh, no. We won't be here tomorrow, so I got to give you that horn, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Cheers to another year. And long term. Coin. Yeah, coin's trying to move back up. Arms on the high. Arms. That'd be weird if it was arms. Arm on the high. And then Pinterest going up there too. But yeah, bro, ARM 167, kind of nuts. And then you already got a lead with Dell. So 7. Broadcom came down, interestingly enough. SMCI's up 5. So look, bro, you have some names really moving. It's crazy, though, because, like, some of these dude, these are 7%, 5%, 6%. These are kind of decent-sized names, but Microsoft down, Apple down, like, it's not letting the index move. So you got to be on the right spot. It's either you're in the chips or not. If it's not a chip play, I mean, it's probably not moving. MNY, previous mover going to the Phillies game versus the Padres. Oh, man. You know, I think we kind of have a rivalry, Phillies and Padres. Anytime the Padres, like, get somewhere, I feel like what's it called? I feel like the Phillies just beat them. And then I think we beat them once, too. Chewy, I have no idea. I think it's just going up. I want to say there was something on Chewy the other day. HPE going up again, too. So I don't even think the event has started. I don't even have any headlines on that. Chewy customer experience gets worse again? No. They got a price target raised the other day, but that's it. Otherwise, I don't see anything on Chewy. Why is it hard to hold cash? You want wash, but I want ownership? What? I got the first part. Fed Barkin, it is a fair question of how restrictive we are. You want cash, but you want ownership. is good. I mean, if it's in long term, just make sure it's good, and at the same time, make sure it's not too impulsive. In a weird way, it's everybody wants to shoot the basketball. Sometimes you got to know when to not shoot it. So it's a balance, but that's kind of the skill of learning to manage the money when it's all said and done. And that's why I'm saying, even then, on a trading level, I think you're talking long term, but even on a trading level, like I'm saying, man, I think this environment, it's probably even going to test some people, because you got to either decide, like, if you want to get involved in it or not. And, you're going to watch. If you're watching, you will get tempted, especially when you, like, dude, there's, like, the new normal in a weird way is like 10%, 5%. You're watching huge moves. So you got to kind of find that balance. You see the headline on Bowen? They're having the Senate thing. And then ARM 52-week high. I got that one in the bottom right. ARM, Dell, SMCI, HPE. Bro, a lot of chip movers today. Fed Barkin scenario where one rate cut, then hold may be sensible. Just one? He said it's a strong sense that we are at restrictive level. So see, if the market likes that, you'll get a reaction a little bit. We still got 6 more speakers too, but you got like another hour 10. We've been here for a little bit over the hour. I think volume is slightly lower than yesterday on the SPY. Yes, you're about 1 million shy of the volume you were doing yesterday. Procter & Gamble on the high right now. Airbnb. Yeah, they came back up, right back up to 150. Hims on the high too. Gold is moving up, or is that just the ETF? Yeah, gold stock, and then oil hit another high. Yeah, Coin Mara. I mean, if the crypto names started weak, they did that yesterday, and then ended up going nuts. But I mean, coin's already recovered a lot. Even Mara, that's actually back to the green. Hut. CLSK as well. All of them are on the high. There's like 4 crypto miners going up right now. And then Microsoft and Apple still kind of in the gulag. SPY right at VWAP. Bonds are catching a bid, but they're right where they opened up at. Russell is back to being the leader on the day, and then the Dow flipped. So it's literally if Dow goes green, Russell comes down, and then vice versa. The best place to store gold and silver. Have you ever seen the movie Vegas Vacation? You should take like tin cans and bury it in your backyard. But that's a joke. Ideally, just in a safe or somewhere safe. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to keep it safe. Some people offer they offer gold storage, but then again, like, you're paying somebody, you have to pay a fee for it. And I mean, if you ever needed your gold, I mean, you have to go and retrieve it. So you got to just find a place to store it and keep it safe. ARM 170. Honestly, you should put it in a Bible. Nowadays, I mean, first of all, people don't like to read. And then no one's going to steal your Bible. Heathens, you know what I'm saying? First one was gold. Second one was silver. Speaking of which, gold just took a couple candles down. Started rereading Proverbs yesterday. Good work, baby. May you be blessed. Cisco partners with Taiwan to combat cyber threats. PayPal. I mean, it could if your portfolio needs growth, PayPal could be there. I talked about it. I like PayPal, but I want to wait. I'm very patient in the sense that I want to see where things end up relatively. I still have a deposit. That's the crazy part. Remember, I grabbed Intel, and that was a mix of both growth and dividend, but I'm kind of waiting, sitting and seeing because there's not. Pfizer's still higher. MO is still higher. I do want dividends. So, but then it would be nice to get some growth. So if everything really takes off by like end of summer or something and PayPal is still lower there, I mean, I'm probably going to take PayPal. Crude rises $1 a barrel. Oh, I haven't looked at Tessie today. It was down in the morning, and it's still going lower. They're down 2. AI, C3, AIO, whatever. That's on the high. Comcast is waiting for you. The stock? I don't think I'd ever buy Comcast. I don't really like telecom and like some of those like internet providers and stuff. Hey, we got AT&T and even that shit. But I'd rather. There's so many other value names. It's not a bad company. I just don't really add those to my portfolio. The range of the day is tiny, although I would like to have an idea. This is how we started yesterday. You guys don't remember? So 20 minutes from now. Yesterday felt exactly the same, a little bit higher and a little bit lower on the range, and then we took off. So unfortunately, it's hard to say, but if we break past the highs, 54.88, then we could probably hit 5,500, or we'll hit like 54.97 and come down, and then pretty much you have 54.80 to 5,400 to the downside. Just kind of depends. We don't really have any events. We just have 6-7 other Fed speakers on the way. Barkin has said a lot, but the market hasn't really reacted to him as much. You have to retire the amor fati. No one in this hemisphere really identifies the Latin. It hurts too much to listen to anyone that's that. What do they say? They say, hey, Mr. Fat, amor fat? Amor fat? Hey, amor fat, fatty Trav. They would just start calling you Fatty Trav, I feel. Hey, Fat Trav. No, what? Yeah, hey, fat Trav. Have we ever had Boba Fett? Oh, I love Boba Fett. Is that the Boba? Yeah, or is that Star Wars or the little, what is it? The little bubbles. Oh, okay. Have a good one. A good day. Micron. Yeah, that's the other one. Add that to the list of Dell and ARM. Dude, they went crazy, but then once again, you have at least 4 chip names up 5 to 10%, and the SPY is like break even, and the NASDAQ 0.05. Again, Microsoft and NVIDIA is actually up. You would think that'd have a bigger effect, but everything else, your Microsoft, Apple, like they're coming down. Even Netflix only 0.5% right now. So you're seeing it in real time. Very interesting start considering that the equal weight was leading, and then that faded literally after 10 minutes. And HPE came down. Oh, where's Disney? You're going to get an update there on the Inside Out stuff, I think either this week or next week. But Disney's going to be shit till earnings probably. They better do good. I mean, Rite Aid's still in the BK process. I think they have a route that they could get out of it, but I don't until that happens, I don't think any of those movements are like real. GH on the high. OLED. Tesla's selling off now. So Tesla's down 2.5. It was already weak in the morning, but that keeps going down. I do have Disney in the long term, yeah. We're still up on it. We actually got a great position on Disney. It was up even more. But yeah, I'm up 12%. I think we had like 27 or 22 before everybody was like, no, man, let's keep Bob Iger. Let's not let Nelson Peltz in. Sad day. Sad day. The expenses with movies changed. They went up. I don't think it's been noticeable. Like, it's not hurting them. I mean, there's a bigger threat of making unpopular movies. You know, it doesn't matter if you pay, you know, the talent and the writers and all them more. The problem, you know, especially with Disney, was that they were spending, you know, they were making movies that were bringing in $600 million, $700 million, but then they spent like $1.2 billion on them. So the point is they need to actually have their movies, regardless, even when the pay was low or high, they needed that popularity. That's why Inside Out, the one that just came out, that's optimistic. I don't know how much they spent on it, but for the most part, like they need a popular movie amongst other things. And it's one thing about movies, another about how they're burning money on the streaming, and they need that streaming to actually become profitable for them. Movie box office. Yeah, bro, they're killing. These are top box office data. Let me show you. Yeah, that's crazy. Bro, Inside Out 2 is hand over fist right now. So they're literally the only other movie that could compare to this opening recently is Barbie, which is kind of nuts. Again, I watched it, but here it is. So, like, here's Inside Out 2. But, like, look at this. They've sold over 13 million tickets, brought in over 154 million. But look at that, even revenue per theater, it trumps everything. It's 10x. So, and then Bad Boys 2, but that's Disney, Pixar. Then Kingdom, Planet of the Apes, that's number 3. Then Garfield, then If, The Watchers, Furiosa, The Fall Guy, then Strangers. There's a Lord of the Rings out. I don't even know any of these. I'm trying to see. Let me see if I could get the spending data. I want to see how much the budget was, what they spent. But if you compare that, that's the thing right there. You took your kids on. Yeah, it wasn't. I didn't think it was bad. Like I thought, given the like plot, I thought it was gonna be some like. I was like, oh god. I just like the original Inside Out a lot, and I thought it was gonna be crazy, but then it wasn't. That did not follow Kathleen Kennedy's script. So yeah, it was a good movie. I think every family could enjoy it. I don't think it was decisive. There wasn't any weird political shit. There wasn't any weird messaging. It was just a good Disney Pixar movie, which is very hard to say nowadays. You have not really had one like that. They use all the original digital assets, no significant budget demand. Really? I need to see if you could get. I got to find it. But I don't know. It doesn't tell me how much they spent on the movie. Osmosis Jones. Bro, I love Osmosis Jones. There was a different concept. Osmosis Jones was about like the health. This one was about Osmosis Jones was dope, bro. I love that movie. I remember I got sad one day because I got a Happy Meal and I was supposed to get the Osmosis Jones toy and I didn't. And I was sad, bro. Oh, but I love that movie. That's a solid-ass movie. Osmosis Jones went hard, bro. That was a good one. I think they made multiple Osmosis Jones, yeah. Fed Barkin household survey much more volatile than payroll. That was like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, they made a series about it and everything. I remember that. The AMD hack, earlier I think it was like, what was it, like Intel something? It's like a hacking group. They said that they hacked employees and other things. And then SPY back to opening. So you are going a little lower. Again, today is just all chips. So you don't really see it that much on the indexes. But, and then again, if the name's not moving, it's not there. But, you know, go look at Dell, Micron, ARM, Qualcomm, a little bit of a chicle there. And then even NVIDIA. TAM is VIX on the high. VIX is still in the red. But I see UVXY. Russell's still up. NASDAQ now the worst on the day. Down 0.1%. Not much, but still negative. Dow is flipped as well. And then SPY is barely green. Let's see. So equal weights outperforming a tiny bit. I think Dell is just at the level. I think it was both that earnings level. We've talked about it the last 48 hours. Even this morning, I was telling you if it holds 145, it's going to go nuts. But I think it's just from the last earnings, and then the CEO even made his rounds yesterday, did his little pump and all of that. I'm conditioning you to hate the word chicle. Why? Chicle is good. I think Chris Rock was in Osmosis Jones. Was he Mr. Jones? In the volatile market that's tech heavy, would it be favorable to invest in leveraged indexes such as FNGU? I mean, are you talking long term or trade? But if you want to trade it, I would just play the names that are heavy. That's where I think you're going to get a better shot than not. And, you know, you could go about hedges too, but just make sure it all makes sense. But otherwise, long term, I mean, that's going to be up to you. It depends on the premium. I don't know what FNGU holds, but that would just be dependent on if you want to go the ETF route and how you feel about it. Was Bill Murray. It holds 6 out of the 7 Magnificent 7. Well, then, yeah, there you go. That wouldn't be bad. Just depends on also the premium. And if you want to buy it at all-time highs, that's up to you. And like I talked about yesterday, it's going to be up to you to you got to be careful. Like for me, I cannot buy something that was $60 trading for $400 within a year and a half, or even for 6 months went from $200 to $400. I cannot confidently buy that in the long term and say I'm excited about that. So, but if you are going to do that, I would make sure you have future deposits. I would make sure that you are willing to average down, that you will not cry if it comes down, and then you average down. That's it. If you really want to buy here and you want that exposure and you cannot resist, you got to balance it out. And that's going to be, you know, if you have other things in your portfolio that makes that an easier decision, then by all means. But I just prepare to average and build around it. I would not put my biggest position on the first go, and I would expect to buy this thing multiple times. I agree. I do think your time horizon is the key to that question. and you need a real commitment to it. That's all. If you the best part, it's diversified, and it is an ETF, but then again, it is levered. So what I would, if I can give you better advice, if that guy is running around LA, San Diego, putting guns to people, say, you can only buy one stock. You gotta only, don't give me your money, just buy one stock. What stock you go buy? And like, if that was the case, and I had to go with an ETF, like why go with a levered one though? That's the thing you got to think about. Levered ETFs, I mean, they're great when they go up, but yeah, when it goes down, like I wouldn't really be throwing anything levered into the long term. So I would go find an ETF. It's probably going to be at all-time highs that holds the Mag 7, but that is not levered up. You know what I'm saying? Because that right there is already that's a major red flag, not to mention the stock went up from $200 to $450. Low expense ratio. It's levered though. You're paying when the leverage goes against you. So again, anything that says levered, I want, just how when you look at an option and you see the time, you know what I'm saying? When it's levered, that means theta. Like, that means that the leverage is going to come back. It helps you when it works, but the longer you hold, leverage is going to decay you. Yeah, exactly. So you have to think about that. And if that's the case, like, that's not really something you could hold for 10 years. And then if it does go, they'll just keep splitting it, and you're going to pay for it when it's all said and done. Think about it. When you lever something, I have to ask you this question. Have you ever leveraged something and not paid interest? Think about it. If you want to borrow and you want to lever up on something, there's interest. So don't there's no expense ratio, it's low. It's like, think about it. You're paying your interest. If you're holding something levered, it has embedded interest into how that's going to, move with value and all of that. So that's what you got to think about. Otherwise, if you, like I say, go find one. If you really insist on this, I would go and find one that's unlevered. And like I said, you got to plan it out. You're going to probably be buying it for a while, and make sure you have more than one deposit. Too much optimism. I sold everything in my trading account. I don't like what's going on. Welcome to the club. But I hope so too, man. I don't know, man. I don't like it. I just don't want to participate, but I hope I don't I'm not trying to scare any of you with the fact that I did it. Just, you know what I'm saying? I hope you guys get that, and I don't want to hear it, but oh, if it's this, Josh, if you don't do this, Josh, So, I like I'm saying, I just, in a weird way, it's a nice little vacation for me, and I'm more focused on other things when it's all said and done. And I think once the market gives me a better environment, I'm ready for it. But for now, this 5-6 stock shit, it's kind of boring, and I just think it's easier to lose money. And like I said, last year, that's what happened to me. I got killed by death. I made all the damn money back in a month and a half. But the first couple of months, or summer, it was insane. It was just all this weird liquidity stuff again. But that was off of banks and everything else. No, I didn't sell the long term, but I'm in the process of clearing out my trading account. So that's because, again, I have a lot of cash. But no, long term is. Even then, bro, my long term it's kind of huge. I didn't really realize it. The long term is getting huge, and I'm down with it. So, but I'm not I'm not selling this. I'm just saying for the trading. I still have the Robinhood, but I have not traded on that thing in years. All I have is AbiVi shares, I think. AbiVi and Ford. So remember from some of those trades in the early days that hit big, I just turned them into AbiVi and some other long-term plays. But I like the long term, and I'm holding that. I ain't changing nothing with that. But until there's more, I need more volatility to really execute some other things. And then again, I want to see what happens with bonds and everything else. But please don't let me influence you on something, because again, I see you guys just got to make your own decision. And like I said, homie emailing me, he's like, it's manipulated. If you don't talk about it, I'm going to unsubscribe. And I'm like, you guys have to make your decision to participate or not. And there is good opportunity. I mean, it's really a matter, like, I don't know if you guys realize it. It's just a matter of FOMO. Like, I don't know. Like, do you guys get it? I really hope you guys get it. Like, all it is FOMO. If you're getting mad that the market is manipulated or this and that, it's because you have FOMO. Why do you have FOMO? Because you can't sit there and watch shit go up without having to get involved. And then vice versa. If you want to go and make a plan, sit back, go long term, like you can only do that if you are willing to let things pass you by. I'm willing to do that. If you're not, then like I said, you got to make your decision for Christ, my friend. Otherwise, it'll be another wild 6 months. NVIDIA rebalance and overtake Apple. I think that's part of some of the movements we're getting now, but sadly, I'm just one step removed. I'm looking at it broader. All of this stuff is just highlighting once again the concentration it's just going to be worse. It's just going to be these couple of stocks there, and now NVIDIA is going to have more weight and all of that. Well, people are buying, but again, it's not as many people. So I don't know. You guys heard that fund survey today, right? Remember, and it was like investors and funds are most bullish since 2021. Did that sound familiar? That was a headline this morning. Do you hear that? How many people do you think that is? So investors are the most bullish. How many people are they talking about? I know the headline read, yeah, but how many people? 100 people tops? Oh man. 26. But those 26 people control $600 billion. So that's why, dude, it's not, and then again, they're positioning way different. But this is why I'm saying, like, and you could call it whatever you want. Maybe I call it manipulation in a nice way, but it's not necessarily nefarious manipulation, but it's understanding how a smaller group could control a bigger move. So when it's all said and done, I mean, you are dealing with, like I saying, it takes smaller movements to get a reaction. It does not take much to move things. So yeah, you have a couple people, and then remember, November 2021 was bullish, and then it was like 2 months later it's not bullish. But here's the thing though, and this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. You may feel like it's mania and manic, but this could keep going on. I hate to break it to you. Even if I'm like, yeah, like I'm saying, I'm making my decision. I hope you do too. But you realize this could go on for 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, 2 years. Yes. And that's what you have to realize. You cannot put your finger and try to time this. And that's why I'm saying you have to either be willing to miss out, or you have to be saying, no, I don't want to miss out. And I would pile into the concentration if that is what you want to do. But you do have to make that decision, because yeah, you may see it all around, but there's no way of figuring out where it is, unfortunately, because we've already been like that for 8 months. You have been world records in terms of consecutive gains and all of that. So until this moves, then until there's a shift, whether it's rates, dot plot, or yield curve, or just the data or economic shocks or shifts happen, unfortunately, I mean, you're going to be in this environment, and it's a small portion, and there's a lot already heavy positioning that's going to move things around. Isn't there an argument that it's already been going on since 2020? Yeah, to a degree, but you got to, like, half of it was what? Recovering, right? So, like, when you go from, like, down 30% to back up, and that's a big move, you don't see it as manic in the same way because you've recovered, right? There was a big problem, then you came back, and then we took off, and that's where it started to get a little crazy. But then what happened? The craziness lasted for about a year or two, and then you had a fat pullback. Let's pull out the chart if you really want to look at it. Like this to this may have seemed crazy, but you were just recovering. Then from here to here, there was, again, government spending, more stimulus, more government spending, all of that. And then you had rates and you took a hiccup. And then this was, again, recovering once again. And then this is where you did the craziness and took off. So you can't argue that, just how people perceive it is different. And then, again, some of the valuations have changed because the thing is, over the last 4 years, you can't view it static. It's not like Amazon's making more money than it was. Meta is making more money. They did lose money in some areas, but that's kind of part of it. It's like year after year after year after year, these companies have brought in revenue, and that has supported some of these valuations even more, but it's still trading there. If anything, the more mania is probably in the chip-related stocks, but that's how chips are, right? You remember 2020. Chips go crazy, then they plummet. Chips go insanity. You can't get your hands on them, and then nobody wants them. NVIDIA went $200, $300 to $80. Intel went up to 70, whatever it is, back down to 30. Chips are very cyclical, and this time it's just this cycle has a huge thing called AI attached to it. I say, it was beginning of 2023. I think you are correct on that. That's where things got a little wild. Why? Does anybody know? There was one big event that did change how things played out, like majorly, especially in context of all the things that led us up into 23. Yeah, it wasn't ChatGPT. ChatGPT was later, and it filled in other things. It was the banks. Yeah, it was the banks. You got to realize that was a ghetto stimulus. The banks were fucking failing. Let's call it. Like, there's no, again, they strong and resilient your ass into not thinking about it for another year and a half now. But it literally was a stimulus, the BTFP. You got to realize in the middle of the most aggressive tightening cycle, you finally are seeing things happen, and then the Fed offers hundreds of billions of dollars of liquidity and agrees to value banks' collateral for what they paid for it. Like, come on. That's if you've been watching the economic lessons, we were just talking government subsidies for like Boeing and Airbus, right? You got to think about that. Imagine how supportive that is if the government or the Fed was willing to take these banks' collateral and say, hey, we believe it's worth what you paid. We're willing. They changed the market. That wasn't a real market. They saved these banks from the normal market pressures that they caused, ironically enough, right? Because it was bad decisions. They made a lot of banks, whether JP Morgan down to SVB, they made bad decisions. They bought a lot of fucking bonds at 0%, at 1%, 2%, and then when all of that stuff happened, so that, and it would have been bad if they didn't step in. And I'm not trying to say what they did was wrong or right. I'm just trying to highlight that when they stepped in, that was stimulus. And from then on, now you factor it in with AI and everything else. You let it work out through the system for a couple of months. Before you know it, man, that added a lot of stability there that fed into everything else. So that, I think, was another, what was the word? Maybe an inflection point for mania. Is that it helped it. That could have, things could have slowed in many ways. Even the real estate market. Go look at real estate inventory in 23. Dude, things were getting frozen. Even the rates, they were high. and the people were not selling. I even remember I sold a house. I sold a house during that moment, and it took a while to sell. I got good money for it, but then I remember I was like, damn, it took a while, but now it's kind of the same, but you still, that the prices haven't moved at all. But like that, from then on, that helped, that bought you a year of time, and then you throw in a couple of tech companies, quadrupling their earnings, and then you're back in the game, baby. That's what it does. The stock market does. It makes the most amount of people look like idiots. I think on a short-term basis, 1,000,000%. But that's why, like, long-term. And that's why I have no shame, bro. I'm telling you. You got to have your budget for the short term, but like I really hope you guys all get a long term. Because even then, during those moments, we bought a lot of good things. You know what I'm saying? And like that, at the end of the day, the long term, and if you really do feel like it's manipulated, it will screw you in the short term, and it's screwed many people, but long term is really where it is at. And that's where it's like, that's the double-edged sword of it. So the question is, I mean, where do you want to put your money? You know what I'm saying? What type of money behavior do you want to execute? Do you want to actively use your money and go about it and speculate? Or at the same time, when it's like we have some of these moments, you might want to really just think about the passive route. And I don't know, it's not sexy, but it works, and it works very, very well. Why do so many banks almost fail before they got bailed out? It was because of the interest rates and their bond decisions. That's most of them. It's not like banks are failing because the consumer's bad and assets are turning over. They put a lot of money in bonds, and then when at low rates, and when the rates got raised, their bonds were losing face value. So they had a lot of, and they still do to this day, these banks have a tremendous amount of unrealized losses on their held-to-maturity bond portfolios. That has not changed. And then that was coupled with money leaving. That's what started it, but that's what caused the domino to fall. But the issue at hand was just they had a lot of money tied up in assets for the long term, and those assets began the worst bear market in 40 years, the bonds. You got to think about that. Why did these banks buy it? Because bonds were in a bull market for 40 years, no exaggeration, and then they had the biggest drop, and they broke a 40-year cycle, and there was trillions of dollars in these assets. It is. Buffett. Here's the thing. You guys got to realize, although we may be in a different environment, and things have changed since 2020, even right now feels a certain way, you have to realize none of this is new. I hate to break it to you. None of this is new. Investors going in on the short term feeling scammed and manipulated, that's not new. I hate to break it to you. Literally, that is why Buffett said what he has said. Some of the OGs know this very, very, it's always been like this. The stock market is a mechanism of transferring money from the impatient to the patient. So that's why, again, it is on you to make your decision, and really, hopefully your experience is kind of showing you it. But you have to make that decision. If you want to go for the daily and you want to go for the short term, it comes at a different cost with a different reward. But you have to think this is nothing new under the sun, and I don't think this is anything new, sadly. Why did the banks get bailed out? Because it was a threat to the financial system. So banks would have collapsed, and investors and consumers would have lost money, and more importantly, it would have caused a major lack of confidence in the economic system and banking, which would have been disastrous. Jimmy one. Bank. It would be good for long term if you started from zero. I got most of my money in the S&P 500. Well, you have a long term then. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't have to move it out of the S&P. You could probably keep what you have there, and the idea is add to it, and then go find, you could double down on the names that are cheap. That's kind of the beauty. If you already bought the ETF and you kind of already benefited off the SPY in the long term, I'd keep it. I wouldn't get out of it. And then I would use my future deposits to buy some other things that are on the low. AMD, we talked about this earlier, the thing about AMD, and then SPY bouncing a little bit. Again, we kind of had a little baby sell-off. It's tiny, though, bro. We're barely moving today. Welcome to the holiday. And then, again, by yesterday, we would have already taken off. So you're actually like 30 minutes behind schedule. So if this was yesterday, we were already starting to rip, and then we broke past the level. But we talked about AMD. AMD is kind of its own individual thing. It was last week, analyst, analyst, and I think others piggybacked it. They were pretty much saying that AMD isn't going to it's not benefiting the same way off of the cloud stuff. Fed Barkin also hearing productivity is a little bit higher. That was old. But bonds are running. That's why I was looking for a Fed comment. Apple on the low, bonds up, and SPY moving. It's probably chips or it takes probably 300 other names to move. Apple suspends work on high-end Vision headset. What? Wait, so no more Vision Pro? That's so insane. In a weird way, I feel like Meta is the only one that has the good headset, but then even then they had to pay 80% of their market cap for a year. I feel like headsets are a curse. No? I think they're still making the Vision, but I think they're slow. They're not going to make crazier ones. You wanted to buy one? Apple focused on releasing cheaper model, yeah. So they don't have demand for these $5,000 headsets. I've never even tried one on. Who can really buy a $4,000 headset? I mean, you'd be surprised. Apple was always like that. You don't remember back in the day? You don't remember when iPhones came out? And people were like, who would buy an $800 phone? Who would buy a $1,000 phone? Turns out everybody in the world, actually, if they like it enough. You're watching the stream from the headset right now. There you go. I still have never got to use it. Sitting on $300K in cash, would you recommend laddering bonds? So I talked about it yesterday on the watch list, depending on your age and whatnot, and before the rate cut, 2-year bonds are a great place to be right now. So if you're really, if you don't want to get into a real estate deal or anything like that, or if you're down to commit that money for a longer end and take a little bit of risk, I would lock in some of the high-quality, high-paying, or mid-paying dividend stocks before things shift. Other than that, 2-year bonds is a great place to be in. And then, again, worst case, you lock in rates for 2 years. Even if Powell raises rates, you're not going to lose much on opportunity cost. 2 years still paying 4.8, 4.9. It's better when the 2 years around 5, but then again, it shouldn't go that much higher. Even if Powell wants to pivot, but that way you're committed for 2 years and call it a day. You could go and build too. I mean, that still pays out. Or money market at the end of the day, even if you don't want to be in the bonds, the money market does its thing. Project 37, but two, this is 2019, baby. Notorious. My man. Hey, man, shout out all the OGs, baby. And long term, man. And get a long term, though. That's it, man. Get a long term, bro. I get shocked every day, but, like, low-key, it doesn't surprise me. But, like, dude, I'm for real, man. Some of the OGs, I know you guys have been here for a while, but, like, I know some people don't got the long term, man, and they tell me every day, but just make sure, man, that, like I'm saying, we could talk about what's going on in the market, how it's played out in the past, but, you know, the money is in the long term, man. So shout out to OG, shout out to time investment, and make sure the investment is paired up, baby, with actually owning it. Yeah, TLT going up. That's green now. So, again, it was actually it was barely green in the morning, but it's moving. 2019. I'm transferring previous employers' 401k to Fidelity, IRA, and manage versus robo. I mean, manage versus robo depends on your skill level and what you want to do. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, so none of this is a recommendation. That depends on you. But IRAs are great, especially if you're leaving the job and need to put it somewhere. 8 minutes till Euro close, yeah. Still early. Still mad early. About Celsius. Drink it. I like them. I like the company. I just don't like how high the stock is. So even though it's had a big discount, because I think Celsius, bro, even like a year and a half ago, I was very impressed with their numbers, man. Like, not too many names have been growing like that. Celsius, you know, it's on its, you know, Red Bull's not public, but, you know, it's on its way to really, really competing, and it's great. The problem is sometimes these trends can fade, but I'm not too worried about that. But I don't know if I'm willing to buy. I don't know if I'm willing to buy at that price. That's the only. Again, Celsius was a very, very cheap stock, so that is my only issue when it comes down to that. Yeah, just like I've said with any of the other ones, you can average into it. You know, if you really want to, and there's some names you like and insist, just make a plan. Make a plan, hopefully. And then, like I said, if your portfolio supports it, if you're already built out in your portfolio, you got good value, you got good growth, things are looking good, I mean, you could take a little bit more risk. But like I'm saying, on any of these names that hold higher valuations, you've been there. I mean, that's all. Like, you've seen it happen. These names hold up, and when they don't hold up, they could drop 20, 30% pretty quickly. And just as you need to be prepared to buy more and have a plan to build around that. So as long as you account for all of that, I'm not against it. But, you know, I do take into consideration the price comparative to the other stuff that is available. Best Buy, I ain't been to, bro, the last time I went to Best Buy was during COVID. Because I needed batteries instantly. I needed AA batteries, and I couldn't Amazon it. So I had to go to Best Buy parking lot, and they walked out wearing a mask and gave me batteries. Other than that, I don't know how I feel about Best Buy. I'm honestly surprised Best Buy is still Best Buying. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually kind of mind-blowing. Yeah, bro, they got rid of fries. I realized that like a year or two ago, bro. I was driving by, you know, the big one by the Qualcomm stadium. It's not even Qualcomm anymore, but by the stadium. And, bro, that whole Fry's building is no longer Fry's, bro. I can't believe Fry's no longer exists. I feel you, bro. That place was awesome. I'm shocked still to this day. You've been to that one? That one's a good one. That was like, dude, it was a warehouse. Fry's Electronics was insane. Fry's was around in like, I think to like 2018 even. Like Fry's was around for a decent amount of time. And then it kind of just got clapped out of nowhere. Micro Center. Till Amazon rocked them. Yeah, but that's why I'm like, how does dude, I don't know how Best Buy has stayed alive. Best Buy is very interesting. Some speculated Nvidia will drop because of how ramped up it is. Yeah, someone was saying that earlier. I mean, eventually it will, but it could still go up higher till that happens. And unfortunately, it's just hard to put a time and date to that event. You know, that's why Wall Street is so fascinating. Because, you know, when it does happen, it happens. Who could have saw it coming? But then it's like, just how it all actually plays out is usually wild. They match prices. They turn their stores into warehouses, so their shipping costs are low. Yeah, I mean, the only time Best Buy is like if you need something immediately, like in the electronic space. But yeah, I'm not really I don't know if I'd add them to the long term. They lease out their floors to companies and have much less overhead. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. You love Best Buy, you want to buy the stock? I feel CVRX on the high. What's this little pop? 6%? It's popular in the Midwest for home appliances. In Texas, home appliances from Best Buy? I know they always got the fridges and shit, but I don't think. I feel like a home appliance from Best Buy is expensive. Home Depot. I love Home Depot. You know that? Home Depot. That's something. See? That's something. If that ever dropped, we should add that to the long term. Home Depot goes hard, bro. Because Home Depot has good deals. Especially, I don't know, for all of the house flips and everything else, man, you could get some good shit for pretty cheap. You got HD in the long term? That's what's up. I like that a lot. You're headed there now, baby. Yeah, Home Depot is great. Costco appliances are very good, too. Yeah. And then Chattadonia. Like that? Tell the people that Chattadonia is back. Blah. It's push-up time, bro. I'm already stretching. I don't know if my mic sounds weird. I'm already doing my stretches right now. So Chattadonia, we're a little early. You guys know we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. I thought I would let you know, but we have been here for 2.5 hours. We have 4.5 hours left to go. And tomorrow the market is closed. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, okay? You can't do 10, you do 5. You can't do 5, you do 4. You can't do 4, you do 2. You can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, you get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, man. Feels good? I needed that. That's great. Oh, man. Then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. And drive your weight through your heels, okay? Some of you guys got to realize if you got no booty, you got bad posture. And you know why? Because think about it. You be sitting down and you are not activating your glutes. I want you to, if you're sitting down, drive your heels into the ground. And you will feel your glutes activate. So yalla, habibi, yalla. There you go. That's all you got to do, man. That's all you got to do. Then relax the jaw. I say relax the jaw. Breathe in, really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, yes. All right. Let's go. You guys ready? You guys want some arm circles? Oh, I got to stand up. I was doing the floor stretches. Euro close, baby. Habibi. Isaiah Habibi. Isaiah. All right. You ready? Maybe 5 seconds. You could activate your glutes while sitting down and tuck your hips in. Otherwise, you'd be sitting like you twerking while driving. So that's an easy one. What do you mean clapped? Clap? Can you not hear me? Twitch, you still hear me? Back online. I'm just doing my... Well, you got 10 more seconds of arm circles. Yeah, Twitch heard me. All right, that's it. Arm circles completed. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. What? All right, let me play this while I hit another stretch real quick.
Really worried about TikTok. Might we learn something on what those meetings talked about?
We've learned a couple of different things that some of the lawmakers have discussed, including the revelation that there was an overlap between people on the board of ByteDance and their connections with the Chinese Communist Party, something that the CEO of TikTok told hearings on the Hill that there simply was no connection with the Chinese Communist Party. There were certain elements and events that happened over the course of the last year that really took most of the lawmakers who were lukewarm on legislation.
Literally, you guys know a lunge?
To
So go right now to a wall, put one foot on the wall and do a lunge, but like you drive your heel into the foot that's on the wall, put your heel up a little bit like you're on your tippy toes, and drive the heel into the wall and then do a lunge.
The risks cited by lawmakers are hypothetical.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Right, and it's very interesting because the lawmakers have said, look, the burden of proof is on TikTok itself. They're the ones who have to show that they're not a national security concern. There's plenty of evidence out there from not just with Congress and the things that have been sort of spoken about and reported in Congress, but there have been reports and research and findings done in other places around the world, in Australian Parliament, for example, that have basically displayed the sort of national security concerns that the lawmakers have referred to. One of the things that is an issue, though, is if the DOJ decides to put forward information that might be classified, they would have to do that in a closed setting. Otherwise, if that information is going to be released to the public, or at least submitted publicly in a lawsuit in response to the lawsuit, it would need to be redacted in terms of making sure that elements like sourcing and methods of obtaining that information were not included in the details. But again, it's really the lawmakers have said this is an act of Congress. It's really up to TikTok to prove their case rather than the lawmakers and the government having to prove what TikTok is alleging about the sort of the speculative nature of the national security concerns.
Yeah, I can't imagine, and indeed, as quoted in your story, Paul Stephen, a University of Virginia law professor, saying it's inconceivable that a court would force them to release anything given it is such highly sensitive data taken by, well, indeed, looked at and found by the United States. But I'm interested in just the timing of all this. It feels as though we're getting this pace of discussion once again because June 20th is when we need to hear from ByteDance, from TikTok.
That's right. In a matter of days, we're going to have, at least from TikTok, they're going to lay out their case entirely, as we know that they have said that the law was unconstitutional, that it impacts the freedom of speech of its 170 million users in the US. And as you said, the legal expert that we quoted in our story says that if that were really the case, it would be about every platform, not just TikTok, but there are other platforms. So freedom of speech is essentially protected. It's also worth noting that TikTok is funding the legal cases of several users who are also trying to challenge the legislation. So it's going to be a really interesting thing. But I think what's really important here is that TikTok has a global audience of over 1 billion users, and they're fighting incredibly hard to hang on to these 170 million users in the US. And I think that in and of itself is worth exploring.
Bloomberg's Jamie Tarabay, great to have you on the show. Thanks for breaking it all down when it comes to TikTok. Meanwhile, coming up, we're going to be joined by the CEO of Wabi, Raquel Urtasun, to talk about how a new funding round for the driverless trucking company is really shining a light on the technology they have and how quickly we could see automated trucks on the road. This is Bloomberg Technology.
I'm still getting some stretches in. That's good, though. Shit. And then TLT. I saw the TLT question. Is it still clapped, or do you guys not hear me? I don't know if it's still clapped or not. We live good. Yeah. But TLT, I'm probably going to play everything. But you guys got to be mindful. I mean, the TLT play, like I said, I'm not going all cash. I'm going all cash for many reasons. One, and I'm not touching the long term, so that should also say something. I have almost doubled. I have more than double. I have double in the long term than I do even the trading. And the thing about it is it's not just all for TLT. But when the time comes, if, when, how, I don't know. But I'm probably going to play everything. I'm going to go for bonds. I'm going to go for TLT. You know what I'm saying? Like everything. Like if it's there, I mean, I would grab a little bit of all of it. You're tempted to sell out of Rivian to stack the cash. Well, here's my question. Is it long-term or is it trading? Like I said, man, you just got to be careful of breaking the rules and just get in the habit, man. 10 years. So, yeah, if it's trading, I mean, you got that flexibility as long as you didn't make that commitment earlier and are now trying to change your long-term based on feeling. I mean, there should be another Fed speaker right now, I think. 11:40, we got Susan Collins. So she's in a couple of minutes. Register now. I don't know if we're going to be able to watch it live. Do they make us pay? This event is unavailable. It's at Central Catholic High School in Lawrence, Massachusetts. There was retail sales today, and it was kind of favorable. It came in weaker. Yo, what the hell is with NVIDIA? Yeah, it's at all-time high, but like literally big volume increases. I think that's real, too. Being cereal sold for $3. I haven't had cereal in a while. I did the other day, but I got my cereal from Costco. That shit was cheap. I guess relatively more expensive than back in the day, but Costco got good cereal deals. NVIDIA's being promoted, yeah. Everyone's been talking about that. But yeah, we're going to have Susan Collins. Her written text may come out. It should be in a couple of minutes, 11:40. So literally in like 5 seconds. Otherwise, I don't know if we're going to be able to listen to her live as well. I have another one of these? I'm still, bro. I'm doing some more resistances, man. Use the moment. Honestly, it feels very holiday-like, but we'll see. You're right back up to open in VWAP. High ticker, very active right now. Again, chips have been the leader in bonds over this last, 40 minutes. They've made a pretty big move. So, I mean, if that keeps continuing here, I don't know, maybe we wake up. High ticker is starting to gas, though. Nvidia. What is wrong today? What do you mean? Nothing's really wrong. I mean, I think today is very status quo. The data did not give you enough to go crazy or go down, but chips all kind of have some individual news, a lot of upgrades here and there, or some breaking levels. There's Fed Collins. So I got a dump. Fed Collins says appropriate for central banks to remain patient on U.S. monetary policy. Fed Collins cautions against overreacting to recent inflation data. Fed Collins remains realistic optimism on economic monetary policy. Fed Collins too soon to say if inflation is retreating again to 2%. Fed Collins recent inflation data has been encouraging. Fed Collins U.S. central bank has made notable progress lowering inflation. Fed Collins economy has been remarkably resilient. Inflation still stubbornly above 2%. And Secretary of State Blinken. So I don't know. She sounds a little bit more of a hawkish tilt, but I don't think anything that's going to disrupt the market there. So you are going up. Back to VWAP again. NVIDIA started this rally here a little bit. NASDAQ is still red. Remember, Apple and what's it called? Apple and Microsoft are the ones that are down. I think the XOK rebalance is part of it. But then again, too, I just think whatever movement you're seeing, it's not, again, it's not broad. So, those names that have the rebalance are getting activity for a reason. Not to mention even beyond the rebalancing, they have, their little catalyst. So just got to keep that in mind. Yeah, we talked about the petrodollar kind of once a week already. I mean, I think that's the closest the BRICS have gotten to a BRIC, formalization. But at the same time, I mean, it can hurt the dollar, but also in the same respect, if the dollar still holds up without being forced to be used in oil transactions, it might have a reverse effect of even making it stronger in a weird way. And then, bro, bonds are ripping. So hold on, man. So what's the problem? Yesterday, bonds died. The market ripped. But now I'm last hour, even before this low, it kind of started here while the market was dipping a little. And then right here, as the market hit a new low, bonds they've climbed a pretty decent amount there. No, the divergence far, far from being back. But you get little glimpses of it here and there. Put Chevron in the long term. I don't have any energy in the long term. My thoughts on the petrodollar is that you ask the question and don't listen. I just answered it for you, bro. But good morning. Good morning. You're going to have to go back to the other videos or wait till the video's uploaded now. I'm still hitting my stretches too, man. And then SPY really ripping here again. It looks like NVIDIA. If anybody else could. No, it's just, I think it's really just all NVIDIA. Clippity clapped. You guys, Twitch, you still hear me, right? Yeah, YouTube tripping out. I'm back. Yeah, you guys may need to go to you may need to go to the YouTube or the Twitch. If it keeps, I don't know why YouTube. It's even my TOS isn't like going down, or not my TOS, my OBS. But the Twitch is still up. Blinken says only 2,000 PAM bombs are being withheld from Israel. Pfizer's going up. Again, high ticker is pretty active. Let me finish this stretch and I'll check the equal weight. But bonds and NVIDIA were the ones that kind of started this. But markets picked back up a little bit higher than open. Again, it started off slow. Keep getting sent to Benzinga. Oh, no. They're scammers. But yeah, go to Twitch if it still does that to you. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What's the best non-future oil play? Probably USO. It's the best I could think of. But it's hard because, like, most of the non-future plays are literally companies, and just kind of like the gold miners, you know, the companies move a little different. So that's the only problem. USO is decent, but then I'm pretty sure USO holds the futures, though, now. Maybe I could double check. But that's the real big driver with them. Closing on your first house today? Wow. Congratulations. Why don't I like Benzinga? They've been weird, very weird with me. They try to steal the stock market live name, and like they try to like do brand confusion. And then anytime I said I wouldn't use them to like people, like I've had some of their people like attack me on shit. I don't think they were directly related with them, but I've just had very bad experiences with them throughout my life. And I mean, again, their info sometimes is shit, but I'm not a big fan of them at all. Yeah, man. Congrats on the house for real. That's big news, man. Way to hold it down. You get a good deal. Then Fed Collins. We haven't. The economy been resilient. Inflation still stubbornly above 2. I don't know. If you guys are getting clapped, you might have to refresh. Literally, it just killed like a third of you guys in here. Something. But go to the Twitch if it backs up. I'm going to hit one more. Spy's running. Spy is running. $110 under assessed value in British Columbia. In Canada? You buying houses in Canada? It's crazy. I'm hitting curls. That's it. It's time to get more strength training. More strength training. Now we got some good mobility and stretches, bro. You love Chewy? Do you use Chewy? Oh, all right. That was good. That was like a 20-minute stretch sesh, bro. There you go, baby. And then the market bounced all the while. Have an extra 8K after allocating some into long term. What would you do if that was your position? I mean, I would keep saving it. Either if you want to commit it for 10 years, throw a little more into the long term. But even then, you could collect a little yield. And I don't know, man. Where are you located at? Because I like it. Oscar asked me a question. He was like, what should I do if I had this amount of money? And he already knew what I was going to say. Because he was like, I don't want to put it into real estate. I already had another deal. So, yeah, I don't know, man. You'd be surprised, bro. $8,000, and then maybe if you could pull that off in like another month or two, you know, you could stack up some more dough and put it towards a property deal. I mean, I don't know. We just saw yesterday Midwest Finest. He helped out one of his clients in Detroit or in Michigan, and that person got that house for $300 to take the keys. Yeah, $300 to get the keys. I showed yesterday. I think I still have it saved. The house was like $150,000. It's different if you live in it, but then again, like mix in some of the down payment assistance and all of that. Well, you could say it's because of Detroit, but it's the value. The house is $156,000, I think. But that's literally due from buyer. 335, 350. It's a little blurry. I don't think that was even FHA. That was it was like a mix of seller credit, the $10,000 down payment assistance for first-time buyers. So depending on your area, you could get it, but it's like pretty nuts. There's still cheap houses there. He said it feels like not too long ago, a house in Detroit was $300,000. There was there's still some of those. No, the house was in like livable condition. Otherwise, they wouldn't give you the approval. I mean, y'all can make your jokes all day, but we have been talking about this for years. Y'all just don't want to look. y'all try to make it seem inaccessible in your head, or there has to be a problem. Like there's still $10,000 houses that exist, and those are the ones that you want to stay away from, because those nowadays are like super duper. If they're still cheap, you're probably buying the liability. But again, there is several areas. Even then, you might be able to find something. There's probably a cheaper, livable part of Florida, but like I'm saying, I'd keep this in mind. It's not. You don't need anything special for this. It was just a $150,000 house, and his agent helped him out with the down payment assistance and going through the programs to make sure that he qualified for it all, and that's it. It's not even like it's really not that crazy. I don't know any other way to describe it, but it's definitely not like, this isn't too surprising or like inaccessible, I guess, if that makes sense. Let me see. Oracle is going up all day. In a trailer. Mama, I'm coming home to you. Anybody know what song that is? Where's that from? 'cause you live at home in a trailer. Mama, I'm coming home to you. Oh, there you go, DP. He knows. Yeah, the market closes green. Thursday will die. I don't know about that. We don't really have much data this week. So we'll see how things play out. Well, I'm looking. I keep saying I'm looking in Orlando. Yeah, there it is. Boom. So I don't know about this area, but it's on the market. It's been on there for 28 days. It probably needs repairs, though. I found an Orlando condo for $95,000. So here's one of them. But that's what I'm saying. That would qualify. If you qualify for down payment assistance, you could theoretically get that house for probably under $300, depending on how it plays. To get the keys, you still got to pay the mortgage payment and shit. HOA, I don't know. It should say somewhere here. Damn, this was renting for $1,200 a month? Jeez. Some don't allow condos. I mean, if you're going to live in it, you'll get it. Yeah, there's like 100. I found 2 of them right now. So here's another one, apartment for $100,000. These ones aren't too bad a call. Another one, 104. They can't. I mean, again, these sit on the market, so I don't know if you'd call these a deal or they're probably in the hood. This one's decent, probably a flip. It's in that same building, 110. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, this one's interesting. This one's a mobile home, but I think you own the land. This is a literal mobile home, but I think it's not in a mobile home park. These ones are interesting if you're into that. I don't know. Chewy, no headline on it. It just started going crazy. It was up 10%. Yeah, it seems like 118 for condos in Orlando. Again, I'm finding you just go through these, bro. So yeah, I don't know. If you really wanted to do it, like it's up to you know the area better than I do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could find it, but at the same time, like, it's possible, or you could go out somewhere else and you could find, probably a more expensive one in a better area, preferably a single family, and you'll be good to go. I do use property management for my rentals. I do. I used to not, but it has became very effective, saves me time, and it allows me a wider scope of the properties I could have. But I do use it. But if it's a flip, I mean, I'm usually, you don't need a property manager. Yeah, Rackle keeps running, and then Spy, I mean, low key, you might break out if this keeps going. The condo that collapsed, that one from like a couple years ago, I have no idea. Are all of my deals off market? Mostly, I'm not really, or if I'm lowballing houses on market. So if a house stays up there, or I see the price history is weird, and then I go see if they owe a lot of money on it or not, I lowball a couple. But other than that, most of the deals I've done have been off market. I work with a couple of the big ones, but I do actually prefer local, like the big local ones. I don't like, sometimes the bigger corporations are a little shitty, but they do a good job. But then I do like to work with local property managers. And then usually if I already have a manager in the area, that's the beauty of kind of building a relationship, you know. There's some areas where I have people I already trust. Not any multifamilies. I've seen a lot of Connecticut properties lately, but none of them multifamily, all single family. And then, bro, you might break out right now. Chattadonia, that bond rally led it. NVIDIA, Oracle, and then all the other chip makers were still holding. But if you break out through here, I mean, you're getting close to that high of the day. SPY, Russell, Dow back into the green. And then NASDAQ falling behind. Door knocking, you can. I mean, lately I have people send me the deals. I pay wholesalers, or we do have a team and we like go through stuff. So again, like LT gets a lot of them. I know, like it's you don't have to always door knock, but eventually you could find out the properties that are potential, but then you have to find a way to contact the owners. So you could do it through phone, door knocking, mail. You could stalk them and follow them to the store. I'm just kidding. That's not what you should do. But easy to find properties that are identifiable, and then you just go and contact them. You might just end up in someone's will. Bro, even LT was tripping out, bro. He was like, what the fuck? He was like, no way. And I was like, it makes sense. I would put Nick Bowen in my will. I think Nick Bowen, bro, you're a good guy. And people know. And you could just, there's genuineness goes such a long way, bro. And there's and not fake shit. Just because you try to fake genuine don't mean you really genuine. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are a beautiful soul, bro. And I know I'm very happy for you, man. I can't, like, if anybody, like, it makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know, like, it doesn't, like, surprise me at all. Because I've had crazy deals in my life, but I'm like, yeah, no, Nick B, baby. Nicky B. Can I tell them the story, or do you want me to not tell them the story? It's a great story. You live at home in a trailer. You don't mind? Well, Nicky B, again, and this is the same guy, bro. Again, in the beginning, I remember you guys. I don't know if you guys remember. It was a couple years ago. You know, Nicky B, he got into real estate a couple years ago. He started off a little slow, and then I remember, you know, he wanted to lead one day, and then one day a Chad emailed me, and the Chad was like, yo, Josh, I want to buy my house for $150,000 lower than what it's worth. And although I wanted to buy it, I told homie, listen, man, if you don't need to sell this house now and don't need immediate cash, I would just list it and go get $450,000. And I said, here, let me refer you to an agent who is hungry for a deal, and maybe you both could help each other out. And Nicky B took on that lead and made sure homie got his money. It was great. And then I think the ball was already rolling. Fast forward a couple years, Nicky B is out there being a good guy, helping people out. He meets this guy for real estate, and he's working with him on this other property. And then this guy has another property, and he offers it to Nicky B. And Nicky B just tells him, listen, I can only, my offer is going to be lower. If somebody offered you this, Nicky B ran him through, and the guy was like, listen, I like you. I'll give it to you for $30,000, $40,000 cheaper. Go ahead. Whatever. I trust you with it. And then, just long story short, not only does this guy hook him up with a property below market, gives him the off market fixing up the house before he even gives it to him, getting it in good condition. He's also putting Nikki B in his will because he has a son and he wants him to make sure that he hooks him up too. And yeah, so literally the guy's older. So guy's hooking him up with an off-market deal and then putting Nikki B in his will. Yeah. Beautiful soul. That doesn't surprise me. It may surprise you. I've told you guys for years. I had a guy give me a free house before. So it's not, he just said, take it. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. I think if you actually give a shit and actually help out, I mean, it goes a long way. So, yeah, finger to the sky, baby. Finger to the sky. So do good work, baby. Keep doing good work, man. Crazy story. Crazy story. Nuvei receives shareholder approval for going private with Advent. Nikki B, that's Nikki B, bro. NASA delays Boeing Starliner. Oh wait, they never launched it? I thought they did. Where is Tessie? Oracle keeps gassing too. Nuvei. The return. Oh, wait, it didn't come back? I have not followed up with these. Cause you live at, that's stuck in my head right now. Free home. This was back in the, I have a video on my channel. I have a video of the phone call. It was crazy. It was crazy. They can't get the thrusters. Can they get stuck? That'd be crazy. And then, bro, you're about to break out now. So I was giving you a kind of a heads up here because this was already looking melty. But hi, you're back. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. What time is it? 9:07. Good time, baby. I will be our bait.
I think my experience with China, both as a national security official, but also as a global CEO, is going to help me be much more sophisticated in how we deal with the Chinese because I actually know what I'm talking about.
Dave, to that end, I want to get your view here on the tariff policies put forth during Donald Trump and his presidential run. There are a lot of mainstream economists, including Larry Summers, concerned about the inflationary impact that such policies could have. Do you share those concerns?
Well, listen, I was someone who has been generally skeptical of tariffs. But when President Trump came into office, I thought that selective use of tariffs to ensure a fair playing field, ensure reciprocity, ensure negotiating leverage made sense. And so I supported the tariffs that President Trump put in place under the last administration. And I do think that there's the risk of inflationary impact. And frankly, I think there's two dimensions of President Biden's policies which are relevant to this. One is the enormous spending is the primary driver of inflation. That and the policies that are directed on reducing oil and gas consumption. Those are the primary drivers of inflation. And economists like Larry Summers have said as much. The second problem with those policies of the Biden administration, particularly as it relates to EVs and solar panels and so forth, the policies that have been in place have made us, ironically, highly dependent on China because 70% of the lithium batteries and 80% of the solar panels are manufactured in China. So in one fell swoop, in my opinion, the Biden administration's economic agenda has driven up inflation and made us more dependent on our primary adversary. And that's why as I've run for the Senate, I've advocated a set of policies that take us in the opposite direction.
Let's put a finer point on this, Dave. The idea of tariffs here against China we'll put aside for a second because Donald Trump is also proposing an across-the-board, a global 10% tariff that he says would help to pay for tax cuts if he's reelected. This has been a big debate, as I'm sure you well know, in Washington over the past week or so, and it's about to get a lot louder, making permanent the 2017 tax cuts that are set to expire next year. We saw a new analysis from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says that would cost in excess of $4 trillion, that it could add that much to our deficit. So if it's not tariffs that offset the cost here, how do you pay for it?
Well, first of all, you gotta pay for it with a growing economy that's generating tax proceeds. The best way to do this, and in the Bush, or rather the Trump tax cuts, if President Biden's reelected and those tax cuts are allowed to expire, that's going to hurt all Americans. So if you look at someone who's making $70,000 a year, the impact on them is something like $2,000 of tax reduction benefit that they lose. And this is the thing.
But the impact of inflation is pretty great on a household as well, right? How do you find $4.6 trillion, I think is the number that they put down here, to pay for that without stoking inflation even further?
The inflation's already been stoked by $6 trillion of incremental spending under President Biden.
So you'd add another $4.
No. The primary driver of the inflation we had has been the spending policies of Biden, and Republicans and Democrats have been spending too much. I'm not saying this is solely Democrats, but what's happened under Biden is $6 trillion of spending. And if you think about the types of spending, you can talk about $170 billion of loan forgiveness, which is absolutely, in my opinion, un-American and unfair, or you can talk about tax cuts that are going to benefit all Americans and all Pennsylvanians. And absolutely, inflation is the most regressive tax at all. So we've got to get inflation under control. But the drivers of inflation are bad energy policy that have driven up the prices of fuel and too much spending. And so I would say reversing certainly some of those Biden spending bills and rolling back the war on natural gas and fossil fuels is the key to getting our economy back in check. And I wouldn't, particularly now when so many families are burdened by this inflation, I wouldn't burden them further by rolling back the tax cuts that President Trump put in place.
Speaking of burdens on families, when you think about the deficit issue largely in the U.S., does that mean that you've also ruled out the idea of more spending, or slowing spending rather, on Medicare and Social Security to be part of the solution in closing that gap?
Well, I think the primary thing we need to do now is roll back some of the spending that President Biden has put in place. Again, I keep pointing to it because it's such an obvious one, is the $168 billion of most recent student loan forgiveness. I mean, look at that. It's extraordinary. That's the size of the Army's budget. That kind of spending doesn't make sense to most Americans. So we got to roll back that spending. We've got to attack a number of sources of discretionary spending. And certainly, when you look down the road, there's questions around entitlements, but the basic premise there you have to start with is we have to live up to the obligations that we promise people. And so it's a balancing act for sure, but a pro-growth economic agenda that deregulates, that allows businesses to grow, is going to be the primary driver of driving tax receipts. We've got to drive back.
That's great. This is Dave McCormick. He's running for Senate. He was the former Bridgewater CEO. Josh Brown. Young CNBC. Ooh. Bop. Why do retirees pay income tax on pension and Social Security they already paid taxes on? It depends how it is. So, that's why they have, retirement accounts and all that. So, if you don't put it in a tax-free account, unfortunately, they got to clap you a little bit. Lower tax rates. I don't know, man. We're going to see taxes. Everybody's going off on the tip, the waiters. Is there any waiters in here? How many Chads are a waiter? Do any of you guys do service industry and you get tips? Not I don't know, I guess DoorDash too. But anybody do is anybody a server or a busboy? You could be a girl too. I'm not trying to judge. Yeah? DoorDash only, part-time server. You bartend on weekends. It's funny because I don't like drinking, but I feel like I would be a good bartender. I feel like I'm a stock bartender. What's up, man? How your day going today? Okay, cool. You want a NVIDIA double? Okay, maybe you should get a single in the long term. How about that? Here's a water. You need a water. I'll get you a water. Before real estate. Let's go, baby. Hello, would you like a drink? I could get you one. Maybe you need a water. Fake news media. The alcohol's not good for you. Are you going to tip me? I need a tip. Thank you. But yeah, they were. That's the big issue. Donald Trump trying to swing the servers. He's saying that no taxes on tips. And then I believe the Democratic opposition, they're saying that'll add like $200 billion to the deficit. We receive tips. I don't know. With that, I thought they don't tax your tips if it's in cash, but nowadays I feel like everybody just writes it in on card. When will the gas stations? Well, I don't know how many of you guys don't fill up your gas tanks. Does that still happen on the East Coast? Like where you pull up to the gas station and then somebody fills it up for you? You're supposed to report the cash tips? Yeah, but most people don't. Yeah, but I feel like nowadays it's all credit card tips. So it kind of makes sense. Yeah, in Jersey, yeah, that's the weirdest shit, bro. That's mind-blowing to me. But do you tip those guys or no? That's crazy. Yeah, you tip them? No? Oh, man. Not allowed? Paying interest on... Well, you have to. You have to pay taxes on your tips. So all the DoorDash drivers and everything, I think once it goes above a certain threshold, you have to pay. But it's again, tariffs and taxes are one of the big issues here of the election. But now, again, like this is something kind of new. But Donald Trump is trying to bring this as like, you better vote for me. I'll get more money in your pocket. Come on, the servers. That's a lot of people. Maybe you're undecided. Get you more money. High inflation. But then again, believe it or not, I mean, the IRS already collects a lot of money off tips. You know, I never thought about it. Maybe I should start tipping in cash. Because this whole time I thought I was hooking them up. But that's kind of crazy. You know, I might take that, bro. That's a good idea. Hook them up. I'm going to start carrying around. Yeah, I never tip in cash. I never have cash. So, like, I mean, I have cash. I just don't take it everywhere. But, yeah, no, that's actually, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I am fucking them. I just realized that as I was talking it out loud and someone is like, yeah, we only tip in cash. Whenever I tip in cash, I write taxation is theft. I'm like, okay, thanks. That's what he said last time. Now I pay more in taxes. Friendly reminder, Donald Trump has not been president for like almost 4 years. So just an update, just in case y'all forgot. So, you know, I know I don't know if we tax the billionaires yet, but, you know, just a friendly reminder. He has been out of the office for, I know, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Joe Biden is your president and responsible for everything over the last 3 years. Okay, so they both contributed to the money supply, but just as a reminder, tax policy and other things, you know, I think you still have some Trump tax cuts, but all the other stuff, there is more to that. Pay your fair share. Shut the fuck up. Good. Yeah. Bank of France Chief Villeroy urges against deepening budget deficits. Is 0.35 expense ratio expensive? No, not at all. That's actually a pretty good fee. 0.33%. You'll barely feel it. It does depend what it is, but 0.3 is generally lower. No, some can charge you more than 0.75. Yeah, that's yearly. That's not monthly. I've seen, I don't know, like wheat has a very high expense ratio. That's the only thing I didn't like about wheat is that it has a high ass expense ratio. I've seen expense ratios as high as like 2. And then NTAP, I don't know if there's a headline. That thing moved. Oracle, Apple, Tesla came up 1%. Where's NVIDIA? The Luna AI Dream Machine Generator? No. I've seen one of those like AI video makers, but I haven't been able, like I don't know if it's like out. Like I've heard of Sora AI by OpenAI, but I don't know if it's like accessible. Have any of you ever used any of those? I haven't had an opportunity to find like a real AI video creator. Really? Which one do you use? I can't find it. I saw this Sora thing, but it was like a fake one, and then I saw the one, on OpenAI. It's not available yet. Yeah, but that's the next wave of all of it. Have you seen the fake AI commercial people? That one's trippy. So they already have templates, and like you could go and like get like a girl or a guy, like it looks like a person, and you type in your script, and then it'll have a person. Like you could fake reviews now, essentially. Like you could have like a real looking person talking, and it's an AI. It's actually crazy. Some would call them cheap fakes. Luna, is that the one? I don't know. I haven't had one. I haven't seen any of like a AI video creator yet. I've seen like a lot of like bunk ones, but I haven't like seen like a real ass one. Do you know how many fake OnlyFans there's about to be? You gave yourself an idea. You're like a year late. So it's not only just like the explicit content that people do already, but there is like, it's the trend. I make jokes about it, but it's real. Like AI girlfriends. Like this is not a joke. This is not a joke. Like you already, yes. Yeah, it's been going on for like a year. So there's people who like, and it's disgusting because it starts off as like a companion. Like if you want someone to talk to and it like learns from you and like it's fucking weird, bro. But then like you could pay add-ons and then it starts just talking weird to you. So yeah, you're a little behind. But yeah, it's very exploitive, bro. It's like, bro, like people be falling in love with these computers and then your girlfriend's like $29.99 a month, please. It's like an ad-based video girlfriend, It's wild, man. I mean, I don't know how all of that works. If that's the industry you want to get into, I mean, may the Lord bless you, man. You know, but I think repent before it's too late. I'm sorry. But no, seriously, though. Amen. Amen. I'm just trying to make money. I'm sorry. Let me go to church. Well, yeah, make money. I mean, I'm not telling you not to, but not all money is good money. Like, it's a dark world, bro. That's it. You could choose how you get your money, but, you know, there's a reason why I hold true to certain things. just because, like, it's different, bro. I don't know how to describe it. I've met a lot of people. I know a lot of people, sadly, and they've gone many different routes. But you have to. Yeah, man. I don't know, bro. It does. If you don't think it has an effect on you, then you're getting blinded by the money. But that's why I'm saying you got to really, once you find something that you actually like doing and love doing and make money too, bro. It's good. And like I said, not all money is good money. It's just like a different fast money. I'm not saying it won't come fast. You know what I'm saying? But you have to definitely find that balance. And I agree. You'd be surprised the people you'd be surrounded with. That's one of the things I hate. Sometimes that's like the crazy part. You may be comfortable working in that, but like you got to realize like what type of people do you think you're going to be dealing with? Like, that's the thing I hate about Wall Street, because I love the market, bro, and I love being here with you guys, and I really hope the things I talk about, bro, I really hope it gets you guys on a good path. I really hope. And I've seen a lot of y'all fucking change your life and do very, very well, and that is awesome. But the thing I hate is like the people I have to deal with, because like the certain industries attract certain types of people. So you may be comfortable with something, but don't underestimate what that dude, it's an energy drain, bro, and you have to deal with certain people, especially the darker the industry, man, like the more shadier, or if it's built around fast money and illicit activity. I mean, you would be surprised. That's what I was saying, man. I still told you guys the PHILO. Maybe it relates to today, but like, you'll see it, bro. Like, believe me, if you want to be around the wolves, like, they'll eat you. Like, it's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody like to think, they're like, I'm a wolf, I'm this. I'm like, okay. But if you want to swim with the sharks, man, they will, like, you got to realize you are prey as well. It's all free game. You're not, there's nothing special. You will be eaten in the same way the moment you turn your back, the moment you let your guard down. And if that's the environment you want to be in, by all means, I hope you thrive. But yeah, you gotta watch out. Interesting perspective. I think it's real. I mean, I've done a lot, man. I work with big money, and like I'm saying, it's sad. I even talked about this with Colt Real Estate the other day, bro. It's sad. Like, dude, do you not realize, like, even in my life, like, I am so grateful for the freedom that I have. I truly am, bro. And finger to the sky, man. Like, God is good, bro, for real. Like, it's so humbling, especially from where my family came from and everything. But, bro, I don't think you've realized everything in my life. Every time I see some shady shit, bro, it's all because of money. That's it. Even people, when they act weird with me, when people betray me and do, it's all because they want money. It's fucked up. It's all money. So it's like, you got to really, really think. Even when it's like the best of people, I would think, it doesn't matter, bro. Money, the way it corrupts people and the way it gets it there. Like, even myself, I think I've gotten to the point where, like, I don't do shit for money. And I've gotten beyond that. But then sadly, the money corrupts me in the sense of arrogance and pride at times, and giving you a false sense of hope or whatever it may be. But so, I think different levels you got to go through. But I don't say this, bro. Like, even then I get terrified sometimes. I don't know what the stream creates, man, because sometimes it's created like really awesome things. But at the same time, bro, like, again, you guys are talking about shady industries. Like, bro, there's kids in here that met me a couple years ago, and now they are fucking kingpins in these shady ass industries. And I'm like, oh fuck, man, I don't know what it is, man, but it's just like I've experienced that. I've lived in LA, bro, for a long time, bro, and I've gone through a lot of different things. So it's like, I mean, I don't say this to you as a teacher who hasn't experienced shit. It's just like, I've been through on every single side of it, man. So you got to really think about it. So that's all it comes down to. But it's just like what was the PHILO yesterday? What I told you guys what was the main thing of the summer? I announced partnership. I think that's that HP event I told you all about in the AM. HP's dying off of it. JD reports record sales during the 618 shopping festival. Well, the corn was part of it to survive. Yeah, I said, bro, avoid unnecessary trouble. That's how you're, believe me. And that's kind of what we are talking about. Like I'm saying, get your bag, boo-boo, but make sure you do not take on a bigger burden than you need to. And make sure you know what you're signing up for. NVIDIA computing by HPE to accelerate generative AI revolution. They're getting killed off that. Yeah, power does corrupt, bro. It's weird. It's a weird thing, bro. Because even if you thought, or even if you move a certain way, and you may not, like, everybody gets affected differently. Like, some people, level 1 is you'll just start doing shady shit for money and power. That's easy. But even if you avoid that, it's what happens in your heart and then in your mind and how it gets you to act and do other things. That's another level, but it is quite fascinating. But, it's something we will all deal with. And you will all have to work on it and mold it and grow it. And that's why, having some decisions and making those decisions will go a long way. This is funny, bro. I'm like doing stretches sitting on the floor talking to this about you. I feel like we're in like a kumbaya circle. I'm just sitting, we talking life, bro. We talking life. Power corrupting may be necessary to lead the herd. You can't have empathy if you make big decisions about human life. I think you can. It's just harder. I mean, it seems like you may have to think about this. It may be something for you too. I don't have a real estate license, no. I did way back in the day, Acura days. But no, I just do investing. But that's why I'm glad to have a nice partnership with a lot of agents. It says word to Thanos. Oh, man. Roger. NVIDIA. It's still killing it. That's been the leader in a weird way today. Plus all the other chip makers. Nasdaq's still back to red. So that little bond rally, but notice it's doing it again. So see, just like here, if market comes down, but if the bonds do that little melt up again, it might lead into it. And just notice though, it's very hard to read the bond correlation. Yesterday you rocketed while the bonds died, and then today any sort of bond rally still lower, I believe, than the high. Yeah, you're not even back up to where you're at Friday, and then the market is still kind of taking it positive. There's the HP event. That's going to get something. It's crazy it's sold off like that, though, but maybe this is the double dip, or if they don't announce anything good, he will die. Intel came down, bro. That thing was up one. Then, I think this is the post earnings. As long as it holds above 140, I mean, now the question is going to be whether or not it fills the gap. Ball died. Oh, that did 3%. I don't know if they sold off that unit. That was the last time I played them. They did pretty good, though. Bow. Amazon. I think Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple. Those are all slacking today. That's why I don't think we're moving as much. Because even though you got some big 5-6% movers, I mean, Microsoft and Apple are both kind of clobbered. And, I mean, Amazon's down 1%. Netflix did good, but then it kind of chilled out. Disney getting whacked on Netflix House news? What's Netflix House? Middies. Before you turn... Booney, you're not even 21? No way. That's crazy, Booney. I thought you were older. That's dope. Better get that long term, baby. Oh, all you youngins, bro. You got great time on your side. My goodness. Citi CFO expects markets to be down or flattish for second quarter. Too young. That's great, bro. Honestly, get that long term. That's hype. That's hype. Wish you started at 21. Hey, man. This best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is today. Netflix ghetto theme park for Bridgerton. Squid Games coming to Dallas. Is it like a pop-up theme park, or is this going to be like a standalone? Ball's on the low again. That one's still dropping. Yeah, ball took another one. So what is... Dude, what? We'll let you experience your favorite shows in real life. First locations will be Dallas and King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. No pictures? No way. Imagine waltzing with your partner to an orchestral cover of Taylor Swift on the replica of the Bridgerton set, and then walking around the corner to compete in the Glass Bridge Challenge from Squid Games. After pretending to fight for your life and worked up an appetite, you could get a bite. You see a nearby restaurant with food inspired by Netflix shows. The meal's memorable, but you want to buy Stranger Things merch. That fan fever dream will soon become a reality with the opening of Netflix House, an experimental entertainment venue that'll bring some of the most beloved titles to life. First two locations will be opening in 2025. No way. Interesting. U.S. seeks allies' help in curbing China AI memory chip progress. They're going to do it in Pennsylvania and how you say, Dallas. I watched Bridgerton the other day, but like I can't get into it. My girlfriend watches it, and I'm just like, this shit's weird. I'm like, I'll go play 2K. This shit, I cannot. I don't do. My girl loves Bridgerton, bro, and I don't get it. I'm like, why? Like, I couldn't get it. I don't think it's like awful, but like it just definitely, I'm not like, because some shows she put on and I'll watch it and like I'll get into it even if I'm not supposed to like it. But that one, I'm not fully Bridgertoned out yet. I can't, for some reason, I can't. Yeah, I think Fallout is my favorite show of the year. I think Fallout was amazing. The books are romance novels. I did watch The Gentleman. That one's good. Shogun, which was that the one with the brothers on Netflix? That one was a good one too. There's been a lot of good. I've liked Netflix, but it's funny. Amazon Fallout is the best show of the year, bro, in my opinion. But I really enjoyed that show a lot. Oh, Shogun's on Hulu. I don't know what that is then. That samurai one on Netflix was good. Or no, it's not samurai. It's like the two brothers in the brother's son. Oh, dude, that movie, it was dope. I loved it. I loved Brother's Son. That was a really, really good one. I was like addicted to that one. NVIDIA again. Ball bounced up a little bit. A-net's on the high. Someone called that earlier. High ticker's kind of gassing a little bit. You're just like barely above open, my guy. Dow just went green. Russell's killing it, 0.51. The brother's son, it's like these two brothers in the Yakuza, and then like one of them is like a nerd, one of them's not, and then there's like a big family drama, and then that's it. I can't spoil it, but it's good. It was like actually dope. Presumed innocent on Apple. I haven't watched the Apple one in a minute. I need to. Ever since Ted Lasso. I missed Ted Lasso. That was my favorite show last year. Was that, 2023, I think. Ted Lasso was amazing. Well, you should try Fallout. I should. Oh, I don't know. Should I tell you guys I had a dream the other day. I don't want to tell you guys, though. You might freak out, but it was funny. But, yeah, I had a weird-ass dream. Jensen on stage at the HP event? Oh, no way. Damn, they brought out leather. Bro, he was at the Dell thing, the Service Now, bro. I swear, he's like 100 a feature. Jensen. What? That's it. They just pay him to show up, bro. That's crazy. Jensen World Tour.
Another 5 minutes or so. I said, Craig, let's wait. We want the house full.
Look, I wasn't going to listen to it,
fact,
but you got
there
Jensen.
was supposed to be not a lot of people on the side because that kind of is not the best view. But boy, we have every seat.
Oh, leather jacket and all, baby.
Well, they're here to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job.
Yeah,
Nice
thank you.
to see
Thank
you.
you for being here. It means a lot to us, but honestly, it means a lot to them, our customers and partners. Listen, we just announced the NVIDIA Computing by HPE. And obviously, our focus is to capitalize this amazing
that's Elon
opportunity,
Musk.
which is AI. But let's talk a little bit about what it means for enterprises. What is for them at the end of the day?
Well, when you take a step back, AI, generative AI, what's going on in the industry today hasn't happened in 60 years.
He low-key is the new Elon.
Fundamental computing platform transformation.
But we don't know
in
anything
60
about
years,
him.
From general purpose computing.
You know what I'm saying? Like Elon just talks a lot.
From processing
all I
on
know
CPUs
is he wears a leather jacket and just does chips. And he's down to sign some titties. Excuse me.
Engineered instructions.
But that's it. I don't know anything else about him though.
Trained on data.
I don't really know what he's into.
From instruction
I don't know.
Computing
Is he vote for Biden, Trump? I have no idea.
Driven computing. Every single layer of the computing stack has been transformed, as we both know very deeply well.
Elon Musk.
And
I know what you're
the type
talking.
of
Have you seen that fake
that are
Elon
now
dude?
Possible to
I feel bad for it, bro.
write
He's
and
literally
develop
Elon.
Are completely new, and the way you develop the application is completely new. And so every single layer of the computing stack is going through a transition. And that's
there's
why
a fake
from an
Elon
industrial
Musk named
perspective,
Elon
it's such a
Ma.
big deal.
He's on TikTok.
On the other hand, what's
You have
really
to see-
amazing is a
if
whole
you don't
new
see it,
industry
you have
has
no idea what
emerged.
I'm talking about.
What used to be the IT industry, and we've seen the creation of a $3 trillion industry, which is really driven by the last industrial revolution, where we invented the idea as an industry of mass-producing software.
Don't call him fake. All right, my
software
bad,
is
man, my
invisible.
bad. He's real.
You can copy as many versions as you like.
he looks
And
like
yet
Elon.
we've created a $3 trillion industry on that idea. Now we have a new idea. And this new idea is quite extraordinary in the sense that
do you think his hairline is natural?
Is still invisible.
Because he got some nice hair, bro.
It's embedded with intelligence.
But I don't know if that's hair transplant because it's kind of pushed back, but it's kind of perfect.
What is really extraordinary is the IT industry and the work that we're doing together. On the one hand,
you're right.
can address,
for real, though.
Enterprise computing.
Yeah, that's natural.
GPU
He has
clouds,
genetics on his side.
Sovereign AI.
Nah, yeah, that's...
But now we also have this new industry that's emerged
lucky.
called AI factories, where we're producing intelligence in high volume. And so our industry has been transformed really, really profoundly, and we're at the beginning of that.
He has good posture, too.
2 years ago, we were not talking about this, but you and I have many conversations over the years, and you have this amazing conviction.
Bro, I think I'm going to go bald, bro.
And it's not just about technology. It's
I think I'm going to fucking buzz it.
Business. And I think
I might do it in this
weekend.
weekend.
This AI revolution,
otherwise, I got to go get the transplant.
The generative AI industrial revolution, as you
But then I'm like, if I go bald and I don't like it,
business,
I could just go get the transplant later.
Yeah. So when you put yourself in their shoes as a customer, what they need to think
I already have the
to
beard.
be successful as an enterprise, what are the key ingredients they need to think about it?
Well, theoretically, what AI needs are three components. Of course, the model, the revolutionary large language model and generative AI models.
I still have my long curly hair.
Computing to go
just not on
process
top.
that. But very importantly, something that all of the enterprises in the world possess, and I heard you say it earlier, and it's completely true, their most important asset. For companies, it's your most important asset. For countries and different regions, it's your natural resource. You need these three things. You need model technology, you need data, and you need compute. However, that's on a theoretical basis. What you need on a practical basis is you need a model stack. You need
I'm not self-conscious, but I'm self-aware. I look so much older than I am.
Incredibly complicated.
It's unnecessary.
And so the work that we've done together is really about
That's it. I saw a picture at my niece's graduation. I was like,
really
who's that old?
Massive and comprehensive
way
that our partnership is working together so that we could productize the model. We call them NVIDIA NIMs, and the model stack, the data stack, which comes from NVIDIA AI Enterprise and the data processing, the vectorizing of your data, semantic embeddings, the retrieval, and the deployment. We call that NVIDIA AI Enterprise, and the entire computing stack, which has all of the software that goes along with supercomputing technology. And one of the reasons why this is built in the clouds today, because the stack is so complicated. Between our two companies, we've really turned these three stacks into
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Deployable solutions that you can engage right away.
So, the NVIDIA AI computed by HP offerings and services, one of the key elements, it will be available through our joint go-to-market strategy that really spans the sales, the channel. So here you have 1,500 of the most important channel and partner ecosystems as well. And we will provide training them, obviously. But also today, so we're making an announcement that Deloitte, HCL, Infosys, TCS, and Wipro are coming along our journey. And that's really significant because at the core of this, they also need to transform the business. And obviously, there is a variety of workload. And so when I think about that, first is training and certification. So together with Jensen and his team, we are going to train the entire HPE sales force. We're going to show up in front of you as one company. And when I think about that, there's thousands and thousands of people just on the specialization side, as well as on the pre-sale side, which is a huge important role. And listen, when you engage HP, you're going to be working with AI experts that have the skill to help you design, together with our partner ecosystem, deploy and operate these amazing generative AI solutions. Together, we are making significant investments to train you as well and the services that you need across the life cycle to turn this NVIDIA computing initiative a reality. So where you have skill gaps, we have the experts to help you, ready to support. Second, we also working with Jensen and his team to develop multi-levels of comprehensive and optimized solutions to deliver that amazing innovation. And obviously, Jensen, you are on the forefront to keep announcing these amazing architectures. Obviously, we are now into the H family, but the Grace Hopper and now soon Blackwell and the other ones, Rubin and the like. So that's super important. But also at the same time, we also need to think about managing the life cycle of these solutions. That's why HP has unique differentiation with HP Financial Services, because ultimately, as these systems come to end of life, we can find the right, smarter IT lifecycle solutions so that we can help you create the capacity to invest in these amazing innovations, but also make sure we find the right use when that asset comes out of your environment. So, Jensen, this is amazing because I'm super excited about this joint go-to-market. But can you please elaborate, these three elements we talk about, right? Because ultimately, this ends up on an integrated co-engineering solution we're going to announce today. So,
yeah, these three stacks are incredibly complicated. First of all, you're sitting on a mountain of really valuable data. You want to fine-tune your proprietary model. We have a large collection of public, proprietary, and partnership models that we've created, and we take this entire complicated stack and we turn them into NVIDIA inference microservices, basically a model stack. This model stack is essentially an API. It's kind of like a chatbot, except we've integrated everything and made everything work, and it's now in essentially a giant container of hundreds of dependencies, incredible amounts of technology, but easy for you to use. You download it, you could fine-tune it, guardrail it, you can deploy it, and that microservice is now one of the stacks. The second stack that you have is your data stack. This data stack, you want to vectorize, bring semantic meaning to it, and so we have technologies for helping you do that. We call NeMo. You could then take this data stack and connect it to your model stack. This way, your model stack becomes an intelligent AI that can interact with, chat with, retrieve information from your company's private data. And then the third thing is, of course, the entire computing stack. Between us and HP, we will turn you into a world-class AI cloud, a world-class AI company. And then, of course, those three ingredients are fundamental to AI, but ultimately, you also need the expertise, the domain expertise, and this is where this network of partners connecting with all of this technology with a giant go-to-market, we can now bring AI to the world's enterprises for the very first time. This is a massive partnership and a really comprehensive solution that we can take to the market. So it's a very big deal today.
And we appreciate the vote of trust and confidence in us because for us, obviously partnering with the best has always been one of our key objectives. But you talk about these three major elements, I call it. And while others have talked about integrating these AI solutions, at HP, we wanted to create something truly unique with you. And so we did not just bring together the pieces. I always like to talk about widgets or doorknobs in the back. That's very complex for you. That's not how it works. If we want to accelerate this generative AI solution, we have to deliver you an experience. And so that's why, together with NVIDIA and their amazing portfolio of software and obviously silicon, the networking components, we are bringing all this together with the HP systems, HP services, the ability to manufacture and service this. I think people forget that. Because once we go to direct liquid cooling, and Jensen and I were talking early on, you need to have a water-cooled manufacturing capability. And HP has one of the largest water-cooled manufacturing capabilities on the planet. On the planet. Why? Because we had to do it for supercomputers, right? And so now we bring it all together, we democratize with all the things you talk about. And that's why today it is a pleasure to introduce what we call the first-of-a-kind turnkey private cloud AI solution co-developed with NVIDIA. We call it the HP Private Cloud AI. And this solution provides the deepest integration. And this is very important. It's the deepest integration to date of NVIDIA AI computing networking and software with HP storage, and obviously our servers, and the HP GreenLake Cloud, because ultimately you have to deliver that experience as a cloud experience, right? Unlike any other AI solution out there, who are services-led, meet in front of the customer, bring it together, we deliver this as a one integrated product. And is ready to run out of the box, because that's the key. When I say turnkey, I mean the simplest experience today for deploying and operating the AI NVIDIA software stack in the industry. So how this work, Jensen, because you and I went through it, right? There's a plug it in, few clicks.
3 clicks, I understand.
3 clicks.
3 clicks. All it takes is 3 clicks. Well, the thing that's really amazing is that you say it works right out of the box. Inside that box are CPUs, NVIDIA Grace CPUs, NVIDIA GPUs, networking, NVLink switches, either InfiniBand or Ethernet for AI switches, and all of that technology with all of that software all integrated, number one. Number two, we've made it so that you could have small, medium, large.
Extra large.
Yeah, extra large. And as you know, the more you buy, the more you save. And so everybody...
Buy more.
Yeah.
In fact, you need few of them.
The more you buy, the more you save. And so...
What the fuck,
you want the extra large version, but you can start anywhere.
What the fuck?
And this is really the big deal. That we've integrated.
It's funny because I've heard it way too many times.
Really easy to use.
It's not like, you know what I'm saying, the first couple of times, but I'm like, wait, dude,
all
this
the complexity that goes into all the technology
they really are pumping it. Like, it all is a pitch every single time.
And it's helping you operate it over time. Remember, you're not buying a computer that you're using. You're buying a service, and you can own a service that you can operate. And so that's a very, very big deal.
I'm excited because, obviously, he is a million times better engineer as I am. But when I think about technology, it's always about the experience, right? So that's why the HP Private Cloud includes comprehensive multi-layer control from both HP and NVIDIA, right? Because we have to deliver this through a cloud experience. And also the most secure, sensitive data models, which includes, by the way, built-in AI data compliance and explainability. That's very important. You want to know from where these models are coming from. Automated AI pipelines with complete lineage, traceability, and auditability for the entire AI lifecycle. This is one of the things the enterprises, they're worried, how this thing works, where the models are coming from, how attract the data. A single dashboard, think about that, a single dashboard to monitor all your AI applications and services. By the way, it supports multi-tenant collaboration with unified role-based access control to isolate data and projects across different teams. It is, as Jensen said, all built in. And at the launch, as we just kind of hinted to you, HP Private Cloud AI will be available in 4 configurations. We are in the United States, so we need to have 4. Not small, medium. We need to go a little bit large, but 4 small, medium, large, and extra large. And you can see here, each one of them is flexible, is modular, has the ability to expand our capacity over time, but maintain that consistent cloud-managed experience with the HP GreenLake Cloud. Many of you are already HP GreenLake customers here, whether using it for deploying an access point or a storage array or a server or a switch. Now you can do the same with this private cloud solution. Listen, some customers are going to start small, maybe to try, but also do some inferencing. But also, as the use cases multiply, you need all the things like RAG and to fine-tune into one solution. I think we are going to offer the most comprehensive solution on the planet, because also we can offer it as a self-managed or as a managed services as a part of HP GreenLake. And at the same time, you maintain the consistent operating model, which, by the way, is ready to adopt whatever you come up with, which I know you have a lot coming up with, which means it's ready to adopt the latest technologies that Jensen and the team are coming through. So this is, in my mind, is a big deal. So when you think about that, Jensen, and think about the next generation, which obviously will support Grace Hopper 200 as well as the network. What do you think the enterprises will be looking next once they have this simplicity? It's all about understanding the use cases and getting in that factory mode to deploy. I think that's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, it's a really big deal for enterprise today. Look, the fact of the matter is we're sitting on a mountain of data. All of us are sitting on a mountain of data. We've been collecting it in our businesses for a long time. But until now, we really haven't had the ability to refine that data, discover insight, and codify it automatically into our company's digital experience, our digital intelligence. Every company is going to be an intelligence manufacturer. Every company is built fundamentally on domain-specific intelligence. For the very first time, we can now digitize that intelligence and turn it into our AI, the corporate AI. The thing that's really profound here is that you could start anywhere, small, medium, large, extra large. They're architecturally completely compatible. And so if you change your mind and you want to do more, everything that you've built yesterday is going to run seamlessly across the larger systems. And when we go to the next generation system, everything will be CUDA compatible. This is one of the great disciplines of our company. By putting everything on top of CUDA, this revolutionary invention that we made 20 years ago, and having the discipline to maintain CUDA compatibility over all these years, some 15 generations now, we can make it possible for all of our customers to...
We'll get rid of Jensen in a little bit. Let me read you these. A lot of Fed Kugler comments. Likely appropriate to begin easing policy sometime this year if economy evolve. Market could be reacting to that. Bonds are fucking ripping off of that. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. There's a bond auction? Whoa. Bond auction. No. Yeah, TLT came in at 4.452. I don't know when the when issued is, and then you have Fed Kugler saying it's appropriate to cut rates. Inflation high, but encouraged by renewed recent progress. Further progress on inflation likely to be gradual, optimistic, then improving supply. That improving supply will cool demand and will support continued disinflation. Likely appropriate to begin easing sometime later this year if economy evolves as expected. Sufficiently restrictive economic conditions moving in the right direction. Policy has more work to do. Judgment will be guided by data. Dang, so there was a lot there. I don't know what the when issued was. Versus 4.48? No way. Oh, wait, what? 4.45 versus 4.4. That seems a little, that's higher, though. I'll get the summary of that. It doesn't seem like it's good. I don't know if we're reacting to Kugler or not. Kugler would have been one, but then that 20-year bond auction, literally, I don't know why the bonds are getting a bid. It seems like it came in higher. So if the yields were higher, I don't know why TLT would be running like that. So it could be a mix of both Fed and the auction. We'll see. Lately, the bond auctions have been strong. I don't know if you guys recall the last one. We've been going over those, but like they've been with a lot of foreign demand. Yeah, the when issued was 4.48. 4.4. Oh, so no, it was a little lower. I'm tripping. So 4.45 versus 4.48. So slightly lower. I want to see all the other data on that. So that does make a little bit. I thought it came in higher. I was like, wait a minute. That does not make any sense. But then again, Kugler also talking rate cuts right now. Well, you got a big move on that. TLT, I mean, it might move a little bit more. We will see.
The future of liquid cooling is going to result in
then
everything from better performance, lower infrastructure costs, and lower operating costs. Yeah, really
NHP is uniquely positioned to deliver direct liquid cooling. So that's why...
Nobody has plumbed more liquid than Antonio.
So, there you go. And by the way, you need to come see our factory so you see how good we are on that one. But listen, HP delivers 100% liquid cooling, including the CPU and the GPUs, and the fabric. I don't think people understand that the fabric today is also liquid cooled.
Yeah.
You know, they think about a switch there with a bunch of Ethernet ports. Actually, it's not. You also run direct liquid cooling to the fabric. And listen, we hold numerous, hundreds of patents in this particular part of the portfolio. And listen, we have the expertise to build these large systems at scale, as I showed early on. But also, you know, we are really proud to bring this innovation for you, together with Jensen. And I think our combined portfolio can achieve amazing results. And by the way, do it in a circular economy, because we can actually capture 100% of the heat that gets wasted. And we have some amazing use cases. We take actually the heat, Jensen, in some areas, and we either power greenhouses in the winter, or also power heating systems in buildings, so they don't waste, other things. So listen, Jensen, I know we can spend here the whole day, but to wrap us up,
I'm sure you could.
What is the key takeaway you want the
Buy
audience
more.
here with an amazing
The key to
living
buy
room,
more.
The
key buy, the more you buy,
Well,
you buy more.
The era of generative AI is here. You must engage the single most consequential technology in history. You must translate and codify your company's intelligence into digital intelligence. And you must find a way as quickly as possible to turn that flywheel of your company's experience into your company's AI as quickly as possible. That's number one. Number two, our partnership with HP is about simplifying all of this incredibly complicated technology in 3 stacks: the data stack, the model stack, the computing stack. Turn it into this private cloud so that you could operate it, or you could get the benefit from it, with all of that complexity being extracted from you, so that we could help you apply all this great technology in service of you. And then lastly, this giant go-to-market.
Exactly.
This giant go-to-market.
People matter.
Yeah, this network of ecosystem of partners and service providers, and we're going to, because of this, make it possible for the first time to bring generative AI to every single company in the world.
Thank you. Now, Jensen and I are going to be on the show floor later, not demonstrated because we don't have time, but going through the demos, which are amazing. We have an amazing show floor. Please go there. But listen, what Jensen and I do is in service to you, our customers. When we connect the power of our joint innovation, the expertise and the greatness of our partnership with NVIDIA to your enterprise, intelligence has no limits. Right? Intelligent. So thank you, Jensen, for inspiring us. It's great to have him here, an amazing innovator, a force for changing the world. And for me,
bond auction just happened. It came in slightly lower.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonio.
Shukran, Antonio. Shukran, Habibi.
Go HP!
Go NVIDIA!
All right, guys, we're on your team.
And meanwhile, Intel is nowhere to be heard from.
So again,
that's something I was thinking about during this. Like, the whole time, bro, I'm like, if you really think about it, like, Intel ain't invited to any of the parties. You know what I'm saying? Like, Intel just does not get any invites. Intel is not partnering up with nobody. Intel just selling off units. Like, yeah, they just, I don't know, man. Intel, I mean, maybe compared to the lesson we had yesterday, maybe Intel needs, they need, what's it called? They might need some government subsidies or something. Man, it's time to make another i9 processor. Nah, for real, bro. For real. Was the auction solid? I got 4.452. Previous was 4.6, so it's lower than last time. Bid to cover was 274. So you had versus 2.5. You had more people covering. Directs accepted 16, and indirect once again was higher. So all of these auctions, foreign demand has gone up. That's why you're seeing those indirects come up. And then also, again, you had a little bit slightly higher of a bid to cover right there. So that means people are covering their bond shorts, even though the dot plot and everything else, again, that data, that's what's doing it. Oh, Santelli. It's one of the best auctions. He gives it an A+. Wow. I remember the last 20 year was good.
Here, which is not the on the yield curve favorite. It gives us an insight into what their macro view of interest rates is. And right now, it certainly seems to be lower. Melissa Lee, back to you.
Well, Rick, actually, just 1 minute. The last 3 auctions, I want to say, have actually been decent. And they've all happened since before what was going on in France in terms of the political turmoil. Do you see that that's spilling over, a bid for safety? Outside, you know, the CAC has been down. Maybe investors are looking to reallocate here.
Yeah, I think you bring up an excellent point. You know, what's going on with France and their deficits, it reminds me a bit in a way of Liz Truss in the UK. Not similar, but
Arm
you know,
170.
the fiscal situation a country is in, the deficits and what they're trying to do about it, all is a huge factor. And on a relative basis, what you're saying makes sense, that the U.S. right now seems to be a better choice. But I'd put 1,000 asterisks there, because if the deficit issues in France going against the EU metrics of what is allowed to be a debt to budget or debt to GDP level, the United States is running off the rails in that camp. So I would caution too much euphoria, even though I think your comment is spot on.
When was the last time you gave any auction an A+, Rick?
I want to hear this. That's why we got something
It's
up.
been a while.
171
I
on
would say
arm.
probably about a year, and you're exactly right. The 10s and the 30s in the last tranche we had were aggressively solid A's. So we now had 3 longer maturity auctions that really have gone off quite well.
I had a professor like you in college, Harvey C.
Until Yellen comes in, and I think we need to raise our refund in. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. I hope you have enjoyed the claps. I hope you are excited. We're middle of the day, baby, and here at the Cult, man. If you haven't realized, even before, bro, I'm talking to y'all, man, and maybe we could talk about it a little bit more, bro. But you know, I think we should take a moment and talk about life a little bit and talk about some things, bro. And above all else, man. Just, I'm very, very impressed. I've been seeing more critical thinking. I was already proud of y'all like 8-9 months ago. I've been seeing a high demand for PHILO. And even then, it's crazy how many of you have told me, I used to turn off PHILO. I haven't opened up a book in this long. I ain't do. And bro, I love it, man. And I really hope above, you know, it's beyond the stream, man. And that's the thing is that, I really hope all of you guys are living good, man, and living good goes beyond. It's not just money, man. Money is part of it, and I'm telling you, man, you guys realize, like, control, discipline, living your life, bro, and living it to the utmost of your abilities, it leads to success in every aspect. You know, I'm not here to tell you that, yeah, you know, pray a couple times, click your heels, and you're going to become a millionaire. Definitely not. But like I'm saying, though, it's just like, do you guys understand? And that's why I think some of you have understood. It's just like, bro, it's related to everything. You live your life, you do things successfully in one area, man, it is going to feed through. If you have a care and an effort and you live by it, you have a standard and you stick to it, you know what I'm saying? It is going to start moving you in the right direction. So I hope all of you have success, and I think it all starts with our habits and what we choose to do and how we go about it. And even then, even more shout out for those of you who have ever fell off the path, slipped up, fell behind, bro, and found a way to get back on it. I mean, that's the beauty and the journey of life, dude. You have time, you know, God willing, we never know. And that's why I hope you give a solid effort every single day. But like, yo, you have time, and like the failure and the success, going one way, going the other, bro, this is part of the journey that molds you, man. So just shout out to those who are letting life mold something out of you and getting something out of it, bro. For real. I don't know if y'all feel me on that, man, but I'm very excited for it. So Chattadonia today, I got to kind of, it's a weird one, but like, it's funny. I don't know. Sometimes like it's kind of weird because like I'll have a PHILO and then some people will ask me stuff and then like certain things happen throughout the day. And I'm like, damn, bro, that's crazy. Because it sometimes it relates in a very, very weird way. So here's the deal. Today, I think I already gave you part of this one. Do you guys remember? I don't know. Maybe I have this written down, and I'm pretty sure I read over it. And then I was adding to this thing. I was just, again, if you haven't noticed, bro, like I'm just sharing like my Bible study notes with you, or literally when I'm like recapping Epictetus and other things, bro. Like I'm just writing my notes down and I'm literally sharing it to you, man. And I don't know, do you guys, did I read you guys John 10? Did I ever go over that one with you? And then did we talk about the gate and the people at the gate? Did I discuss that one with you? I feel like I did a couple weeks ago, but there's more to it. I don't know. Did I? I don't know. You tell me, Chad. It sounds familiar. It does sound familiar, especially that's what I'm saying. It's funny how even in our talks and some of the things we go over and the things that come up, it's not. I don't know. Some people say it's familiar, some not. Well, I guess I'll just tell you. John 10:7. The thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. You've all probably heard this somewhere, but did I talk about this with you in the last couple weeks? If not, I'll gladly, because there's part 2 of it. Oh, man. I don't know if it's familiar to you guys, but let me read this to you. John 10:7. Therefore Jesus said again, very truly I tell you, I am the gate for the sheep. All who have come before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep have not listened to them. I am the gate. Whoever enters through me will be saved. They will come and go out and find pasture. The thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. I come that they may have life and have it to the full. So you've heard this verse before. I know everybody has. You don't even have to read the Bible, and you've probably heard this in some passing. But there was something when I went over it. This is the first part that was kind of trippy. Do you get the context? He says, I am the gate for the sheep. All who have come before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep have not listened to them. That right there, that's the part that trips me out. Because I've heard this verse my whole life. But there's something about that. And I think it tells you about something pretty practical. I am the gate for the sheep. All who have come before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep have not listened to them. I hope you get it. The part I was looking for that stood out to me, it's not that there's enemies and wolves and all of these things. It's not that. It's the gate and what the thieves do. It literally says you didn't listen to them. That means they are at the gate calling you out as well. The point I'm trying to say, the thieves are trying to imitate the shepherd. So that means they have to call to you. Are you feeling me? I don't know. I think I told you this one. Because I asked you the question, did you listen to them? But this always blew my mind. Because I've read this one way, but it's something very interesting to think. Just as the true shepherd is at the gate, calls to his sheep, and they come and they know his voice, on the reverse end, that's exactly what the thieves are doing. So this kind of blew my mind. I hope it sticks out to you too. But here's where it gets even better. And I think this relates to something, again, very practical. And today, I don't know how much this is going to punch you in the face. I think you got to pray for discernment. This is not for everybody. You got to really, really think about this. But he goes on to say, I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is not the shepherd and does not own the sheep. So when he sees the wolf coming along, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks the flock and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. I don't think y'all feel me. What do you think I'm going to talk about next? It may not be as deep as you think it is. Oh, but there's something important in this. Yeah, you think I talk about stocks, right? I'm sure you could find this in all aspects, bro. I'm sure you could apply. This is why I think this is a very practical lesson, man. I don't care what you believe in. It does not matter. This is something you got to really, really think about. My question for you: are you the hired hand? What is your motivation? Again, we could talk about the false prophets. We could talk about the imitators. Again, I was just telling you how people have imitated me. And it's crazy because nowadays people are like kind of calling it out, bro. Like, you guys don't realize it, man. How much people imitate each other and how much people steal shit and they package it a certain way and make it look a certain. Literally, the imitation is huge. Again, the thieves have to imitate the shepherd. That's the whole point. If you don't really know, you'll get confused by what's calling out to you. Like I said, bro, SBS, big pop. Actually, a gigantic pop. Almost, actually, no. It's like 20 cents. It's just going crazy on there. You'd be surprised, bro. But again, I could explain you stories in my life. I'm sure you guys have seen it, but you got to really think, man. The question is, when it calls to you, do you know what it is? But that's one element. But that's the thing, bro. I'm not here to. That there's a whole nother aspect to this. That's why it's funny because I had this written down and I kept coming back to this verse and I read it again and then dude, this one really stuck out to me. And like, you gotta, man, somebody was even asking me, bro, where do you get energy in the morning? Bro, do you really love this? And this goes beyond stocks, bro. I'm not here to talk about imitation in stocks. I'm not here to tell you about, do you really love the stock market? That's only one area. For real. But what is your motivation? This is an age-old question. This is the number one thing we ask with real estate. And I think it's a good time to come back to this. But I don't know, something about the hired hand. This is very applicable to what you work on. My brother, would you be in the stock market if it didn't pay you? I know someone's like, yeah, it only takes my money anyways. But no. Think about it. If this wasn't what if the market only offered you minimum wage? So you got to really find your motivation. And that's something y'all got to really think about with both stocks. But now what about everything else? Oh, I want to get a degree. I want to do this. I want to do that. This is my... Why do you want to do it? What is your motivation? Amen, bro. I'm glad you don't need to be religious for this one, man. That's why I'm saying it's crazy. Because I hope you could take the wisdom from even thousands of years ago. The ancient books will tell you. From day one till today. There is a difference between the hired hand and what's the other side, though? Can I read you the verse again? I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is not the shepherd and does not own the sheep. So when he sees the wolf coming, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. Yes, you got it. Day one till today, bro. Ironically enough, ownership comes up. Isn't that funny? He doesn't own it. The hired hand from day one it's not an owner. Oh. Who would have thought that how you behave in your motivation will be swayed depending on if you own something or not? Huh. Yeah, bro, we were just talking about this. Isn't that crazy? We were just talking here this morning. And I was telling y'all, hey, bro, you got to watch out. Only you are going to care about you. Now, y'all haven't realized all these things that are trying to pull you here, pull you there. You got to start asking yourself, is it a hired hand or not? Or is it trying to imitate something and call you? My question is, are you listening? So this is why I love this, man, because it's a double-edged sword. Because you could use this for how you discern things, and you could also use this for how you are applying yourself. Because for you, man, some of y'all need to get some skin in the game. And I don't know what that means. I'm not talking stocks. I'm talking everything. Your future. Your plan. Until you become an owner, if you treat it like a hired hand, bro, if you really are only here for the money, or you're only doing stuff and you don't have the commitment to it, what are you really expecting out of it? All that comes out of it is a wage. And when trouble hits, you're going to abandon it. Why? Because they've been doing that since the beginning of time. Oh, I hope you feel me. From the beginning of time, trouble hits, you do not have skin in the game. You are not an owner. You are going to abandon it. Let's be real. At the same time, bro, what are you expecting from people? What are you expecting from the hired hands? It's a job. It is a job. And how did it call to you? That's something you got to, if you really want discernment, you got to think about that. I hope you feel me. So, Chad, this one's crazy, man. It is. Yeah, honestly, even then, bro, the ownership, abandonment, how you really feel. It's funny. I don't know. It kind of relates because I heard this one the other day and it kind of blew my mind. And I don't know. Maybe this might be for somebody right now. I don't know who, what, when, where, why. That's not my intention. Because, like, this didn't really, I haven't really dealt with this in a minute, but it did remind me of something. It's like, and I don't know, some of y'all, let me ask you this. Has there anybody recently, have you tried to make an improvement in your life? And somebody got mad at you? See, I get people mad at me for all sorts of things. I've dealt with this in different times, but like have you had it where, and even then, like the smallest misunderstanding. Oh, you think you're better than me. all this PHILO stuff, huh? You know that. You know some people don't like PHILO because you like, dude, they think I think I'm better than you. I don't. But I can't control how you feel. And the same thing goes for all of that. And again, the hired hands versus ownership. But I heard this and I loved it. And I think some of y'all, man, you need to right now, bro, if somebody is overreacting, or if there was a small misunderstanding and they come at you for it, you need to rejoice. You know that? You need to be rejoiceful. And I hope you take what you see and really understand it. You know why? Because sometimes, man, small misunderstandings will expose how people really feel about you. And you need to really take that in. Yeah, you can forgive them. I'm not saying not to. You get what I'm not telling you to treat somebody, and if anything, you should love them more, bro. You should actually be better. But you need to wake up and realize it, man. Because if people really feel a certain way about you, they're going to say it. I've dealt with it so much in my life. And I know it. I know damn well. The littlest opportunity. You think you're this. Oh, you're this. I knew you were this. Like, whoa. But that's why I'm saying some of y'all need to rejoice and take it in. And really understand that and stop. I want to get too sad about it. But you trying to figure out who's for you and who's against you? Well, there you go. Honestly, I do this. Oh, man, I don't know if I've been too self-aware with some of y'all. I do this. I myself do this sometimes. Even, you know what they do? They're like, Josh, and I freak out and I'll ban you. You know why? Because I read all of your other messages. It's true. Even if we'll have a small misunderstanding and I'll ban you, I'll time you out. You know why? Because of all the other stuff. And that's what I was saying, bro. I've had a fake tolerance. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Because I'm not saying I'm innocent. Never have, never will. But that's why I say I think we all need to figure out where we need to be. I don't want to be around certain things, and you don't want to be around certain things. Great. But even then, bro, everybody you deal with, everything in life, y'all need to start. Like, why are you fighting so hard to be around? Again, and this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. People are trying to fight to stay around hired hands. Trying to stay around the lack of ownership. Why? When clearly, even over the littlest things, it is showing you how it really feels. So again, I guess it does tie in, like I'm saying, you man, back to it, bro. Are you the hired hand or not? And how you're going to answer that question is by really understanding your motivation. And sometimes it takes fire to test it. Sometimes it takes the wolf. Sometimes it takes a misunderstanding. But are you hearing me? Because this right here will change your life. A real, true, pure, this is why I'm motivated. This is why I'm invested into this. That's why I've always said, man, it's funny how these concepts always relate to investing, ownership, having an investment in something. But I'm not just talking stocks. Some of you, this might be the stock market. Some of y'all, you got to stop acting like a hired hand and say, are you going to own this thing or not? Is this what you're going to be in or not? Is that what's motivating you? Because guess what? If it's only the money that motivates you, when that money fluctuates, so will your motivation. Guess what? When trouble strikes, you don't want to be around the trouble. Why? I don't own it. It makes a lot of sense. So are you surprised the people you around? Man, when the trouble hits, where are they going to be at? If they are not, again, if it's a hired hand, that's I hate to break it to you. How do you own in it? Invest in it. To be intrinsically motivated. Why do you want this? And are you actually giving something worthy of what it is? Imagine, a lot of us don't like the whole shepherd thing. You know that? Because we don't like calling ourselves sheep. But it is such a beautiful, beautiful picture. Like imagine, bro, whatever it is. And again, I could be talking about stocks. For all of us, it's different. But like really think about it, bro. Like an animal, it's yours. Imagine you were the shepherd. And something came to threaten it. How are you going to behave? It's hungry. Are you going to feed it? Are you going to take care, or do you only care about when it's time to do the shearing? Are you the farmer who only cares about the harvest? What is waking you up in the morning? What is getting you going? Again, even then, like even at the most basic level for this stock thing, you got to think about it, bro. Without the long term, you're a hired hand. Let's be real. This is the number one thing I've told you from day one. My goal for all of you is to become owners. You know why? Because if you don't own, you don't care. You see a car accident on the side of the road, you don't care. You know why? It's not your car. You stop, you maybe take a picture. It's not yours. You don't care. Oh, a sad story on the internet today. It's not yours. You don't care. If you don't own, you don't care. I've said from day, all I care about is the ownership. So you want to know how to get invested, bro. There's literally investing. But it's deeper than that. It's everything in our lives. And on the same respect, I got to ask you too, what's the other shit you're investing in? You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I had to take a step back and look at things. Some of y'all are taking ownership of things you don't need to. Unnecessary trouble. But even then, are you giving, like, dude, it's crazy because it's like some of the energy we give to things, bro. Even the negativity especially. It's like, dude, if you put that into the things that really mattered, holy crap. You know what I'm saying? It would be insane. It's just like when you see criminals go and do so much work, to like be shady, when it's like, damn, if you just actually worked, you probably would have been successful. Some of you are owning more of the negative things that are in your life than you are owning what you want. Notice, I'm saying what you want. Bro, you could have anything you want. Believe me. And I know the good Lord will give you what is good for you. And if that is truly what your desire is. But you got to own it. The whole concept, PHILO, Bible, whatever, like there is a whole element of becoming an owner. You have to invest into it. Otherwise, it's not going to be there. That's why I pray a couple times. I didn't get what I wanted. Yeah, this is fake. That's not a real investment. You're trying to hire the Lord. So, Chad, I hope you feel me on this. I really, really do. But some of y'all got to start asking right now, what is the motivation? For everything. Own it. Become an investor in it. And watch. And at the same time too, bro, there's a lot of things calling out to you. Are you listening to them or not? Sometimes we don't listen to the good things, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's the things that act like the shepherd. It's the things that are trying to look like what you want. That's the crazy part. It's sitting there, and it's imitating the shepherd. I've always told you, man, devil gonna show up as everything you want. Ain't never had the devil show up as vegetables. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm tempted by the healthy food. Oh, no. Oh, it's gonna. Oh no, no leverage. Oh, that's so exciting. Oh, I'm so tempted by taking a slow route. Oh no. He's gonna look like the shepherd. He's gonna call to you like the shepherd. He's gonna offer you security like the shepherd. But do you know? Like, have you got the discernment? And you want me to tell you know how you get that discernment beyond your prayer and whatever else it may be? Part of that is by becoming an owner. I don't know if y'all get me. Some of you feel this PHILO way more than any others. You know why? Because you know what it's like to be an owner. Again, some of y'all have kids. You have a different birth. You know what it means to say, I will never abandon those people. I will lay down my life for my child. Some of you understand that. Yes or no? This is why the number one thing for even the young guys out there, this is why I want you to own something right away. So you know what it means to be an owner. That's how you really understand the calling, and you want to hear it and not get deceived. You have to be invested in something, because you'll know what it feels like. You'll know what the commitment is like. You could look at it and compare it. So Chad, are you the hired hand? What is your motivation? Are you listening to the shepherd? Or are you falling for the imitation? I hope you feel me. I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. Amen, 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 baby. Amen. Ooh. Own it, baby. I kind of want to play Marty McFly now because he said the ownership, baby. The ownership.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you.
And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call. $2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing on shit. No.
That bathroom break took a little longer. Post PHILO bathroom, you know. My bad. The CO hasn't testified yet. Oh man. Oh man. And then Fed Muslim said AI and general purpose tech will help productivity. Fed Muslim says demographics, immigration affect long-run neutral rate. Says neutral rate helpful construct when thinking long-term. Says Fed targets consumer prices, not housing prices. Weed ripping, MSOS. It hasn't gotten active in a while. They need to drop something. But I got out of mine. I took that L on that already as part of the cleanup. That one new? Oh, no, that one's a classic, bro. That's the pregame's a classic. Got a call, I got to put. I can make the money both ways. Oh, wait. I can buy the whole chain. Go away. That's it. I'm back to stretching, man. That's good. I like it. I'm sitting doing these. Oh, wow. New high? Hi. It's going, bro. There it is. 5,500. Maybe, man. Not too long. This shit picks me right back up, baby. Made me make my life better. Hey, man. God did, bro. God did. That's it, man. Even says, shout out for me staying righteous. I am not righteous, my brother. The righteousness comes from only one. You know what I'm saying? There's a better way always. We are just human. So good work, man. All of y'all, bro. And for real, keep that positivity up. And amen, bro. Keep the faith alive. 5488, bro. So I don't know. I said, if anything, we top out like 5497 and then come down. Otherwise, you'll probably be pumping it up by the end of the day. Past your life accident, health insurance exam. No way, baby. Let's go. That's it, bro. Are you going to get a Series 7? Putin arrives on state visit to North Korea. Kim Jong meeting him at the airport. That's crazy. South Korea, North Korea. This is wild. You're making money, but it feels at any point the rug will come. That's not bad. Honestly, that's a better take than thinking that it's not ever going to come. You know, that's great. You're thinking. That's good, bro. That's good. That sometimes the doubt is good for you. It keeps you on your toes. Keeps you thinking. The subs in Cuba. Do you know the update? So you guys know that sub, that Russian sub that went to Cuba, right? Do you know what the next part of that story is? I don't know if y'all feel me. Series 7 next. Let's go, baby. That's hype. Yalla. 5450. I took the sub to Cuba. 54.89. Y'all, that's crazy. Y'all don't know this. So you know the first part of this story, but you don't know the second part. I took the sub to Cuba. Spy the video, baby. Oh, yeah. And, whoa, yo, David, you dropped one too, bro. Right before, baby. David, the lurker back at it again, baby. Number 3. My man, God bless you, bro. My bad on missing that one. So, not only was there a Russian sub that showed up along the coast of Cuba, it's not like it was hidden. It was actually pretty public. Do you know that we sent a sub down to the other side of Cuba? So, not only is there a Russian sub off the coast of Cuba, the United States has also sent our own sub that is actually, or is it on the way? I'm pretty, it may not be there yet, but we have actually, we're sending our own nuclear sub as well. Yeah, bro, this is literally Hunt for Red October shit, bro. So it's kind of nuts. But yeah, we have actually done it. But like I told you, back in the day, like this happens more often than you think. You just don't usually hear about it. And then you hit 54.90, bro. That's crazy. 10 points away from 5,500. It's mad. It's crazy because it's still a small move. I mean, SPY's actually up a third. Russell's up 0.4. It was already there in the morning, but it's kind of nuts that you know, you made such progress yesterday. You're just like right near the highs. It's kind of nuts. DJT destroyed. I mean, you guys, you know why, right? Like, it's kind of, sadly, I mean, this happens to almost every stock, especially depending on the demand, but literally go look at the, like, ever since they did the offering to sell. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Ever since the offering to sell, that's a lot of money. Again, supply and demand. I don't even think he cashed out yet, but as, you know, getting ready for it, that's ever since they did the registration. I mean, you should know what is arriving next. I think he had 6 months. Well, yeah, he didn't. I don't know what the terms are of it, but literally, I mean, I put it on the watch list. That's why I said we'll see, because it dropped when they announced it and it came up, but the company filed the registration statement to sell pretty much from some of the initial shareholders. It might pop from the debate, but you have to get through the supply. Unfortunately, I think there's a lot of demand for DJT. But then again, you remember it kind of started with the court case. So I know everybody has their political opinions on it, but if you remember, like leading into the court case, everybody was like, if he gets convicted, the stock was going to rally, and then literally nothing happened. And then a week later, you have this whole selling thing. So we'll see on the debate, but like low key, it has been losing some of the like political reactionary juice. But maybe once that offering is done and once they get those shares out, we'll see where it's at. Fed Kugler depends on whether it is from disinflation or rapid deterioration of the labor market. How much we cut will be a question we continue to assess as more data comes in. It's not an answer we could give today. Depends on whether or not disinflation is rapid deterioration on labor. Kugler asked why not cut at next meeting, says there are risks on both sides of the mandate, remains concerned about housing, import prices, wages are still higher than productivity, have to see continued progress on wage moderation. We certainly need to be convinced that we are not going to put in danger all the great progress we made on inflation. Bro, ARM is insane. It's weird. The Fed, they just talk so much now. And then, like, I don't know. They used to give you some shit, but now I think the whole plan was like, you know, be strategically ambiguous, give the market a reason to front run, and then just have everybody contradict it every single day. And then that way you could kind of combat against some of the other factors. But yeah, a lot of people have been kind of confused why the Fed talks so much and says so little as of late. But that is their definition of transparency. You know, their definition of transparency, it is not them telling you what's going on. It's just them talking to you. So the fact that they are talking to you and giving you some general idea, they consider that as Fed transparency and credibility. All they do is say if and maybe. But here's the deal. I will argue this, and it kind of makes sense. All of these Fed people have had a huge effect. Every single one of these talks has had a big effect. And you just got evidence of it recently. Literally this to start off this week. There's like obvious evidence with it. Dude, what is it? Think about it. All of what they've said has had an effect. How they talk, and they all say the same thing every time, and it has had an effect. What is it? I'm still hitting stretches, bro. Yeah, data. They all say data dependent, data dependent. Look what's happened. Even if their dot plot is hawkish, you have the whole entire market saying, well, no, the inflation data. So now, in a weird way, they kind of have pushed and punted a lot of everything onto the data, which is both a double-edged sword, right? Because they could benefit off of that or it could screw them. But at the same time, you know, that is kind of what they wanted. In a weird way now, they're not taking as much responsibility. All that, it just all depends on what the data shows. The Fed. Oh, man. Trading ARM puts. ARM is insane. All right, one more. What time is it? 10:58? 2 more hours? Oh, I'm doing deep squats, bro. This shit hurts. I took the sub to Poland. Kugler, we certainly need to be more convinced we are not putting in danger all the progress. Keep saying that. ARM already went crazy. It sucks. It had that little breakdown with earnings. I can't believe I sold that thing for a loss. And then it went $60 higher. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Can we get much higher long term? You saw ARM at 60. Oh, I forgot ARM was that cheap. Yeah, we had a big play on it. But yeah, ARM has came out very, very strong. Next 3 Fed meeting dates. Do we have one in July? I think we might have a speaker at 11. We have one. We have Kugler. You got Musalim talking now. And then last one is Goolsby at 2 p.m. Oh, he's at the Marshall Forum too? Oh, wait. Let me see if I can find that. And then Goolsby. Goolsby is he's the fun one to listen to. Strong arm. And then SPY kind of coming down. Bonds selling off a little bit. The Marshall Forum. Monday, what's it? Tuesday? So I don't know. It's been hard. Join us. Tickets on sale. So I don't know if it'll be live or not. If you find one, let me know. Oh, wait. I think it might be on the Fed website. Amazon fined by California. Failure to disclose worker quotas.
Today to talk to you in the capacity of our current roles. So I'm going to start with Austin.
Oh, whoa.
Austin, if you could take us behind the curtain in your last federal open market.
I guess it is starting now.
Took place last week.
Good timing. I thought he was going to be on later.
Share what you
You're
can
among friends.
share.
You're among friends.
You still have Goolsby, or excuse me,
what happens
Kugler
in
and
a-
Muslim, I think,
for
are still
those of us who
talking.
are not closely following the Fed, what happens in a typical FOMC meeting? And is there anything about last week's
literally
meeting that you
asked
can
him the
share
same
that we
question.
didn't read in the headlines?
Okay, there's one part of that I can answer, and there's one part of that that'll send me to jail. The part that would send me to jail is there's a freeze for 5 years, but everything is recorded. So in 5 years' time, you can go back and read word for word every blow by blow what happened. Nobody ever does. You know, and once it's 5 years past, they don't. But in the typical meeting, so I was, if you don't remember, 28 plus years, I was an economics professor at the business school here at Chicago Booth. And last January, I started at Chicago Fed. If you were a econ nerd like I was growing up, the FOMC meeting is just about the coolest thing in the world, and it's just as good as what you dreamed it would be. Okay, you come in, there's a giant room, there's a huge table.
They got snacks.
The shades come down so nobody can spy on it, and they go around the room, and here you got the presidents of all the reserve banks, you got the governors, you got the chair and the two vice chairs, and everybody speaks their piece about the economy and give what their opinion, and there is it's got a formalized, it's kind of formal, as you would expect, but I say, no offense to the U.S. Senate, this is now the world's greatest deliberative body, I think, the FOMC. And I'm not disparaging, well, I'm kind of disparaging them, but I'm not meaning to disparage them. But the dance that comes out of that is very important, very impactful. And there will be a briefing by the board staff from Washington about their forecast and their interpretations.
Oh, you were just saying rug pull there. Holy shit.
And
I don't see a headline off of
reserve
that. It's
banks,
not literally last Fed
of which there are
comment.
12, has its own research department.
11:01.
Chicago, we're
2
known
minutes.
for having a extremely high quality research
CBO
department.
recently
I would say probably
legislation,
us in New York Fed
Israel
are kind
aid
of
to add 1.6
two
trillion,
most known
Israel and
research
Ukraine aid
departments.
to
And
deficits.
so everybody will
I think
come
it's the
there
budget
with a
forecast.
perspective on the economy.
Hold up here. So about literally 3 minutes ago, you got the CBOE budget forecast for fiscal 24, deficit at 1.9 trillion, up 40 billion from February. CBO forecast 25 to 34 deficit, 22.08 trillion, up 2 trillion from February. CBO forecast U.S. real GDP growth at 2% versus 1.5 in February on quarter four basis. CBO forecast 25 U.S. real GDP 2.0 versus 2.2 in February. CBO forecast 24 to 34 average U.S. real GDP growth at 1.8 versus 2. CBO says full year 24 deficit to increase due to higher outlays for student loans, bank resolutions from the Fed, Ukraine and Israel, and Medicaid. So literally every time you guys hear Corinne and complain, it actually has factored into your deficit. Who would have thought? CBO says recently enacted legislation, including Ukraine, Israel aid at 1.6 trillion, and then that's it. I think that's what you had here, but ironically, the bonds should have moved more. So I wouldn't freak out because all of that shit has to do with spending. The government gets their spending money from the bond market. So equities dropped a lot harder, but low-key the bonds didn't even bat an eye on that. So I think that was the headline that moved it, but I just think equity land is in its own little area. But they did forecast lower inflation or lower growth, higher deficit.
How sustained? That's kind of a question of when, and then in a timely manner. I think the thing about inflation is it went way up. The Fed has, by the Federal Reserve Act, a dual mandate. Our job is not always easy to carry out, but it's very easy to understand. Maximize employment and stabilize prices. The law says that's what we do. That is what we do, and that's what we're going to do.
That's what we do.
We've done well over the last, let's call it three years. We've done very well on the employment side of the mandate and less well on the inflation side. But if you take from the peak to now on the long arc, inflation is way down. And 2023 was, by dual mandate terms, and really, truly excellent year. There has never been a year in U.S. history where inflation fell that much that did not have a serious recession. So that's a very rare thing to happen. And now the question is kind of, well, how much of that magic extends over into 24? And that we grapple with. I'm not allowed to speak for anybody else on the committee, which is a great relief to them. But I think there is still a little bit of the juice left that's working its way through. And I still can't get past take the long view. Inflation is way down and the unemployment rate is still 4%. And there was when we were in graduate school, 4% was thought to be full employment. Like, you can't have an unemployment rate less than 4%. And we've just been through years where it was less than 4% and inflation's coming down. So that's not a terrible place to be. There's always tribulation.
Again, I think it was just a reaction and just, again, low liquidity, but bonds, anything CBO budget related, it's the bond market first that should move.
Pretty aggressive rate cuts.
If there's any follow-up, but until the bonds slip, I wouldn't react to that.
Even though Chair Powell himself was predicting early in 2024, early this year in January, that there'd be 3 at most, and since then, that forecast has become even more conservative, as we all know. How do you explain the divergence between the market's reaction to the Fed and the Fed's forecasting on rates? And do you see that convergence, dissipating in recent weeks, months?
Yeah, the markets were delusional.
Divergence.
I think it was pretty clear, and they're now much closer. But I want to take a really quick detour before I get into this a little bit more detail. Just to say, the Marshalls for me were a transformational moment in my life. So I am I'm very excited to be back with you and tell a really, really quick story and then answer your question, which is when I interviewed, it was at the British ambassador's residence. On the way there, I managed to step in some dog poop. So I walked in off my game because I couldn't get it off my shoe. And the whole interview, I thought, went sideways, including that I had listed that I like to hike. And so one of the interviewers said, "Where do you like to hike?" And I said, "Mount Washington." And they said, "Why do you like to hike at Mount Washington?" And I gave what I considered to be a very well-informed answer. I said, "Well, I've been doing it since I was 10. It's challenging, but you can do it in a day. And best of all, after an arduous hike up, there's a restaurant on top so you can reward yourself." And at the very end of the interview, this very British guy said, "Mr. Orzag, there may well be a place to eat at the top of Mount Washington, but I would not call it a restaurant." That will be all. So I walked out with the dog poop on my shoe, shuttled myself back to Union Station because there were not cell phones at that moment. And on the payphone, called my younger brother that actually both of you know. And I was like, I said restaurant, how do you interpret this? He's like, it's more like a cafeteria. So I had flashing before me the end of my life because I had confused cafeteria and restaurant. So any of you who are out there interviewing people, just be a little kind. All right, thank you. All right, look, here's my view on inflation and the markets. They were delusional at the beginning of the year. They're closer to reality now. They were delusional at the beginning of the year because put yourself in Jay Powell's seat.
What is he
You've
saying
got
right now?
Paul Volcker on one hand, Arthur Burns on the other. It's not even a close call on who you want to be. So you're not going to let this, you're not going to start cutting until you're sure that you've defeated the villain.
I have no idea who he is.
Point two is, to Austin's
Sir,
point,
you have the highest
the economy
rates in
has held up
history
very well, and I'm going to come back to that.
As easy financial conditions
there was no
as
imminent
0%.
need to start cutting ahead of time because it wasn't like you were facing just a collapse in the economy and a recession, et cetera. So, and then I also think there's the argument, which may not be as dominant, that it's preferable to go a bit higher for longer so that when you hit the next recession, which will come at some point, you do have more room above the zero lower bound instead of having to go back to quantitative easing as a tool. You put it all together and I said this publicly at the time, the markets were off. So I'm glad that they've kind of aligned. But let's step back to the inflation debate because I'm going to say something a little bit too provocative on purpose, which is I think when you look back at this period with a little bit of distance, it is going to come across that disproportionately, and by disproportionately I mean like 80, 90%, not 51%. This was the pandemic coming and going. Pandemic came, huge shift from services to goods. Inelastic supply meant that there was huge price increases in goods, exacerbated by supply chain problems associated with the pandemic. Pandemic ends, supply chains normalize, goods inflation comes way down. People shift to, I haven't gone on my family vacation. I haven't gone out to the movies. I haven't, eaten out at restaurants. I'm going to do all those things. And that takes a long time to burn through. And so the provocative thing is, I kind of sort of think that inflation would be kind of close to what it is today, even if the Fed had not tightened. Maybe 10 or 20 basis points, not 150 basis points off. Because most of this is pandemic coming and going. And consistent with that, I think most of the disinflation we've seen has occurred despite the fact that consumption has largely held up. It's starting to soften a little bit. Default rates are up a little bit. Lower middle income households are starting to feel a little bit of strain.
And
but inflation's come way down before any of that happened.
So again, that little drop there did not affect those chip names. A lot of supply chain normalization, labor market effects with immigration and productivity growth, and a lot of other things that frankly are not the traditional channels for monetary policy tightening. And maybe you can see it in a couple places, but again, that's why I think mostly you would have seen the same pattern even without the Fed tightening. Now, what do I think is going to happen? I can obviously speak with more freedom than my friend Austin. If I had to bet, I think that we're going, just like we saw last year, there was this panic over whether early in the year inflation started to go sideways and then it kept going down. Robin Brooks at Brookings and I have done a bunch of analysis on that last year period, which we think was affected by lots of seasonal adjustment factors and other things that were causing inflation to go kind of sideways early in the year, and then it declined. I think the same thing is going to happen this year. And that's because there's not a lot of wage pressure. There's a significant amount of productivity growth, so unit labor costs are not off the charts, or unit labor cost growth. There are lots of one-time things that we're still kind of waiting for Godot to play through, from auto insurance to especially housing. I mean, if you take out housing, core inflation's already at the 2% target. So a lot of what's happening is, what the heck is happening in housing when there are known issues in the price, in the way that the price indices work with regard to owner's equivalent rent and other components of housing. So my bet would be that you're going to still see continued downward pressure in inflation. A lot of humility is required here because inflation has been acting, unusually. But that would be my bet. Now, to your question about when will they act, I think even the small probability the market puts on anything this summer is
again, delusional. But the interesting question is going to become September.
He loves this
because if you've
word.
got 3, 4,
on
5
the high, watch if
monthly
the other
prints that
cryptos
are
go
actually
up.
on a
I have no
downward
idea
trend,
who this is.
and you're getting very close to the zip code of where the targets are. If you cut in September, one candidate is going to say that you are being highly political. And if you don't cut in September, the other candidate under that fact pattern is going to say you're highly political. So you're sort of screwed. So since that's my central estimate, I think it's going to be really interesting to ask Austin about the
Google lows.
the
SPY's coming
FOMC
back down.
meeting
Bonds have
for a
slipped a
September
little.
rate cut when we reconvene next time.
Well, that was very, very helpful. I thought the context for disinflation
Is he in the
was
Fed?
coincided.
I have no idea who this is.
Perfectly with Austin's tenure the last 18 months.
Exactly.
I mean, that's true.
When people are like, the Fed screwed this up, it's like, I wasn't there. I mean, I only got there, but it's only been coming down since I've been
You
there.
got to do one of these charts like presidents always do, even if it's not them. Like Austin comes in, boom.
Yes.
It's coming
So
down.
going back to Austin, to something you said, that we were able to achieve this without triggering a recession.
Yes.
Why do you think that is? What does that say about the overall health of the?
I mean, part of Peter loves. I was gonna say, he was like, I have something controversial to say. I was like, never change, Peter. But I don't even know that that's that controversial. I mean, the question
That's
that
not
became
cooler.
and still remains a little bit of religious war among the economists is the question: did inflation come because of supply problems, contractions to supply, or did it come from too much demand from stimulus, monetary fiscal stimulus and stuff like
That's
that?
not Muslim.
And there's some evidence on both sides.
No.
I start from a place that sounds
No
like
idea
it's
who this
similar
is.
to where Peter described, which is
His
I
name's
think a lot
Peter.
of it came from the supply side.
Peter.
And part of that was the obvious supply chain problems. A second part was a massive decrease in labor force participation. That was a supply shock, just like not having computer chips. Like you did not have people who could come down and work. And the healing of the supply chain is a major component of what happened in 2023. It's why early in 23, just to
Oil's
set the
still
stage, there's
moving.
some very
It's crazy
prominent
'cause this
and
is like
smart
right where you
economists
spent
saying
most of the morning.
it literally
By just
is
a
not
couple of points
possible
above.
to get inflation down without a recession. And you might have seen Larry Summers said
Peter?
the unemployment
Definitely
rate
not
will
me.
need to go above 6% for 5 consecutive years before you will ever see inflation come down. And inflation came down, like I say, almost as much as it has ever come down in 1 year. And the unemployment rate literally never even got to 4% while it did that. So there was a dispute, and the people on the other side of that tend to be correlated with they thought it was demand that was the driver of inflation. I think if you go back, you got to explain how inflation
Peter
soared
Lichtenberg.
when the unemployment rate was already above 6%. That is what happened. And that strongly on its face to me says something's going wrong on the supply side. So I think one key part of how it was possible was it was fixing. It took longer than we ever thought it was going to take to fix
Google,
that
it doesn't
supply
look like
side,
him. I
but
don't
it
know,
is
man.
fixing. But the second part that I don't, the premise, the insinuation of Peter's thing was don't give them any credit. They didn't do anything. It was going to happen. It was going to happen on its own. And there is some component to that. And if you look at a global, inflation went up everywhere and inflation has come down almost everywhere. But the second thing I want to remind everybody
911 outage
is
reported through
we
Massachusetts.
think that the Volcker episode of disinflation was as painful as it
can't-
wasn't. If you're old
can't
enough
call
to
911
remember,
in
like
Mass?
the interest rate went to 20%. People's the scarring on mortgages,
on the high,
on
too.
everything.
Low ticker-
One
high low ticker is
thing
kinda
that
balanced
made
out
that
here.
episode as difficult as it was is that not just inflation got out of control, but the expectations of future inflation went with it. So when inflation went up to 10%, if you ask people, what do you think the inflation rate will be 5 years from now? They said 10%. And it's really hard to slay the dragon of inflation expectations. This time, inflation went almost to 10%, and expectations
did not move.
Stayed absolutely anchored at the target that the Fed set of 2% PCE inflation. And that hinges critically on Fed credibility, I think, central bank credibility. That if you look out the window and inflation is raging,
or the data
it takes a certain faith.
And we were told
to
every
trust
day it was
the Fed. If the Fed says, no, we are going to get back to 2%, pay no attention to what the inflation rate is right now. That's the Fed making a promise. And if the Fed doesn't have credibility, it doesn't work.
No shit.
The expectations would have gone up, and I think it would have been a problem. And there were people at that time saying, doesn't matter what the cause of inflation is, if it stays this high for too long,
he just took
you've
on the
lost
role.
Because expectations
In May
will
of
unhinge.
23.
And they didn't. So
October.
I think that's worth something.
Can I make one point on this, which is, by the way, Austin just gave the sophisticated argument for why the Fed had to act, which I agree with. But I think this debate over whether it was mostly demand or mostly
he was the
supply
budget guy for Obama.
Is hugely important. And even though Austin believes that
Big Democrat.
it's now conventional wisdom, I would say the popular media depiction has not updated to what I believe the reality is. And that matters a lot. And the reason it matters a lot, it comes back, frankly, to the political situation that we're in. When it was framed as your stimulus was too big and the problem was all demand, which was done by some of our former colleagues, the implication is it's Biden's fault. When it's supply side global phenomenon pandemic, that's something that's very hard for any administration to actually control. The framing has stuck, and the fact that inflation's coming down is now, it probably would have been a political issue regardless, but that framing that the elite media frankly picked up on and ran with, incorrectly in my opinion, has had consequences not just to the ongoing way that this is framed, but frankly to the 2024 election in a significant way.
How if
so
the
it does
inflation
suggest,
expectations didn't move?
I think marshals tend to believe this anyway, but kind of getting the analytics right and the narrative right that follows from the analytics, really, really important. And the fact that historians may look back and agree with Austin's new version of the conventional wisdom doesn't change the fact that right now it's affecting popular perceptions in a big way.
So
that's
if
weird.
we could pause and just talk about the supply chain for a second here, because we had an interesting conversation this morning about
incorrect,
how,
then why didn't
countries like the U.S.
inflation
are
expectations
and
go up?
More
Then it's not like people believe
post-COVID. And for us, there's a national security agenda for doing that vis-a-vis China, as we've seen with the administration's restrictions in outbound investments to China and the AI semiconductor and quantum computing space. Does that, so does the confusion about the narrative or that, religious debate about the causes of the inflationary spikes risk, us sort of over-indexing on protectionism going forward, with good intentions, but how worried should we be about exacerbating the supply shocks of the early COVID era?
I'll take a crack at that. I mean, I think they're largely separate, but there are obviously some overlap. So, I mean, a great example is in the energy transition and the climate space. And I think the next 12 months are going to be really interesting for a lot of myths that have arisen with regard to climate and the energy transition, including that it is absolutely necessary, but will be really expensive. So the sort of free lunch, this will be easy. Don't worry, we know that fossil fuels are embedded in plastics, aluminum, steel, cement, and pretty much every other input into modern society, but don't worry, this will be super easy. That will be exposed as being a myth. The thought that capital allocation can solve the problem even in the absence of government policy. So, don't worry, the investment management firms can take care of this for you. that will be exposed as
if you guys were there last
as a
Thursday,
highly
think about it.
flawed
He's like
approach.
answering the
And
question
third
to that
piece is
policy analysis and
there's a
debate
lot
we
of
had.
tension between the energy transition and two things. One is the local politics around mining. So
Spy
a lot
at
of what
VWAP
needs to
now.
happen
We'll see if we
in
go
the
lower,
energy
but you're
transition
slightly above
involves
open.
electrification. It involves
NASDAQ just turned
critical
red
dependence
again.
on
Dow right at break
lithium
even.
and copper
Russell
and
the
lots
leader.
of other minerals, and
SPY
getting
barely
those
green.
things
30
out of the
minutes till
ground.
power hour.
Hey, look at the debate over Thacker Pass in Nevada, which is the largest lithium mine in the U.S. Or largest lithium deposits. There is tension between the overall objective of protecting the earth and the local environmental consequences of mining. And then the second piece, which comes to your question, is there's also tension between the desire to move fast on lots of things, especially in solar, and the desire to keep the Chinese out of the marketplace. Those are just, this is coming into, this has been in the news over the last week. There just is, given the dominant supply components in many of these pieces. Lazard publishes something called the levelized cost of energy studies, and you can argue a bit with the analytics, but fundamentally, you've seen this dramatic decline in renewable energy costs over the past 15 years, much larger than what was predicted and quite dramatic. But you're starting to see the pressure both from higher interest rates, but especially from supply chain constraints in certain areas. And there is that tension, just period.
Austin, anything?
Look, when you join the Fed, it's like joining the Night's Watch or something. Like I'm out of the elections business. I'm out of the fiscal policy business. And I always say our motto, we got the Midwest motto, there is no bad weather, there is only bad clothing. We come prepared for whatever it is. You tell us the conditions, we get the jacket, and we're ready to roll. And tariffs and deglobalization and every country gonna get on their own island. I was a 28 years free market economics professor from the University of Chicago. Nobody in this room is gonna out free trade me. And I always said, tariffs are terrible. That like prices go up. I have no opinion. If Congress, in its deliberative wisdom, passes whatever laws they want to, we will adjust. The Fed will deal with that. I think deglobalization can strengthen your resilience, let's call it, or I'm mixing two thoughts. The spreading of the supply chain out of one country can strengthen your resilience, but often comes with higher cost. And tariffs, deglobalization, and putting up walls basically just comes with a cost. That's what I think.
Would the Fed be concerned if there's any risk to the dollar becoming staying the reserve currency?
Well, I remind you, I don't speak for anybody else in the Fed. The dollar policy is not the Fed's to decide. The administration should think that through. And will match whatever conditions.
20 cents on oil in the last 4 minutes.
Maximize employment and stabilize the prices. All of these things affect prices and employment, and so we indirectly have to think about them, but we don't engage in direct dollar diplomacy, if it were.
There's a really good article in the most recent issue of Foreign Affairs on this topic, basically making the argument that yes, of course, the dollar's role is continually under threat. It remains under threat, but the classic argument, like it takes a plan to beat a plan, it takes a currency to beat a currency.
I don't think any more.
And if anything, the thesis of this article is under the surface. If anything, ironically, the U.S. is advancing even further, and you don't see that necessarily in the reserve currency shares, but relative to the alternatives, the distance between the benefits of the dollar and everything else has grown larger, not smaller. So we'll see.
And it's funny, there's a woman who started here at Chicago, Geeta Gopinath, who's now high up at the IMF, who they got data on transactions, business transactions, international trade-wise, and what currency the transactions are done in. And she shows a large fraction of world trade is done in dollars, not in the U.S. 2 countries in other places, they're trading in dollars, and that the share of transactions that use dollars has not been, to Peter's point, has not been falling. If anything, it's been going up over time.
Speaking of foreign affairs articles, Rahul mentioned this morning that you had an article,
I don't think oil is
a couple
snitching. I
months
think
ago
it's
about
oil's,
the
we're going to get into
increasing
summer
expectations
and deal with
of
a lot of
business,
things. My only theory on
being
oil is
involved
that
in
it's
sort of geopolitical
the
arguments,
cheapest
debates,
risk
policy,
hedge in the
advocacy.
market right now.
Can you elaborate
It's
more
gone
on
up
that?
$4
so what's
since I've
interesting
told
is
you that,
if you
though,
go back
so
30 or 40 years,
that has changed
the
a little
only
bit.
entities that really had to pay attention to geopolitics were, oil and gas, global oil and gas companies, and a few others. But most businesses could just kind of go about their business and read about geopolitics in the newspaper and kind of shrug their shoulders and say, isn't that interesting? Today, this is partly because, this former Soviet Union was a much smaller share of the global economy than China is. It's partly because technology and globalization have changed the dynamic in many markets. But today, it's, I think, very difficult, if not impossible, to make any important business decision without taking geopolitics into account. So that's fact one, which means businesses are just more exposed to what's happening in the world and need to be nuanced and knowledgeable about them. The second thing, though, is I would say relative, again, to 30 or 40 years ago, companies are not only the objects of foreign policy, they're also the instruments for foreign policy to a much greater degree. So you mentioned semiconductors. Let's take that example. There are lots, but let's take that example. So the U.S. is going about building a ton of new fabs. They're really expensive to make semiconductor chips. They have a long life associated with them, given the capital investment that's necessary. And they are, construction is underway. But whether that policy actually works to increase significantly the domestic production of semiconductor chips, especially at or close to the frontier, the smaller nanometer ones, is going to depend not only on the government subsidies to build these things, but on whether entities like Apple, for example, decide that they're going to they're going to purchase from the U.S. facilities, despite the fact that it is extremely likely that the cost of production will be higher here than, in Taiwan or at other existing facilities. So there's an example of where private business decisions are going to materially affect the outcome of foreign policy objectives. And that's before we get to Gen AI, the biotech revolution, and all the other things that are now foreign policy targets or objectives or what have you. So the relationship's gotten much more nuanced. And the problem is, it's still the case, there's sort of a Mars-Venus thing that goes on. I'm sure you've experienced this.
Gold actually got
and
up to
I certainly have,
earlier.
Where people in boardrooms think, why can't those incompetent fools in DC just figure this out? People and by the way, I think we can all say, just for those of you who have not had the privilege of serving at high levels of government, the problems are more multifaceted and harder than any other setting that I've been in, at least. And it's easy to kind of say, why don't you do X? When you're in the swirl of it, you realize how complicated it is, and that there are no easy problems that reach the White House, period, because they'd be dealt with. Similarly, I think there still is, in parts of Washington, for example, a view that there's just these, all companies do is try to scheme and cheat, and the whole objective is just to somehow connive their way to success. The vast majority of businesses are focused on, what will lead to sustainable growth, and they need to be pointed in the right direction, but they're really powerful vectors for that. So there still is this kind of Mars-Venus thing, and that always mattered a little bit. It matters more when there's this increased codependence. That was sort of the
That's
point
been
of the article.
a consistent theme through a lot of our discussions today about the real opportunity we have for public-private partnerships and connections on hugely complicated issues, and that bodes well for the corporate affairs profession in general too. But I read one really quick thing though, because I think the debate on this,
not over yet.
I'm going to say again something that may not be that popular, but I think is true, which is I think especially we all worked in a Democratic administration, so I'll speak about the Democratic Party. I think there is a view that is now dominant on the left that somehow, maybe I'll put it in the positive. My view is business actually does a lot of good for society. Not always, not everywhere, but in general, business is a force for good in achieving a lot of objectives. I would say that view is not the heart of the Democratic Party today. And that's a shame because you haven't put forward an alternative. Are you talking about nationalizing? Like, what are we talking about? And it's sort of it's sort of fallen under the surface, but there's no affirmative, yes, we actually still believe that this is an important part of a better society. And I think that's a huge hole that needs to be filled.
Well, it's interesting. You see that populist strain, anti-corporate populist strain emerging on the the extreme part of the conservative party now. So there's these very unusual alliances and allegiances forming that will be very, I think, impactful on the next question and topic that I wanted to raise, which I don't think you were here for James's presentation on fiscal policy, and I will steer clear of asking you anything directly about it, Austin. But he paints a pretty shocking future of our trajectory and structural deficits in the United States and our overall debt. I looked it up this morning, Peter, and when you left the White House in 2010, it was 2010, right? The debt was at 12 trillion, and today it's at 34.6 trillion. And at the time, you spoke publicly a lot about the challenges and sustained issues that the structural deficit was going to pose for the long term for the U.S. economy. So we have a fiscal cliff coming up in 2025, which James talked about this morning, where the TCJA is going to expire. It's $450 billion of individual and household tax cuts that, unless they get extended, will expire. But then also against the backdrop of this debt number and the high cost of debt service, if you put yourself in your old shoes running OMB at the White House, what opportunity space do you see?
This was supposed to be Goolsby, but we heard from Mr.
seizing the day,
Orzog
which
a little bit more.
Often only happens
kind of refreshing.
When there's a fiscal cliff
not bad
in Washington to start tackling.
And then this is the last Fed speaker,
deficit
and then we kind of got moves on the budget, but bonds didn't.
So
move
let me
at all.
just a couple kind of contextual comments first. So I wasn't here for Jim Paterba's discussion, but I agree with the view that, look, if you look out, and the deficits are projected to be 5 to 9% of GDP, for the next decade. That is very high relative to history. There's a lot of uncertainty. If we have a huge productivity boom, those numbers will come in quite dramatically. But as a central estimate, that is a lot of deficit. So that's point one. Point two is the predictions of fiscal crisis collapse. There have not been many, if any, examples of outright fiscal crises when the debt's denominated in your own currency, as the U.S. debt is. So just a little bit of caution about the kind of catastrophic concerns. But, and now I'll just add a but before I answer your question, but in terms of the overall trajectory and whether you ultimately reach a point where you've got a big problem, a lot really does come down to, go back to your Econ 101 classes, to the interplay between the interest rate and the growth rate. If the interest rate is way below the growth rate, you can finance a high level of debt and even ongoing deficits, for ad infinitum. If the interest rate rises significantly relative to the growth rate, the dynamic can shift really quickly. And so a lot of this comes down to what is the government should have locked in, but did not. And we had called for this publicly, didn't happen. 3 or 4 years ago when there was an opportunity, 100-year debt, 75-year debt, lock in those low rates, that didn't happen. So we are now still exposed to the potential for a higher rate environment going forward, which comes back to this question of what will the risk-free rate be going forward? Is it going to return to the pre-COVID levels, or will a combination of energy transition deficits, de-risking, and other factors mean that it's much higher going forward, in which case this debt dynamic is much worse. Now, with regard to the specifics about the debt limit in January, there are lots of times that I am very grateful for being not in Washington, and next January will be one of them.
So, Austin, I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this without getting your disclaimer.
I thought they were ending it.
There we go.
On that, Jim also did raise the challenge of the debt service levels, and I think we're paying interest up to 16% of our annual government spending now in the form of interest on the debt. Does the Fed factor do your colleagues at the Fed factor that into any of the?
No, I told you I can't speak for them. It's not. What we factor in is the maximizing of employment, the stabilizing of prices, and the dual mandate.
Okay.
So if those affect GDP growth, we have to take that into account. But it's not. You can look at the transcripts that have been released. The Fed's independence is rooted in this. If you look at administrations around the world and over time where the
Intel
sitting government
Qualcomm
can directly
those are both up a lot in the morning.
Tell the central
Qualcomm
bank
still has
what
a
to
green.
do. They have higher inflation and worse
flushed.
GDP performance, and that's why there's near unanimity among economists that you want to have an independent central bank of that form. That's the type of independence. I always said before I was ever at the Fed, the problem of debt and deficits is not that they cause a financial crisis. It's that you have to pay back the money. And so at the end of the day, if you take kids born today, they're going to likely be paying a lot higher share of their lifetime income in taxes than somebody that was born in 1955. And there is a generational imbalance component.
Did you hear that,
that's
young
worth
guys?
Thinking about.
Think
but
about
that's
it.
about as
Take a
far as
second.
I'm gonna
Okay.
say, and that predated me ever being at the Fed. So other than that,
can I ask you,
yeah.
do you expect the risk-free interest rate to be higher going forward than it was before you arrived at the Fed?
Okay, so in our language, that's called R star. What's the long-run neutral rate of interest? I got our own research people mad at me when I started referring to it as R Sasquatch, because it's unobservable, and you heard that it's there, and what is it? So the thing about R star and long-run interest rates, the thing to remember is that's fundamentally not really chosen by the Fed. The FOMC doesn't pick that. What determines that are long-run supply and demand of capital factors. And over 150 years, the interest rate has come down and down. And for some reasons we understand, and some reasons we don't understand. I think that in the 2000s, there was a particularly low period where literally the interest rate was 0% or even negative in some countries of the world, where some of the drivers were massive savings gluts in other countries of the world that don't have very well developed financial systems. So it's like there's all this money looking for something to invest in, and the investment opportunities are not big enough to account for that, and that's going to tend to pull the numbers down. Not that that's...
Yeah, bonds are way. And again, think about that
dynamics
CBO
of the
stuff
savings
earlier.
glut might have changed a little. If you look at every quarter, the members of the FOMC put out the dot plot, which is the summary of economic projections. And one of the questions, they make a projection of what do they think will be the appropriate interest rate at the end of this year, the end of next year, the year after, and then in the long run. If you take that measure in the long run as a loose measure of R star, it's higher than it was right before COVID, but it's lower than the rates are now, i.e. we are being restrictive, and it's, let's call it 2.5% to 3% range. I do think that would have implications for the fiscal budget in a way that you can just go kind of mechanically add up. Hey,
just
if
the
rate
overall
is
trend, and there was a good
3.5%,
bond auction.
what does that mean? If it's 2.5%,
there's some other things underneath
but
the
that's kind of where
surface
my head
feeding
is.
into
What do you
that.
want to
tell us which
But that little
you are?
move after the CBOE, hard
Number
to say.
two,
Because overall, I mean, bonds
various
decent,
numbers.
still lower than Friday. And then
So I
markets
do want
barely
to open
moved
it up
after
to
yesterday.
questions
Unless we get a
before
crazy
Peter and
move
I'll
here
have
for
to
Power Hour.
leave. But I just want to have one last question. And is
Nvidia
there
said
anything
to buy
is there
software
anything that
startup
keeps you up at
Shoreline.
night? And is there
Besides the cicadas?
and is there anything you want to share that particularly energizes you when you wake up in the morning, each morning?
I mean, I always say that the job of the central banker, it's kind of like the night watch, is be to worry, be paranoid about everything and like don't sleep. So like everything would keep us up. That said, the prospects of financial crises originating outside the United States, external shocks have derailed soft landings that were easier to pull off than this one in the past. And so a lot of my stuff is in that space. Or if inflation proves to be more persistent than we think it is, if the supply side healing story turns out to either not be true or not as big as what we hope, then I told you, we made a solemn promise. We're going to get inflation back to 2%. And if it takes more pain to get to 2%, then we have to do that. So I worry about that too.
Anything that you're optimistic about when you wake up in the morning?
Yeah, look, ultimately, the thing that made the U.S. the richest major economy in the world is that the productivity growth has been high and new ideas have proved unbounded. And like Warren Buffett always says, what do you think the Dow was in 1900? And he asked, man, I didn't know there was a Dow in 1900, but it was at 50. The Dow was at 50 in 1900. And imagine the list if I came back to the future style to 1899 and I was like, here's what's going to go wrong from now to 2024. Make your prediction. What's the Dow going to be? You would be like world wars and pandemics and Justin Bieber and like every other thing. And you'd be like, maybe the Dow will be 200. How did we get where we are is because the limits, the limits of human ingenuity have proved unbounded. And it's going to be fine. We're going to come back in 10 years. You're going to remember, oh yeah, oh man, what a horrible moment. But it's basically, we're going to be on this trend. And I kind of think you can't help but be optimistic if you take the long view.
So I'm going to just focus on the positive. Waking up in the morning, optimistic. Number one is continuing my Wordle streak. I'm optimistic about that. But more broadly, I think it's, just pause. We are living in an absolutely remarkable moment. We're about to go, as someone who's leading the effort in generative AI, from the ChatGPT 4 level, which is basically the way that this person put it, equivalent to a high school education. ChatGPT 5, which already exists, it's just not released, is a PhD level. So within the next 6 or 9 months, I think post, early next year, you're about to see not a 10% improvement or a 20% improvement, but even a massive improvement on top of what is already super impressive. Combine that with advances in robotics, where robots are a lot of our world is designed around hands, things you pick up, things you move, what have you. And the fine motor skills, basically, in the robotics revolution is amazing. And then combine that with the life sciences revolution, and I just think it's an amazing time. Despite all the political polarization, all the problems, and the fact that we're, energy transition is going to be harder than we think, and on and on and on, that's pretty freaking cool.
That's a great note to wrap up on. Any questions in the room? William? Okay.
Yeah, it's coming.
Didn't they say they're wrapping up like 3 times?
Back from the boundless future to where you guys both began with respect to the paradox of inflation down, unemployment not up. On the one hand, there's been this really interesting paper by Benigno and Erickson taking a longer view on the Phillips curve and identifying a nonlinear domain of the Phillips curve, which they argue we went through in the post-World War II era, and it's come back. But regardless of that, there's this notion we spend too much time talking about the rate and not about the discontinuous increase in the level of prices. And that what we may be seeing in this sort of conflict between the data and perceptions is that it takes time to adjust to a new level of what will become normal.
Bro, I keep seeing these Dollar Tree updates on the
whether
FDA.
it's the price of milk or the price
That was
of
that
gas,
news from earlier.
and that may be the spillover into the political domain.
100% right. If you talk to pollsters, no one understands what the inflation rate is. They understand that the prices are higher than they were years ago.
It's like, why don't you feel good?
It's like a time compressed version of like my grandpa's thing around when I was your age, but if going to the movies cost a nickel, I'm not going to pay $10 to go to the movies, and
So
it's
saying
like,
you're all
well,
boomers
was
comparing
your
about
income
all
faster
the
than
prices.
inflation? I mean, that's
You old people.
in Fed world, the argument becomes, well, no, you haven't gotten inflation down because the price level isn't back to what it was. And trying to explain to people there is no such thing as deflation except in the Great Depression. That's the only, like, our goal is not, we don't have a price level of pre-COVID target. We have an inflation target, and that's what, it's hard enough to get inflation to the target. And then the second is this thing about the vibes and whether they match the numbers. We always cared about the vibes because the vibes, like consumer confidence measures, were a good indicator of spending. And so they would be a leading indicator. $8. And that began to break down, not during COVID. That started breaking down in the 2000s. That now, if the pollster calls and asks you, how do you feel about the economy? You say, it sucks. And then if they say, if the guy behind the counter says, how do you think, do you want a 85-inch TV? Yes, I'll take one. There's a lot of people who are saying the economy is bad who are still spending robustly. So our job is to look at the actual numbers on inflation and unemployment. So we still pay attention to the vibes, but we're putting a little less weight on the vibes.
Interesting. That's way different than what Powell said.
Amr Sufi from
Powell
Chicago.
said, I'm not here to tell you how you experience it.
And it came up a few times. One of the most interesting, probably the most interesting macroeconomic question to me is, what will the 10-year Treasury be at in 5 years? And Austin said a lot. Peter, you asked Austin, but you didn't really give much of your own opinion, and also the factors that you think are going to affect that. I'll just lay my cards on the table, which is I used to think it will come back down to kind of pre-COVID levels because of the saving glut kind of arguments. But I've been kind of shocked at the investment demand potential of data centers, maybe green energy transition, maybe military spending in Europe. So I just wondered if what your view is and what's driving that view, where you think interest rates will be in, say, 5 years.
I think they will be higher than they were pre-COVID, and I think you've delineated the reasons why. The world has been exposed as a much more dangerous place. So military spending in most advanced economies will be higher 5 years from now than they were as a share of GDP 15 years ago. As I already mentioned, the energy transition is not as easy. And so Vaclav Smil, who I think is really insightful on these things, estimates that the energy transition is going to cost something like 10% of GDP annually, for the next couple decades. That's a huge amount of investment and resources. And that's before we get to, what is required around generative AI and et cetera, which obviously interacts with the energy transition because the
Goolsby's, he's a lot different than Powell.
At least given.
And again, I think this Ozar guy, he's added a lot more politics to this. But
there are investment opportunities.
Said to Powell, it's wild.
So the drives up the interest rate, but not the return on the investments. Like if you just build factories to make guns and they build factories and we shoot each other and blow up each other's guns, in a way, I'm trying to wrap my head around what was the rate of return
Well, military spending is always a little funky. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. If you raise the growth rate, you're going to raise the long-term interest rate. Our star would be higher. I think that's true.
But Peter, just to push you said.
I'm not going to give you a quantitative estimate. What? Yes, I think higher than right now.
Jim?
So Peter, the long-term fiscal challenge things that I spoke about this morning, I mean, you've been doing this topic for 25 years. You and Peter Diamond were writing about Social Security, and we haven't made much headway on that problem, which is coming up in the early 2030s. At the end of your time at OMB, aside from having maybe not foreseen the COVID pandemic, right, you would have been able to talk about all the things we discussed this morning on the long-term structural imbalances. Do you have any sense on the political economy of these issues? I mean, is it simply hopeless to get these slow-burning issues to attract attention in a world where there are lots of other things? Or, given that we do know that during the 1990s we made a fair amount of progress on the structural deficit, is this something where any thoughts on what can go right in terms of helping on these kinds of fronts?
Sure. So a couple of quick comments. First, before I answer the question, since you mentioned that Social Security book, and this came up at lunch, I know you heard from David on declining life expectancy. A key part of that work with Peter Diamond was a very early recognition that life expectancy differentials were exploding in the United States. So people often say, we should raise the normal retirement age, which is neither normal nor the retirement age, because of changes in life expectancy. But what that misses is there's just been a massive increase in the mortality gradient or the life expectancy gap between higher income, better educated people and lower educated, less educated people. That I think maybe even a bit more than what's happening at the average is the first order fact about what's happening to life expectancy in the US that is really important. Then on this question of political feasibility, it's really challenging. It's challenging in a normal environment. It's super challenging in an environment in which you're highly polarized and the parties are roughly equal. So there's no real incentive to move to the middle. If we were highly polarized and one party were dominant, the other party would have an incentive to move to the middle, and there might be some traction. But the reason that we're perpetuating this polarization is there's rough equality, which means you can kind of keep going. So it's that's one perspective. The other perspective is we have just lived through a world in which interest rates were really low. There wasn't any obvious kind of forcing pressure. And if we're right that the interest rate going forward will be higher, and the debt to GDP levels are much higher than they were before, that can change. So people often say it's impossible. I'd say it's challenging. It is important to recognize that things can. Someone once said that in politics things move from being impossible to inevitable without passing through probable. And there is a bit of that with regard to this issue, which is it looks like we can't possibly do something until we do. Now I don't know whether that's 2025 or 2026.
I see. Do you have a screenshot of the account? Why'd you put it in Word?
In the 5 to 8% of
it's kind of hard
range,
to read.
At some point, something's going to give, and I think the question becomes, will that almost inevitably have to be disproportionately on the revenue side, because it's so hard to make progress, especially on the long-term entitlement programs.
And then SPY coming up here, high-low tickers
in any way that is politically feasible without really, really long phase-ins. So that if you've got something that you want to be, if you want to be altering the trajectory over the next 5 or 10 years, it's just much easier to do it. I'm not saying politically, but just mathematically on the revenue side, if you're going to be phasing in a lot of the things on the expenditure side.
All right.
Yeah, so Jeff Rosenzweig.
A lot of questions.
For a while, I was chairman of the Marshall selection, and we selected Seth Green, who is the dean next door at Harris. But when I listened to Jim and I listened to you, but myself as a teacher and coming from Georgia,
It kind of looks
and
like Timor
going
House.
out not just in my university but other places.
Timor House is going to look like that.
Probably
when you're older.
80% of the people don't know what a deficit is or debt. They would call debt a deficit or vice versa. So here we're talking about the dynamics between deficit and debt and sustainability. We're talking about people not understanding the level of the price level compared to inflation. Do any of you feel, and any of the three of you, are we making progress? Is the median voter gaining some sense of economics, finance, numeracy, or are we kind of sliding down to more innumeracy, less economic opportunity? And what do we do about it if we're not making fast progress? I know Federal Reserves reach out in their districts, for instance. So anyway, anything about that?
I mean, I used to say that the problem, what it felt like to me before I was at the Fed, the problem was that politics became the NFL and policy became the Golf Channel. And by that I meant, I don't know how to golf. I've never been golfing. If you love golf, you can literally watch golf 24 hours a day. And if you're the person who knows there's going to be a fiscal phase out of the tax bill, or there'll be a fight on January 17th, and when will the debt ceiling run? You're watching the Golf Channel. And if you want to purge your life of golf, you can change the channel. I never have to see golf ever. And then on the politics side, it's like, bam, they're just going to ram heads together. In that environment, it's not that easy to, you're describing it kind of like a civic education program. It's not that easy to do civic education when the sides can't agree on what is civil. We do within the Fed. I appreciate that you saw last week. I was out at the Farm Bureau in Iowa. They're in our district, and we're talking about inflation. We're talking about food inflation and how agriculture's doing. We got the district is basically Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan. And in the same way, whenever some energy thing happens, they call the Dallas Fed. If it has to do with autos, they call the Chicago Fed because we have the most in autos. We try to do as best we can to explain the dual mandate. The Fed we're not the bad guys. We're guardians of the galaxy. We're trying to, and the good ones, not the raccoon one. We're the. And other than that, I don't know how else we do it. You know what I mean? In a way, the fiscal dysfunction in Washington is heavily rooted in dysfunction in our own brains. We, the voters. What? If you say whose fault is it, they had back when we were in
blaming me?
D.C.
Fuck.
The polls showed
the economy's fine if you don't feel it.
70% of
You're
America
dysfunctional.
agreed
That's why I'm dysfunctional.
with the
Fuck you.
critique associated with Republicans that government spending is out of control and needs to be cut. And 80-something% of people said they did not consider Medicare or Social Security to be spending. And if anybody said they were going to cut that, they would run them out of town. And it's like, as long as we, the voters, think that, you can see why Washington can't agree. They were basically like, just tell us what you want us to do. And we can't say that.
So what I would say is I am deeply skeptical of two approaches to solving this problem. The first
I thought he was going to say of me.
Well, that too. Of two approaches. One is the sort of all we need to do is go out and teach people that there's a problem, because I think most people get the sense that this is not where it really should be, but there's a fundamental disagreement about how to address it and whether it needs to be addressed immediately. And you're not going to actually convince forcing people to watch the Golf Channel just doesn't work. So that's point one. And the second approach is let's form a commission. And that has been tried so many different times that unless you get to the root of the underlying political will, back to kind of Austin's underlying point, you're, maybe at the margin you help a little, but it's not really, that's not where the action is. Fundamentally, the fundamental problem is the country is deeply polarized and evenly divided, have different views on the right form of government, the right level of taxes, the right level of revenue, the right level of kind of social support. And it's very easy to just delay dealing with this because, no one can credibly claim that there's a friend of ours who used to work with us had this analogy called the M&M problem. So if you're on a diet, you look at an M&M, you can quite rationally say that M&M is whatever it is, 2 calories, and you eat one. Great, that's rational. And then you can look to the next M&M and do the same thing, and so on, and then you've eaten the whole bag. And it's the same thing, which is you can't claim that, oh my goodness, if we don't deal with this over the next 3 weeks, it's the end of the world as we know it, because that's not true. So I think fundamentally it's polarization, different views of government, combined with it's not an immediate crisis.
Do you think if we saw, U.S. demographic then, and we don't have a VAT, et cetera, if things began blowing up in other advanced economies, would that motivate us? Is it there some sense in which we would have canaries in the coal mine?
There was a mini test of that proposition with regard to Greece. I don't think it, maybe if it's France or Germany instead of Greece, but 5 or 10%, not 90% different. Americans always think we're unique, so that's nice, but it's not relevant.
I see.
Just to leave us with a sign of optimism.
Good.
At Fidelity, we do a lot of financial education across public schools at the high school level, and we're seeing in this younger generation a lot more leading into entrepreneurship, a lot more willingness to experiment with different savings and investment activities, a lot of influencers on TikTok that are educating young people in this space that are licensed professionals, but also this overwhelming belief that Social Security is not going to be there for them when they grow up, and so they're taking matters into their own hands. So I think that there's
and I would highlight the #1 rated free museum on TripAdvisor is the Money Museum at the Chicago Fed. So if you're down
there,
there, show up.
Now you need a Taylor Swift song.
Well, thank you,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Snaps, everybody, snaps. Hey, man, at least this one he wasn't like, buy more. That was interesting. I don't know. I think that was probably the most political I've seen Goolsbee. I think it was just because the scenario. I think he was next to former Obama Office of Management and Budget, and I think he brought up a lot of stuff there. That was very interesting. Very interesting there. He brought up the vibes. Headline, fiscal dysfunction in Washington is heavily rooted in voters' own thing. Y'all spent trillions of dollars. But Chattadonia, it is power hour. You guys know that's it. We have one more hour. Tomorrow is closed, okay? So keep that in mind. No, nothing tomorrow, man. Nothing tomorrow. So it did kind of move like a holiday. I was telling you guys that here from the morning. We are practically unchanged. NASDAQ barely down. Dow Jones barely down. Russell did good, 0.25%. And then SPY just up just a little bit more than 0.1%. So we'll see. 2K live, maybe, unless I might go sit by the pool. I might catch me a tan, eat some fruit or something. And then, actually, I know exactly what I'm gonna wake up in the morning and I'm gonna have like 30 to 40 minutes to take a dump. I don't know if that's what I do on the weekends. I take a long dump. I don't know if this is too much info to share with you, but I do like to. I don't know. I like to just sit, relax. Because I'm not on a schedule, bro. I be taking a shit in the morning, and I gotta go get some fucking news. I gotta put together it. I gotta wake up. I gotta stretch a little bit, and I gotta find out if my voice is gonna crack. You know what I'm saying? On the weekend, I could go get me some food. I could relax. Yeah, some of y'all, God bless you. You could listen to me while taking a dump. That's awesome. Are you kidding me? I hope it provides you value, my brother. For real. Like, if you could wake up every trading morning and just sit on the toilet and then hear the plays, you can read the chat, see the plays. Oh, stop it. Y'all don't know how good you have it. Y'all don't understand it, man. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Yeah, y'all don't. That's it, man. Oh, so that's the good part. That's what I'm going to probably do tomorrow. I'm going to relax a little bit. It's weird, though. I'm going to wake up damn well at 5 a.m., though. It's a Wednesday, bro. I'm going to wake up hella early, unfortunately. I can't stop it. That's why. Like, weekends, I kind of get used to it. I know damn well I'm going to wake up mad early. And then I'm going to be like, what's happening? Where's the market open? And then it's going to feel weird. It'll be like 9 o'clock. And even at 9, I'll be like, what is happening? And then I'm going to step outside and be like, oh, yeah, people low. What did they go outside at 9 a.m.? 10 is weird. So we'll see. We'll see. 2K today. I mean, we could probably play 2K now. I was probably going to get a game in today, considering we don't have anything tomorrow. AI Josh doesn't allow for potty time. Nah, AI Josh lets me stretch in the morning. And then it saves my voice. You got to realize that's a couple thousand characters, a couple hundred words every morning. So right when I wake up, I don't have to like talk instantly. That helps out. And then I stretch. So AI Josh gives me about 7 minutes, and I do like a 7-minute warm-up, and then I move around a little bit, and then I like get to do shoulder stretches. I do hip stretches, and then it kind of opens up everything. So I feel pretty good in the morning, and I'm ready to go. So that helps out a lot. It helps out a lot, actually. But yeah, I get to drink my water. I down like 2 or 3 water bottles. I get the one right when I wake up, and then 1 or 2 depending on how things go. 3M outlook stable from negative. That's good. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have any sort of stream tomorrow. If I do, I mean, you'll get a notification, but I am not planning for one tomorrow, no. AI Josh is reading his pre-recorded messages. No, it's an AI. So I type in the words, and then he says them. PSN. It is power hour, though. We only got 50 minutes remaining. Power hour? More like poop hour. Justin Timberlake DUI. Yeah, that was I got that from El Coyote in the morning. I don't know if if that happened today. If so, he got a DUI at like 9 a.m. Eastern. You should do streams and give prizes like 2020. I mean, you guys are way meaner to me than 2020 though. A lot of people show a lot of love. Now I get like attacked every other day. And, like, honestly, I'm scared. I'm scared to give people money now. I'm not going to lie to you. Like I said, sometimes I don't know what the hell I'm creating, bro. And just, like, straight up, bro, I don't want to give you guys money, and then you're going to, I give you $1,000 for playing a game, and then you go and buy crack or something. Like, I don't know. I don't want to put myself in the middle of all that. You give people money. I've given away a lot. Definitely well over 6 figures, maybe close to 7. I'll have to check with my accountant. But yeah, we've given a shit ton of money out. I've paid people's mortgages and done a lot. I don't make videos about it. I don't fucking tell everybody. But yeah, we've given a lot back, especially to a community that's taking care of us and everything. But yeah, man, I haven't done it as often. I do stuff privately, but I don't give away like money in games and stuff. But yeah, especially when people needed it. Hell yeah. It's definitely, God is good, bro. Spread the blessings and take care of people. But at the same time, too, I don't know, man. I don't want to support certain things and drug habits and gambling habits and all of that. So, unfortunately, I kind of take I take a different responsibility with it. But then we also, I don't know, I got some charities, too. I don't know if y'all into that, but yeah. I invest in startups, but not pre-revenue. So definitely, I would love to, and if any of you guys have any companies, I would love to be a part of them. But nothing pre-revenue. I don't invest in ideas. I could definitely help you work out an idea, and I could give you advice. But I don't invest in pre-revenue companies. That is not something that I do. I don't drink, smoke. God is my only drug. Amen, man. Amen. Amen. Keep it up. And good. And it's for your own good, too, whether you want to take, you don't have to even bring God into it. But, a healthy lifestyle will benefit you above all else and hopefully keep you out of trouble. We could do Shark Tank. I'm down with that. I would love to invest in, but that's the thing though, and I encourage all of you. I would do a cult tank, 100%, bro. I've invested in a couple of companies that Chad's had, but they were all post revenue, so they all were bringing in money initially, and that's the thing. If you could show that you could make money and you have a business idea, I would love to be a part of it, man. Because most of the time too, I could get tax write-offs. You got to think about that. If I make a certain investment in a company, and depending on if you're giving me ownership in it, it may be very advantageous for me as well beyond your own success. But at the same time, it has to be making money. If there's no money being made, unfortunately, I will be there when you start making money, but it's very hard to invest in pre-revenue. And that being said, if any of you guys ever want to if you ever want to buy or invest in a company, do not invest in pre-revenue deals. That's it. So if you have a decent amount of money, somebody comes up to you and is invest. If it is just an idea, I encourage you to run away. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with NDAs. It depends what it is, but usually not. So if you don't want to tell me your idea and why I don't sign NDAs, because I work in a lot of different, and I have investments. I don't really work in those industries, but I have investments in a lot of industries. So I can't sign an NDA that stops me from one area because I'm just too involved with a lot of things. So unfortunately, it's not really something I'm willing to do. And they are kind of pointless to a degree. Alternative education that has potential to help the youth, of course. But again, back to square number one, if it doesn't make money already, unfortunately, I'm not your guy. Oh, and speaking of investments, David, you sent me your long-term in Word, and he asked me to review his long-term, but it looks like you have a shit ton of money in NVIDIA. So he just sent me, the, what's it called? He sent me his long-term, and it only has 2 stocks. He sent me 3 different accounts with the same 2 stocks, and it was literally, what's it called? It was NVIDIA and Chipotle. That's it. It's a lot of money. One of them had a lot of money, but then that's why I was like, send me a screenshot, because although it's a shit ton of money, it looks like you just bought it. No, I don't know. It looks like your NVIDIA position, it said you made $7,000 in one day, but then you're only up $10,000 total. So I'm like, you just bought it then. So here's the deal. If you had a lot of gains, I would say don't touch it. If you just bought it, it seems like that's something that you just did, and there's going to be a little bit more of a risk. Yeah, he said, review the portfolio. It's just 2 stocks. So, if you had gains already, I would just build around other names, and I would leave those 2 and do your thing. But other than that, I think you know the strengths and weaknesses of it. It's heavily concentrated. It only has 2 names, and there's nothing wrong with that. If that was all gains and had a lot of, if that was make your money off the buy, I would have kept every single penny in there. And then from now on, I would have just built out other names. But it's hard for me to determine when you bought that and what price, so I can't make a judgment. But it's clear, just no diversification, only 2 names. That's all it is. NDAs aren't pointless. You're legally bound. Well, that is true, but there's a lot of ways that, NDAs, there's a lot of gray area and loophole. So NDAs only protect you if the information is public. But if somebody makes a Reddit account and posts information and now it becomes public on the internet, it's very hard to prove who leaked that info. So unfortunately, if info ever gets leaked, it's very hard to prove who the leaker was. And then once it becomes in the public domain, your NDA just pretty much lost all of its weight, unfortunately. So I don't say that to tell you to avoid NDAs. I say that to you got to understand if you are like an NDA is not, it's not as safe as what you think it is. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really what it comes down to. So don't rely on an NDA. If you think you're dealing, if you can't trust somebody, don't think an NDA is going to make them more trustworthy. Does that make sense? Because that's unfortunately the downside to it. Thank you for telling you how to get out of this NDA I'm in. I feel you. I got you. But if they ask me for your chat facts, I'm definitely handing it over. You see? So, way to snitch on yourself. Again, that's kind of the problem. So, like I said, it's hard to prove, but if you make it easy, unfortunately, that is kind of the dilemma. You know? Like, dude, I saw people counterfeiting money on TikTok. I was like, what the fuck? I was reading the comments and they're like, oh, this method. I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, y'all are just posting it on the internet like that? You guys are insane. No, I'm not doing long-term reviews. Homie just sent me one with 2 stocks in it. You know what I'm saying? That was an easy one to and then it was in a Word document, so I don't even know if it was really there. The Anarchist Cookbook was hard to find. I thought that book is illegal now. But I saw there is one on TikTok. There's another one. It's like, they call it like Survivalist Handbook something. And I'm like, oh my goodness. These guys are crazy. Random text. Yeah, it was it's through Google. So it's not, I don't open it. If it doesn't show up on a preview, I don't open anything you guys send me. Hate to break it to you. So if you send me something and it doesn't show up in the email, I do not open it. I don't download shit. About your long term, I did. I was saying I don't know when you bought NVIDIA because your long term is just 2 stocks. Like, so I think you know what your weaknesses are. But it looks like you have a shit ton of money in NVIDIA, but I don't know when you bought it. So, like, if you bought it a long time ago and that's gains, I would just hold it. And then I would build out and buy everything else. Other than that, though, it kind of looks like you just bought the position with a lot of money at a high price. So it's a little bit more risk. I do like the concentration. 2 good stocks can go a very, very long way. But other than that, it's like, if you just bought it, I mean, you kind of just chose to do that. And there's not really any diversification. But if there's gains on that portfolio, I think I would just hold those and I would use any future money to build around it. But it does depend where you got it. That Thursday. So that's kind of wild. I would have bought a house instead, to be honest with you. Especially, like, that was a lot of money. Yeah, but that's why I noticed, because the gain, it said, like, you made most of your gain in, like, a day. So you are positioned pretty high, unfortunately. I think you can keep a smaller portion of it, but when it's all said and done, I mean, if that was gains, like, because some people bought that really early, and their account, they got that much money off of, like, a small investment, you know what I'm saying? But if your large investment was just made as your long-term for that, unfortunately, I think that's very risky. But you have a high-risk, high-reward portfolio. Like, you will be able, like, if that pays off very well, it'll be good. But you really did just buy a very big amount at a very, very high price. So if you wanted to only have 2 stocks, I mean, nothing wrong with that. And usually when I see portfolios like that, it's because they bought early and then it ballooned into something kind of like Meta or NVIDIA, where you buy it low, it goes up 500, 1,000%, and then it goes absolutely insane. And then now you have this weird waiting. I tell people not to sell that. I would just hold that and then go buy everything else. But if you just created all of this within the last couple of weeks, unfortunately, that's why they say the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. So if you just got it you're going to have a lot more risk in the short term. So as long as you, at the end of the day, like I've said to everybody every single day here and a lot today, if you're willing to buy back again, or if you're willing to average down and have more money, then yeah, you're going to work your way into this. Otherwise, again, there's going to be a lot of risk there at that position. So like I said, just if you could get diversification, that'd be good. None of this is a recommendation, but quite frankly, I would buy a house. Do you own a house or do you own a rental property? And I'm being dead serious, because I could get you a nice crib. You could go buy a house cash with what you have in NVIDIA. Up 2,000 on NVIDIA. Yeah, I would never sell it. I would like that. If you bought it and you're up 1,000, 2,000% and it turned into that money, don't touch it. That's how I did with a lot of like my Meta and some of my early positions that did me very well. I put big amounts and then they grew very, very big. But if you just threw in that money at the high, I mean, again, it could go up. I'm not saying it's not going to, but again, you have more risk in the short term. House straight up, you have one. So what about a rental? If you only, like, I'm telling you, I think I would, the one account, because you have 3 accounts. You know how you have literally, if I have, again, and this is, I haven't verified, but I would keep the 2 accounts with NVIDIA, keep those, and then the one with the gigantic NVIDIA position, I would go buy a crib, dude. Trust me. It's not, I think that's an easy decision. And I mean, you worst case scenario, you're still going to have at least a decent amount in NVIDIA, and you'll have another house. And then if you really want, ditch the house and then go get NVIDIA on the first dip if you really wanted to. But I don't think that's going to that's the way I would do it, and it'll make sure you're rich forever. You see what I'm saying? With what you sent me, I don't know how much money you have, but I know what you have exposed. But, you know, you go put that big NVIDIA position in a house, you're going to be rich forever. And then let the other NVIDIA, you lose it, who cares? The house is still worth more. And then vice versa. If that balloons into another house, then there you go. But none of it's a recommendation. I'm not a financial advisor. It is your own prerogative. You know, I got made fun of on 2K. And that note, you're asking me about big money moves, and then I talk about 2K next second. So that should give you more insight. But I was talking on 2K. And some kid, I was like, pass the ball, bro. I already know what your prerogative is. And I got made fun of for using the word prerogative. He said, prerogative? Oh, what's prerogative? And I was like, I was kind of mean to him. I was like, it's English, bro. I was like, you don't know what that fucking means? I was pretty disappointed that, you know, I got made fun of for using a word, bro. Prerogative. I was like, man, that's crazy. Yeah, you don't know Bobby Brown. The American education system has failed him. For real, bro. He at least in high school. You know what I'm saying? He playing 2K. He sounded older, but he did not. I'm like, you're at least in high school. At least he probably is a grown man. I'm pretty sure he graduated high school. And he got really mad at the word prerogative. Your girl started using the word narcissistic. Oh, dude. You're fucked. Oh, man, I feel bad for you, man. Yeah, you're fucked. I mean that respectfully, okay? I don't want to, I don't want to be negative, but yeah, you're fucked, dude. I don't know. Don't take my word for it. I retract my statement. I'll let the other Chads. That's on you guys. Yeah, bro. It is. Honestly, though, it low-key is because, the first time I got called a narcissist, we did end up breaking up, but it was afterwards I got called it. I'm like, you should have told me ahead of time. But then I've realized it, though, low-key, I don't know. I don't know if narcissist, it has this, it's not the same buzzword as it was in, 2019, 2020, but, usually I feel like most narcissists call you a narcissist. It's a very circular logic, and I don't know, because then if you're a narcissist, calling a narcissist for saying narcissist, you know what I'm saying? It kind of is, it's very circular, in a fucked up way. So, like, I can't even weigh in on it too much, but unfortunately, it is, like, it's a weird thing because, like, I don't know, man. It's a wild concept, bro. So, yeah, but usually if that's the point, if it comes up, I mean, yeah, it's usually downhill from there. Manipulators call you narcissists. But yeah, but aren't narcissists manipulators? That's it. You can't ask too many questions unless you're really aware. If you're aware and ask questions, you'll get to the truth. But unfortunately, if you're trying to really understand it, you can't. I mean, you can't ask too much. Or if you don't want to understand it, you can't ask too many questions. I wasn't like that. I mean, at the beginning, I didn't always think it was non-narcissist. Like, I think there's some cases where, like, people are very crazy. It's just psychotic behavior. I mean, just psychos. Like, I don't know. I have some psychotic tendencies, but not like, I'm pretty self-aware to a degree. But I did realize it, like, years down the line. I was like, dude, most of the people who, like, claim the narcissist trends are the narcissists themselves. Like, I'm like, hold up. And then, so, yeah, but, you know, I think you have to discover this on your own. Mm-hmm. My mind and my mouth called each other narcissists. That's deep. That's crazy. That's deep. I had a protein shake. Dude, I did like a lot. I'm like sore already. I was doing, dude, you guys don't realize I was like stretching for like 20 minutes on the first one, on the first like push-up break. But like I did a lot of work. I'm like tired. I'm sore, so I had a protein shake. So I already got 30 G's of protein. Did you hear my covert narcissism disguised as altruism? That's the Taylor Swift song. I know it very well, actually. Your ex forgot your birthday and gaslit me saying it was my fault. I mean, I'm not going to lie. She kind of has a point. No? Like, why did you let her forget? If it was really that important to you, you would have made it a big deal. So you didn't make it a big deal. I thought you didn't want it to be a big deal. So why are you getting mad at me? That's really weird of you. I don't know if you're insecure about your birthday or not, but, like, I don't know. I think you are to blame. So that's how it usually sounds. So, yeah, I'm very well versed in this shit. You have no idea. Apparently, I'm a narcissist, but then, like, when I look back, I'm like, oh, my gosh, I've dealt with the craziest motherfuckers. So, yeah. Yeah, I got Ray. He's like, damn, maybe it was my fault. No, man, it's okay. Just gotta be at peace, man. Control what you can't control. Amen. Amen. X from years ago was seriously the textbook definition of it. Yeah, I mean, you'll see Ray's like, what? How did you know that? Oh, man. We've all lived the same life, bro. Trust me. You're going to meet people in your life who are awesome, and you're going to meet people who, like, add to your life and who just only give you good, bro. Like, for real. Like, you would be surprised. You would deal with people, and, like, there's some genuinely great people in this world. That's why you can't become too hard-hearted, because there's some solid-ass people. And then vice versa. You're going to deal with people who are going to drain you for everything. Even if you have no money, they want, oh, you have no idea, and they are going to, and people will lie straight to you. I hope you guys realize this. People will very well, like, they don't care about, like, in a weird way, as long as they capture your attention, they will lie to get you to do whatever, and you have no idea. So as long as you understand that, that's why that's why you got to be solid. You don't you have to realize that, because when you waver, when you toss and turn with the wind, and if you don't have principles and you don't know who you are in your life, when people do that to you, you're going to waver if you're not solid. So that's why don't let doubt creep in. So that's why they say sin, bro. I know some of you don't like that word, but sin causes doubt. And if you did wrong, we're not perfect, but the more you're not solid, the more that will be used against you, and that will get you to doubt yourself and a lot of other things. So that's why it's a tricky game of life, my friend. We're all sinners, bro. We all are. That's why hopefully you're aware, and at the same time, I'll give you one, bro. I'll give you one. And this I don't know. I could give you a whole philo on this one. Oh, it's nuts though. You ever pray to God and say, God, punish them for what they did to me. Oh, God, you see what they're doing to me. Punish them for what they did to me. And then God go quiet. And then God goes very quiet. And you feel like the spirit not there. Yeah, quiet. You know why? Because God's like, yo, you didn't specify. What about all the things you did to others? I thought you meant punish you for what you did to other people. I hope you get it. Think about it. All the injustice you think you're going through and this and that, in somebody's eyes, you are the villain as well. So don't ever forget that. And that's the duality of life, and why you need to really think, and that's why I try to do better and show some love, and at the same time, that's why revenge is such a weird thing, isn't it? Because sometimes you are, again, there's somebody in this world, you are the villain to their story. So some of y'all, you love Josh. You guys think I'm the greatest person. You're like, man, I got the long term. This guy showed me all of this stuff. And then to some people, I am the villain. I ruined their life. I did this. Same thing for all of you. There's somebody and you're like, man, these people did so wrong to me. And these people did all of this. And then there's somebody who's like, yeah, that person, I remember when they screwed me over. I remember when they robbed me. I remember when they did this. So we'll see, man. Thank you for that. Solid and open my mind. Amen. Amen, bro. That's it. You guys got a double dose of philo there at the end. Boeing CEO says workers will get a raise. Now shut up and stop snitching. Last 10 minutes rigged. It started from 2020. So it used to be ramp capital. The final 30 minutes used to be when things would go crazy. But then it turned after COVID when they switched to online trading because everybody was locked inside. It was like the final 10 minutes, we would watch the wildest moves consistently. And that's where we determined, we came up with the moniker 10-minute rigged. Love the community. Hope you all win today and tomorrow, baby. Amen. And tomorrow's closed. Don't forget that, baby. But hey, man, shout out living in Bremer 10 with Connor. Amen, baby. Amen. Shout out to Chad, baby. I hope y'all relax too. We only got 20 minutes, man. We only got 20 minutes. Why do new constructions way cheaper than other? They're usually not. It's usually the reverse. Usually new constructions cost more. So if you're getting a cheaper new construction, it's probably smaller or doesn't have like a backyard or something, but usually a new home is a premium product. That's why like the average new home is even higher. So like they even stopped making cheaper new homes. I think the average new home is like $500,000 whereas or like 600 I think now, maybe even 700 when it used to be a lot lower or compared to the median. So new homes are actually more expensive. Is new construction's way cheaper? Well, they probably don't have it available. They're probably scamming you to get in. A new construction is cheaper if you get in early, and then the prices and it sells out and there's heavy demand and then it goes up. But usually that might just be a little bit of a scam there. And then if you go in without an agent and then you sign up on the list, they take the commission. Yeah, the only way it becomes cheaper is if you get a lower rate. That is the hack. That's where it actually makes sense. If you want a new home and you go with their lender, they'll give you a discount on the loan. So there's new home builders, they could give you a 5% mortgage right now, even a 4%. It depends on where you're at, who they are. But even then, I see a lot of 5% on new builds. So like if you go and buy a new home and go to the lender or go to the constructor, whoever makes it, they will give the mortgage right now will be 7, 9, 8%, whatever it is. If you go through the builder, they will get you at like 5%. Some lower, some a little higher, but that is and they'll give you even a discount on closing costs and stuff too sometimes. You're joining a new job during market open. It's all good, baby. It's money. The grind. Get the long term, baby. You think we'll see 20, 30-year fixed mortgages down maybe in another 20 years? I don't know when, but with how much money got pumped into the system, unless there's like another major crisis, I don't think you'll ever come back down there. Maybe close to it, but I don't think you'll ever see that 2% 30-year mortgage ever again. Maybe for 20, 25 years. You need like a economic collapse, like a real deflationary collapse. Otherwise, and that could take 20, 25 years, a quarter century. But that was a moment, man. That was a moment, and I don't think it'll come back again. Department of Justice files Fair Housing Act lawsuit against Toll Brothers. Was it who had earnings today? Was it Lennar? Watch Toll, see if that actually moves. It's kind of moving. Let's see, was there something on Lennar earlier? Speaking of new builds. Armageddon, what time? Damn, we only got 20 minutes. 20 minutes remaining. Oh man, we missed Corinne. I thought you guys wanted to listen and brighten up your day. That sucks. Does NVIDIA pump over the holiday? Well, the market will be closed, but I mean, with everything going on with this little NASDAQ rebalance and everything else, it's already kind of doing it. Today did go by fast. Every day, man. I don't know. I've been having some fun. Last time you saw a new construction, one story, it's all two old people. I see a lot of them for old people. So 55 and up new builds, you'll see a lot of one-story homes. And it depends. And I think if areas like in hotter climates, they build one stories a lot more. But it's not like you'd be surprised. It just depends where. But definitely the houses are getting closer and closer to each other, and then smaller lots because the price of land went up. That's the thing. Like, land has gone up. It's not just building materials and all that. It's like the actual land has increased. And it's just like, it sucks because your lots are going for way more. Even the new builds, like when I bought a lot of the new builds, most the premium on the lot was more than anything usually. Ain't pretty more land. God, that's right. You gotta go. Last name. Why? No, straight up though, they do maximize that right up to the like legal limit of how close and required they could do it. That's exactly what they do. It's crazy. Houses, like especially in Cali, it was already bad, but no, the houses just get closer and closer and higher, and then especially if it's like they love townhouses, the walls get thinner and thinner. It's insane, bro. Israel confirms operation in Lebanon per the IDF Twitter. Huh? We'll see. I mean, oil's already been up. ARM 175. William Sonoma's pop in. We got 15 minutes left. Yeah, Dave Calhoun. So Boeing CEO is still at the Senate thing. The driveways just depend on who they're marketing to. So, like, depending on where you're at, you might get a bigger driveway or not. I've been seeing, with new builds, I've been seeing a lot of, and I hate them. I hate these. I hate the double garage. So they're offering 3-car garages in a 2-car garage. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like a gigantic garage that goes down and like you like double park 2 cars and then there's room for one more. Oh, dude, I've been seeing a lot of those and I hate them. Can't see. I don't have a picture of it. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about. What is the name for that? Is it double garage or it's like, but it's a 3-car garage in the size of a 2-car garage. Because that way you don't have to make it as a tandem. That's what it is. Tandem garage. Yeah, tandem. That's the word. CRM's rocketing up here. So is ARM. No, it's a 3-car garage. So you could fit 3 cars in it. 2 cars go like stacked tandem. Like you park 1 car in, then park the other car behind it. And then there's room for another car on the side of it. Like a normal 2-car garage. Yours was like that? You turned into a bedroom? Yeah. Shout out livable square feet. All right, man. Coming home again. Do you think about all-time high? Bonds are ripping, actually. I don't know if we're getting back to Friday levels. And again, there's a lot of covering on that. Yeah, you might close right at Friday. So now stocks will hold where you are at Friday, or bonds will, and then stocks got to rock. Because again, Friday the market didn't move with the bonds, so maybe that's part of it. What came first, the yield or the price? That is hard to say. It used to be easier, but I don't know. I would argue the yield, or I would argue the rate. I don't know about, because yield is the return, but price determines the yield, right? So even the price of the bond determines the yield, but then depending on the cost of money, that could determine the price or value of something. So that's some chicken or the egg shit right there. Bro, ARM at 170. ARM has gone up $16 today, or $15. That's crazy. I'm coming home again. Boom, I'm coming home again. All right, 10-minute rigged in about 1 minute, my brother. Arby's unstoppable. Yeah, 1-7, dude, it's nonstop. Remember, when this thing starts going, it goes nuts. Coset? What is this? Today's sushi day. Yo, 10-minute rigged. Well, we already had a couple of rug pulls today. I mean, off of that CBO thing. But remember, I mean, volume's probably very low. It's still, you saw a lot of the 7 names affecting. Yeah, you're down to 28 million on the whole day. You guys got to realize at some points, like end of last year, beginning of this year, you were doing 28 million in an hour or two. Toll Brothers is going down. They had a DOJ headline. Apparently some fair housing investigation onto them. And NVIDIA misses earnings. Well, that's why, I mean, what? July? So late July is probably going to be late July, early August. That'll be the opportunity for any sort of reckoning. If you think about it, that's when the next earnings comes in. And NVIDIA missing earnings, hard to see. Well, I think that's why he's saying that. That's kind of the funny part, because like you're like, NVIDIA missing earnings. That's why if they do miss earnings, it'll probably be really bad, because nobody thinks they will miss earnings anymore. So eventually it will. I don't know if it'll happen this quarter or not, but like I'm saying, it is the reckoning will be the next round of earnings. Where is crypto? Yeah, Bitcoin hit the high with everything and came down. But Bitcoin is leading tremendously. That's what you got to realize. Bitcoin is the #1 asset this year. So I don't know if you thought it was NVIDIA. I guess NVIDIA is up over 170, but at the same time, like as a complete asset class, Bitcoin is the leader. It's doing better than commodities, bonds, stocks, everything, NASDAQ, all of it. Crypto is insane. No, Coco came down. Coco was the leader at one point, but then there was kind of a big cratering a couple weeks after that. One miss won't kill NVIDIA. It just depends how it comes in. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't kill it, but you could go from like 1,000 to 700, and that still wouldn't be killed. And then it all depends on the guidance, but eventually there will be a moment where you got to kind of hit the brakes. It may not be NVIDIA, it may be everybody else. And that's another thing to think about. $1,000 to 700 or 100 to 770. I mean, it just split. So, yeah. ARM, I don't know. I think it's, well, they're getting added to the NASDAQ 100. I don't know if that'll happen by the time we get back, but that's, I'm sure, part of it. But that news is still kind of old. Ham's coming down. Do you think the economy is slowing will cause companies to slow down GPU investments? Everyone forgot semis are cyclical. It would have to be a big slowdown. I mean, right now, I think, oh, wow, you just got a nice little pop there. But if anything, it would have to be a real big slowdown, like a actual shift in real consumer behavior. But also in the same respect, I don't know what an economic shock would do. Maybe that's what is needed to do that. But then again, I mean, it's, what would cause an economic shock? Yeah, bro, that final 5 is taking off. I'm coming home again. Shrek. Plane's not taking off. We are not taking off. No, we might not even land. That's it. I don't know. That's it, man. There's no landing time anymore. Oh no, bro. Oh no. The Big Sky, Montana? No, I did not. There's a place in Utah called Big Sky. I thought that shit was in Utah. Oh, crap. Chattadonia. It's time to land. So listen, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I love you. And if you did not get banned today or timed out, that means a lot. That means you have respected the rules, had respect for me and the other Chads, and I appreciate that. So last thing I want to do to you is blow out your eardrums without telling you first. So if I say earmuffs, just know that is your time right now to mute your speakers, okay? I don't want you to be exposed to anything negative. And just if I say earmuffs, just know it's going to get very loud here, okay? I don't want you to ruin your life or have any negativity of that sort. So I will give you an update, and then we will go from there, okay? But earmuffs is the key word. Earmuffs is the key word, okay? Earmuffs is the word we're looking for. Thank you. Thank you. Earmuffs. Okay, now this is not a drill. Earmuffs. It's going to get extremely loud. Please protect yourself. Please protect yourself. Earmuffs! All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking on promptly Thursday morning, not tomorrow, 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 70 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day getting into the holiday. So hopefully you enjoy the day off and don't let the market manipulation or lack of liquidity get to you. Yeah, that's your choice. Get it long term. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight agenda and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt and hopefully have a wonderful evening. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You got an extra day off. Things won't really move. Somebody saying the bonds are going to move on the holiday. You got to make up your mind. Shares, options, futures. Time to bring it home. You got a couple of earnings even on Thursday. You got a little bit more data to end the week. But, Chad, you have less than 10 seconds remaining to wrap it up and bring it home. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here right now or not. You just made it to the bell. 7 hours, baby. I need that good game in the chat right now. Let's go. GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info, baby. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. GG, baby. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts, it don't matter. You held it down. You didn't get banned. You showed love and mutual respect, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So good game, and I appreciate you, baby. Thank you. Amen, baby. Amen. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Hope you know we stronger as one. Members, non-members, stream alerts, it don't matter. Were you positive? Were you in the game, baby? Did you make it to the bell? That's what I'm talking. Everybody with a long turn, too. Good game, baby. Way to hold that down. Good game. GG. Amen. You ain't have to, but you show love, baby. Amen. God bless you. Good game, baby. Good game. GG, bro. I'll see you on Thursday. Day off tomorrow. Good game. Good game. Good game. GG. God willing. Good game. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Please. Oh, I love this one. We listened to it yesterday. I'm going to listen to it again. But that's it, Chatadonia. I need me to rock, baby.
2020, baby. Straight up, man. I just hope you in the game.
That's it, though. I love y'all, baby. Enjoy the day off tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity, Chatadonia. I ain't seen this in a while.
Oh, they
don't feel me.
No minutes the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No minutes the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. Yeah, this one different. You should listen. Take a minute. Cause in seconds, people tripping. Fed decisions. Reminiscing of the time we saw this last. Not in a crash, but in collapse. Not contained across the map. First the strain and then the grab. Damn. This is the system deflating. But it's coming off as inflation.
That's why the dollar's been strengthened.
The money ain't moving the dollar. But you made your mind up real quick. Cause when the 3 month on the fall,
that's when you don't bother do. Hey, so what I'm gonna do? Break it in two. Feast in the famine. The tiger ain't no.
That's just a view. It could be your way, yeah. It could be your two. It could be your plan. It could be your coup. Either way, I know I'm gonna get through. I got some armor and I got the tools. I'm playing patience, then I make a move. I ain't been a bear in a minute. I ain't been a bull in a while. I ain't feel them in a minute.
All of these bitches got bodies.
Your attitude or your prices. Chill when you up, but I feel when you negative. Millions of dollars won't make you a better man. Should be a way to the way that I'm breaking. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seen like this a little different. No minutes to work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it.
I'm gonna give another class here.
Hey man, it's a cup, baby. 2020.
Yeah. It's a classic now, right? It's that old. It's a classic. It has to be. It has to be.
Say I'm cringe and they showing me so high. That's okay, cause I left it too, but I left to the bank. Got a problem, what you really trying to say? They throwing shade, you a bitch, you wouldn't say it to my face. Made it even though I made mistakes.
Amen, amen.
Guess I say, why you
think I read my Bible every day? So you good? My God is great.
I made a
code, why you only make complaints?
Come on, bro. Why you so serious? I'm living for investors, why you living for experience? The drip of my portfolio is looking real amphibious. I do this shit for Kobe, so that lazy, I ain't hearing it. Bad back, I ain't really want problems, but that's kind of ironic, cause I'm paid a ton to solve them. Call it what you want, but either way I call it often. They profit off my talking, so nothing I say is nonsense. Stop this, honest, teaching them more than college. Can't put me in a box, but ballin' like I was riding. Think I talk a lot, and how come you cannot call me? Sorry, do this for the youth that was before me. Yeah, Johnny, this is the beginning of the story. I just hope you listen, it's simple but kinda boring. But when it's not exciting, I usually make a fortune. I went and read my Bible, that moment I had my old shit. You should go and focus, study up on some old shit. Uncle, but I ain't old yet, how the hell do you know this? Started this shit in 06, started the crash of the mortgage. Bought the dip, made the fortune, now I'm rolling in Rosses. Ha! Now this sound like a rap song, funny like I'm black, some money like I was Ackman. Ghost them like they was Pac-Man, holding it so fast. I'm hoping you bought it back, the fallacies in the stats. Sound cringe and it's showing me some hate, but that's okay, cause I'm laughing too, but I like to the bank.
Sorry, I just had to let them run.
They throwing shade, you a bitch, you wanna say it to my face. Made it
even though I made mistakes. That's what I'm saying. Why you think I read my Bible every day? Oh man, Chatadonia. That's it, man. That's it. It feel like a Friday, but it's not. I actually gotta get going too, bro. That's it. They be hoeing me on these weekdays, bro. The timing, bro. I can't believe it. Tomorrow's gonna be weird with a day off. It'll be weird with the day off. We got to get back on Thursday, but Chatadonia, that is it, man. That is it. That's all we have, bro. That's all we have, bro. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity. For real, man. Way to hold it down. Spending time, bro, and we spend a lot of time. We exchange a lot of words. So for those who make them graceful and useful, man, I really do appreciate it. Thank you for adding to the peace of the community and myself, bro. Way to hold it down, bro. God bless all of you. So for real, I'm grateful to be here. That's why I show up, Amy. That's why I wake up every morning with some energy. We even ended with some energy. So God bless y'all, man. I hope you enjoy the day off, and you know we're gonna have a weekend too. You'll get to enjoy that. I'll be right back too. You know I'll come in on the Thursday too. But that's it. That's it, baby. Relax, enjoy it. Thank you again for all of everything, the love, the appreciation, the donations, the contribution. All of them, bro. You ain't discovered the uncle. Bro, look, I got a whole playlist. I just click on them all the time. These are all Uncle songs, except for that one and that one. It's kind of crazy to think about. There is quite the discography. But yeah, man, I love y'all, man. But that's it. That's the day. So wrap it up. Go check out the links. I don't think there's going to be a watch list. I don't know. Well, since there's no market, I mean, yeah, there's no market tomorrow, so I don't know what to watch. And honestly, maybe you should watch the TLT video. Get up to date with the Mag 7 and everything else. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I got for you, man. So maybe pray for me. I'm going to pray for y'all too. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, that's it, man. That's it. I will pray for you, man. And I hope pray for everybody in the chat. You see someone, pray for them, bro. It goes a long way, bro. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. And pray for me too, bro. If you ever, someone is like, oh, I can't be a member. I can't do this. Like, bro, fuck all that. Just pray for me. Pray that I stop cussing, maybe. Even if you don't like my cussing, pray for me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Pray. That's why I said everybody who's ever did me wrong in life or try to correct me I just wish they prayed for me. You know what I'm saying? I wish they prayed for me as much as they criticized me. You know why? Because if they did, I probably wouldn't have anything for them to criticize. You know what oh man. So pray for your brothers and sisters, bro. Pray for everybody in the chat. Pray for me. I'm going to pray for you regardless. Even if you don't fill it out, you don't have to fill out no request wall, bro. I'm still praying for you, man. That's it, whether you like it or not. That's why y'all haven't realized, even with it, I don't care. You're like, I don't like this stuff. I don't like it. I don't know. Shut up. Why you keep talking? Viewers drop during PHILO. Bro. Guess what? You stay in the barber long enough, you're going to get a haircut. I'm praying for you regardless. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I'm praying for you regardless. You're getting prayed for regardless. You catching stray prayers, dog. I hate to break it to you. That's the environment you in. It's the same way when you in the other environments, so why wouldn't it work in here? Oh, yeah! So I hope you feel me, bro. I hope you feel me, bro. So I'm praying for y'all, Chad. You pray for me, and I appreciate y'all holding it down through prayer, bro, through in many, many ways, man. It means a lot. So let's get it. Take it as a blessing. You got a day off, bro. Maybe some people needed it. Enjoy it, baby. But that is all I have for you. Go check out the link. Second link for that nightly watch list. You got time to catch up on economic lessons and everything. If not, you'll do your things. I'll play 2K tomorrow if I got time. I don't know. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll do some phone calls, if anything, or I might go out and actually see some properties if I have the opportunity to actually go out and about. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see how it is. But, Chad, we'll figure it out. But I don't have anything planned for tomorrow. So, honestly, sleep. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big proponent of rest. So I hope you actually rest up, bro. You know that we go every day, baby, every day. So enjoy the days off while they come, bro. You got to relax a little bit. And honestly, meditate. Pray, bro. Pray. Oh, I hope they feel me. So Chattadonia, I love you all. God bless you. Check out the links. Fill out the prayer request wall. Pray for me. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why we know who's calling, baby, why we know who's calling at the gate, and why we owners. We ain't the hired hands, baby. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. Chattadonia. Amen, bro. Finger to the sky, bro. For real. I'm praying for y'all, man, and pray, meditate. I like it. Someone said spend time with your family. For real, bro. That's it, man. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'll give him one more. It's a code, baby.
All right, guys. Listen to the blues riff and B. Watch me.
The ownership is 70. I'll become an owner, baby.
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. No, I'm Marty McFly. Q/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire.
Then I'm coming out alive.
So I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan, Timarag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate to love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god.
What's a lion to a sheep is how each will define their pride. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, your family going on a cruise without you? So you spending time with you, that's good. Take the moment. Take the moment. I don't know, cruise, don't you get sick on cruises? I still have never been on a cruise in my life. And spies hitting highs after hours? Oh, man. Welcome to the holidays. So, Chattadonia, God bless you all. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy the day off. I'm going to miss you too, man. But it's weird. It feels like a Friday, but it's not going to be a Friday. So don't worry. I'll be able to bug you the next day too, baby. So y'all relax a little bit. Enjoy it. Thank you guys again for another awesome day. I will see you tomorrow. And peace. Oh, wait, not tomorrow. Wednesday. I already forgot it, man. That's good. Yeah, wait, what day is it? Fuck. Is it tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, January, February, Father Abraham? Have any signs? What? Yeah. I know, this guy, he can't even tell you the dates. But apparently cognitive functioning doesn't matter. They don't care. Fake news media. Can you believe it? They try to indict me. It's a sham trial. These guys, this guy, I can't believe it. And people, no, they did indict Donald Trump. He's a criminal. So, I hope you can make the right decision. Now, we have a lot going on. Democracy is threatened. So, please, do your part. and make sure you get out to the voting polls. Come on, now watch this swing. Okay. All right, good. You have a good day, a good holiday. All right there. Have a good one. Goodbye.